Hey, what's up, you guys? It's been a really long time. So I'm saying what's up. Um, this not gonna be real long. This is just a quick hello. Basically, this video is sort of me. Okay, so I've put up videos where I talked about s- um, different things uh, related to psychology. Sorry. That's my song. But anyway, she wowed, y'all. Listen to the lyrics. She wowed. Oh gosh. Okay. Anyway, so trying to gain back my concentration. Okay, so this video is just basically just a hello video, and watch this part. She crazy. Wow, when I tell you she wow, she wow. Okay, anyway. So anyway, yeah, so basically this is just me saying what's up and sort of structuring some information that's already on my channel into something that's a little more categorical, and to sort of help people who don't have, like, if you broke and you can't afford a therapist. Okay, I'm my own therapist. Anyway, so if you can't afford your own therapist, this sort of just categorizes a lot of the information that I've given on this video related to mental health, growth, soul growth. Like I said before, for me, spirituality, psychology for me is my spirituality. And when I say that, I mean internally, soul growth internally. Um, Getting yourself fit as best as you can, emotionally, mentally, um, you know. So just really sort of improving on those areas within myself, within ourselves. Um, and if you look at psychology as spirituality or as a pathway to growth and healing and health and all of that, um, you'll find it to be very valuable and helpful. And there's different approaches and different theories and things like that that are applied to various mental health situations or predicaments or diagnoses. Um, and I'm more drawn to, like, I love the field of psychology. My degree, my BA at least, is in psychology. And if you can't see up here, I'm going for the MFT LPCC, maybe SID. I don't know. I will get. I'm probably going to get tired. It's very tiring and costly. Okay, Mara. Okay. Anyway, so anyway, hold on. Let me find some music. There's just that one song. Hold on. Who do I want to listen to? I have so much music and I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna do Mary. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find some music. Right. Um, just that quick. Lost my train of thought. Oh, that's terrible. Okay. I get so distracted very easily. Damn, what was I saying? Dang. Let me start writing shit down. I be forgetting stuff. Okay. hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh, okay. Anyway, I was talking about degrees and stuff, but let me get back to this topic. So you'll find you'll find the information helpful. Okay, so you have a lot of different theories and approaches in psychology, and they're very helpful. But you have to find the right mix, right? You have to find the right mix for you. I'm more drawn to humanistic psychology, and to some degree, cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT. There's also DBT, but that's a little more it's helpful. Don't get me wrong. I believe that can be helpful. DBT can be applied. Can be applied to persons that don't have diagnoses. Okay, and but typically it's geared more towards people who have more severe types of issues. But it can definitely, all the approaches can definitely be applied to people who don't have mental health diagnoses. And you don't have to have a mental health diagnosis to go see a therapist or anything like that. My whole point in saying all that is that some of the information that I've provided in various videos, I didn't structure them really any kind of way related to how you can find the right mix for yourself, things like that. So that's what this video is going to be about. So after I get done talking, there's going to be some slides and things like that you can look over. I'm not going to talk, I'm just going to be slides, okay? Where I kind of go through the different theories and approaches. So you have humanistic psychology, behavioral psychology, somatic psychology. Those are the ones that I'm focusing on. Okay, those are the ones that I'm focusing on. And you also have psychoanalytic. The psychoanalytic approach. Those are the broad approaches, and within that, you're going to have various theories. Okay, so that's basically it. And I'm really drawn to humanistic psychology, and I'm just sort of delving into somatic psychology. That's sort of a new branch compared to the other two I just mentioned. So you have insight-oriented therapies, and then you have action-oriented therapies or approaches. So cognitive behavioral therapy would be action-oriented, and humanistic psychology and their theories would be insight-oriented. Okay. All right. So that's pretty much it. Hope y'all doing good. And stay up. Okay. All right. Bye. Okay, y'all. So this is just sort of like an expanded video. Okay, so anyway, I did a video maybe a couple of weeks ago. I think it's been a couple of weeks. I don't know. Anyway, that video just sort of went into I don't even remember exactly 100% what the video said, but bits and pieces of what I remember dealt with the general hello message, and also what I was working on related to mental health. Anyway, basically what I want to say in this video is to give you a bit more detail than I think was in the last video related to what would actually be covered in the video. Okay, so just really briefly, we're going to sort of just go ahead and talk about just some of the different theories and therapies that are out there, so you can just get a better understanding of what you're looking for, who you're looking for, if you choose to see a therapist. And if you don't see a therapist because of money or resources or access or whatever, you can at least have some information to help you sort of get going with, sort of self-therapy, which is good. I'm my own therapist. And I mentioned, and you can, I mentioned a lot of times or in previous videos, I think, that you don't have to be diagnosed with a mental that didn't come out right. With a mental health disorder to gain or to utilize any of these theories or therapies to some extent. You can apply a lot of the information to your life. It just really depends on the type of therapy it is, and what they use, and things like that. Most of the information that you'll see out there geared towards self-help is usually cognitive behavioral therapy techniques that they use, and those therapies are typically the ones you can really apply to your life. But humanistic psychology is, primarily based upon, like self-discovery and self-actualization, that comes from really knowing yourself and, things like that. So anyway, I'm not going to get all into it. So yeah, let's see. I'm also going to cover the different types of mental health professionals, again, so you could know what you're, looking for. Initially, the video wasn't geared towards people who were choosing a therapist, but you can certainly use it as a reference if you need to. Let's see, the ones that I know of, you got psychologists, psychiatrist, MFT or LMFT, LCSW, LPC, LPCC. Those are the ones that I know of. I'm sure there are others that are out there, and they may just be called different things, different acronyms that are used for the same sort of equivalence. Okay, so is there anything else? This is me in hyper focus mode. Okay. I am so sorry to do this to y'all. But just take your time with the material. But this is me in hyper focus mode. It goes to another level. So this is like, do you see the slides here? Yeah, I think it's quite a bit. 572 slides. Even if I set the material at half a second for the slides, it's crazy. So just work with the material, and work with it. Yeah, so it's really informational, very helpful information, and I think if you stick with it, just Yeah, stick with it. Take it bit by bit. I think you'll gain a lot of information and resources that you can use to aid you, yourself, your family, your relationships of any type. Okay? So, with that said, I wish you guys a wonderful day. Happy spring. Oh, it's mental health awareness, right? Yeah, it is. I'm a little tired, so it's my day off. I took a day off, so so anyway, take care, you guys. I hope you enjoy the video.
What you say now? Face down, off your heels and your grey gown. Sure you shave now, lay down. Make a chop you like you wafer. Baby, no shout out, turn round. Make you splish splash, baby, no doubt. Now the best part when you spread out. Yeah. I know you bad and bougie, I know you want the Gucci. Baby, you touching my soft spot, you wind that booty. You know I love it truly, let's make a fucking movie. I got you calling my name now, I run before she fly on my bed, she got a jetpack. Green says go, she never gives a red flag. Don't they know I'm loving you forever? Won't let go, cause baby I'm a treasure. Girl, I'll do some things to you. Many bad things. I'll do some things to you. Many bad things. Many bad things. So baby, tell me what you say now. Face down, off your heels and your grey gown. Sure you shave now, lay down. Make a chop you like you wafer. Baby, no shout out, turn round. Make you splish splash, baby, no doubt. Now the best part when you spread out. Girl, I'll do some things to you. Many bad things. Girl, I'll do some things to you. Many bad things. Many bad things.
Nobody tell me that it's not for me. I know the joke, dog, it's not funny. I put it on cause it's all on me. The world is mine, so I'm not sorry. I know they give up no apology. I gotta do what I can for me. I gotta do what I can for me. Say we are the same, yeah, nigga, have you lost your mind? Have you lost your mind? Me, I don't dare wait, I don't dare for life. I don't dare for life. Shabby done they see, but they no agree. Don't care what they say, cause it's sure for me. I deliver flows, something that everybody knows. Watch your step if you're stepping on my toes. I cannot keep everybody close. Still keeping all these niggas on their toes. They be watching very close. Don't ask me how I know. Got to keep it on the low. But you go short for me. Nobody tell me that it's not for me. I know they joke, dog, it's not funny. I put it on cause it's all on me. The world is mine, so I'm not sorry. I know they give up no apology. I gotta do what I can for me. I gotta do what I can for me. Say we are the same, my nigga, have you lost your mind? Me, I done the wait, I done there for line. She be done they see, but they no agree. Don't care what they say, cause it's sure for me. Sure for me, sure for me. Cause it's sure for me. Cause it's sure for me.
Desire. I'm running on vibes, fight to survive. I'm burning like fire. Now every man for himself, but some days I dey tire. I got a lot on my chest. I try to express. I know they relent. I do my best and I leave the rest. I'm feeling
Post-traumatic slave syndrome is an explanatory theory that really looks at multi-generational trauma. One of the things that's difficult for people is their first response is, oh my God, that happened so long ago. We're talking about people being captured, shipped, sold, beaten, raped, experimented on, and then you have to ask the question, did the trauma continue? Yes, so 300 years of trauma, no help, freed, no help, more trauma. If it's a sustained trauma, then the impact of that is also sustained. When we look at multi-generational trauma, we're looking at people who are maybe victims of natural disasters and their families and their children and generations of folks who have experienced war. And we know that there are residual mental, emotional, traumatic impact. And what I did was I started to look at the African American experience, starting with slavery, as a real clear, long enduring trauma. So I started to see that there were clear connections between that survival behavior and contemporary living in African American experience. I started to see common behaviors that I took for granted as, well, cultural. There's adaptive behaviors, survival behaviors. Well, what are they? Let's just say 2019, you have a black mother and a white mother. The sons go to school together. They find themselves at a meeting. The black mother leans over to the white mother and says, I just wanted to mention to you that I noticed that your son is really doing quite well. And the white mother's response is, oh, thank you. She begins to go on and on about he won the science fair, his uncle's an astronaut. She's just oozing. She realizes the black mother's son is actually excelling her son. And she says, well, wait a minute. Your son's the one that's really coming along. And the black mother responds, oh my God, he's a handful, but oh, he just works my nerves. Now, when I'm working with African American people, it doesn't matter what the audience is. It doesn't matter what class. If I were to ask, is she very proud while she's saying those denigrating things? And everybody laughs and goes, of course. There's a secret. Because everybody black knows that even though the black mother is going, oh my God, she's really proud. So now let's roll that scene back 300 years. And let's say this black mother is working in the fields and a white slave owner comes through and says, wow, that boy is really coming along. What is she gonna say? No, he's not. He's stupid. He's shiftless. He can't work because I don't want you to sell him. So I denigrate them to protect them. That is called appropriate adaptation when living in a hostile environment. The little white boy, say Timmy, he feels really comfortable and happy about what his mom just said about him. And Trey looks at his mom and wonders, why can't you be proud of me? Because he doesn't understand the secret yet. And by the time he learns the secret, he will have already been injured by it. Post-traumatic slave syndrome. PTSD is a disorder that occurs as a result of a single trauma. You don't even have to be there to actually get a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. You could just hear about something horrific happening to someone you love. So you have people who have experienced it firsthand, people who have witnessed it in their environment, right? People who are continuing to be oppressed. That exacerbates any possibility of healing. So it's not post-traumatic stress disorder because then it becomes part of what we call your socialization process. So you begin to normalize a way of living and being, everything from what we eat to what we believe it means to be a friend. All of these things are colored by history. And if you don't understand it, you're going to fold in things that you've just assumed are normal. But post-traumatic stress disorder, exaggerated startle response, outbursts of anger, feeling of foreshortened future. There was a point where there were African American children in different urban settings that didn't expect to live to be adults because they saw so much death, that they started planning their funerals like at 13, 12, as young as 10. When you start looking at the simple biology, you start looking at the impact of stress on health. And while we look at general stress, we know finances, you have illnesses, all these different things. How about being Black? How does factoring in being Black in America impact your stress level and therefore your body's ability to operate its own immune system? Because we know it compromises the immune system. Once you understand it, then you can deal with it. Because you see, it's habitual. You socialize. It becomes part of your being. So one of the ways you begin to address that multi-generational trauma is to work with the people it directly impacts, to hear from them. And when you give the people the information, they can use it. I think the first order of business is beginning to have a conversation. And the other is to educate the larger society. You have to stop the assault. So this is not purely a clinical thing. This requires social justice and change. That's where part of the healing is. It's not in a clinical setting or in a pill. It's in fairness and justice and safety and equity. We got to work with some of those clinical things, some of those issues of panic and anxiety. And we also have to deal with the fact that you have a system that is set up to oppress you and to continue to injure you. Both those things have to be dealt with. And they cannot singularly by themselves affect a change. They have to be done collectively.
Desire. I'm running on vibes, fight to survive. I'm burning like fire. Now every man for himself, but some days I dey tire. I got a lot on my chest. I try to express. I know they relent. I do my best and I leave the rest. I'm feeling blessed and I can't complain. No, I know they look good to face. I never just say I just replace. I know they brag, I they pray for grace. Some people won't make us see disgrace. So I know they look their face. I just do my way and I know they move without my conscience. I know they move for all the nonsense. I did bad but I get the conscience. Say I they try, yeah. Today use my conscience. I'm still young so make a left fast. It's go where you get the concept. Say I they try, yeah. Legally, Pastavi, legally, legally, Pastavi, legally. It be like all these people want to whine me. I thought the devil get behind me. I'm searching for the truth, I need to find my place to create in the world is beyond me. So mama pray for me. So many enemies I can't see. So many things with my eyes don't see. Only Jaja where they cover me. They cover me. So mama pray for me. So many enemies I can't see. So many things with my eyes don't see. Only Jaja where they cover me. I know they move without my conscience. I know they move for all the nonsense. I did bad but I get the conscience. Say I they try, yeah. Today use my conscience. I'm still young so make a left fast. It's go where you get the concept. Say I they try, yeah. Legally, Pastavi, legally, legally, Pastavi, legally.
kitty boy, you done the price property for the island. Finally, I'm moving out this anger. Anything I touch, it on the sound. Oh, I remember when I know they go the cheese for my mama. Now I put the bunny on designer. Cause when I bless you, we be fine. I know fish out. With the blessings in my life, I can't decide to close my mouth. No, I know fish out. No, with the blessings in my life, I can't decide to close my mouth. No.
Send me where hold the map. So them follow me with 30 torchlight. Talk is cheap for the mouth. Them mama, them papa, whole life, oh. Anybody will get the problem. Come follow me cross the border. Anyhow we big, I go serve them. My bad boy from border. So I want all the fake people, them to die. I no go follow them, sympathize. Pocket it big, 100 a lot. God is real, I can testify.
I know fish out. With the blessings in my life, I can't decide to close my mouth. No, I know fish out. No, with the blessings in my life, I can't decide to close my mouth. No.
If we do love you, you can't move as a bachelor. I feel put the trigger. If you chop anybody, just take me as a prisoner. As a prisoner. This be more than physical. More than physical. As a prisoner. I didn't really see this coming, but you got me right in your neck, and I ain't tryna fly away. Your loving got me mine, got me strong and I don't want no other mind. The way you turn me on, I can get you on my mind. If we do love you can't move as a bachelor. I feel put the trigger. If you chop anybody, just take me as a prisoner. As a prisoner. This be more than physical. More than physical. If you chop anybody, just take me as a prisoner. This be more than physical. If you chop anybody, just take me as a prisoner. Take me as a prisoner. If you chop anybody, just take me as a prisoner.
In my soul, girl, I got you in my zone. Oh no, no, why I go leave you alone? obsessed with ya. Best thing I want. Pull me up, I'm going down. Can't let you down. Every day, you day my mind. In the bed, champagne or wine. Can we have sex tonight? And we go do till the sunrise, yeah. Things you don't mean official, yeah. Say you call me girl, I'm on my way. I go spoil you, my good travel, yeah, oh, oh. Things you don't mean official, yeah. Say you call me girl, I'm on my way. I go spoil you, my good travel, yeah, oh, oh. Shawty, you know I got you in my zone. Girl, I got you in my zone. You know I got you in my zone. Why I go leave you alone? Ain't nobody got to touch you in my zone. Girl, I got you in my zone. Shawty, you know I got you in my zone. Why I go leave you alone? I wanna sing my song. Say you go dance along with your big waist all over the place. Make me one race, alarm, madam. ED roboto, she hypnotize with a ED roboto. Kaite make a man want to go. Oh what a life, girl, you bust my bolo.
She make a bad man stare. Set me free from my angle. Designer from your head to your ankle. Girl, you don't go be my desire. Your fire. I mean, I swear, I need to know now. When you there around, how you make me go loco. I be jack when I see how no. But it's no pressure cause I'm always composed, you already know. This life ain't new to me, your ex-nigga, now he ain't fooling me. I don't know how you dealt with his foolery. He never held you down and now you deep in it, huh? I just brought to life the things he didn't see in you, huh?
You know I got you in my zone. Girl, I got you in my zone. You know I got you in my zone. Why I go leave you alone? Ain't nobody got fit to touch you in my zone. Girl, I got you in my zone. Shawty, you know I got you in my zone. Why I go leave you alone?
Baby, I put it in motion. Moving your body like ocean. Rubbing the lotion. Touching your body with caution. Put it in motion. Moving your body like ocean. Rubbing the lotion. Touching your body with caution. Oh, 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 oh. Baby. Oh, 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 oh. How deep is your love, baby, we gon' see. Like a diamond in rough, girl, you a trophy. Got me thinking of sin, the way you haunt me. This design of your skin, baby, Givenchy. Got me sipping this Maggie, give me the stamina. When you looking up at me, I'll grab the camera. I'll make you forget your ex, girl, he ain't man enough. Girl, I'll give you the best, I don't even have a child. I don't even have a child. Girl, I'll make time for you. Free up the calendar. Baby, I put it in motion. Moving your body like ocean. Rubbing the lotion. Touching your body with caution. Put it in motion. Moving your body like ocean. Rubbing the lotion. Touching your body with caution. Oh, 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 oh. Baby. Oh, 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 oh.
I could get you wetter than a jet ski. Text me, girl, you should test me. Your man doesn't need to know about me. Tell him that I'm your bestie. Yes, I got the text and you miss me. Tell me, Nicolo Bessie. You know I'ma pull up on you quickly. Baby, make you know on me. You bring it close to me. It's that emotion controlling me. My own temptation, she you no see. See, I did patient. Why for me? It's that emotion, bring it close to me. It's that emotion controlling me. My own temptation, sure you not see. Have the patient, one for me, instead of emotion.
Put it in motion, moving your body like ocean, rubbing the lotion, touching your body with caution. Put it in motion, moving your body like ocean, rubbing the lotion, touching your body with caution. Oh, 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 baby. Oh, 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 oh.
Hey, life changing, how you dance, how you make those faces. Oh, wow. Hey, you're safe for me, I won't touch, girl, I'm patient. Oh, wow. Hey, so crazy, you're so quick, got no time wasted. Oh, wow. Hey, lead the way, girl, you're the doctor, you're patient. Oh, baby, you're so far from basic. Let me take you places. Oh, why could you do this naked? Hey, let's step out my places. No, oh, baby, you're so far from basic. Let me take you places. Oh, why could you do this naked? Hey, let's step out my places. No, yeah, I'm faded, but I still know I'm God's favorite. Oh, baby, ride on me like cargo. I know you and me and you following me where I go. I really hope that you got time for me. Be attention, we gon' jump on me. Really, it's finally kicking. Cause I'm on it, and I say it. Life changing, how you dance, how you make those faces. Oh, wow. You're safe for me, I won't touch, girl, I'm patient. Oh, wow. So crazy, you're so quick, got no time wasted. Oh, wow. Lead the way, girl, you're the doctor, you're patient. Oh, baby, you're so far from basic. Let me take you places. Oh, why could you do this naked? Hey, let's step out my places. Oh, baby, you're so far from basic. Let me take you places. Oh, why could you do this naked? Hey, let's step out my places. Not far.
Surely going hard and I got scars. Young nigga, too dog play cards. All the cheap chicks, them are fake ass. Can you go with the G that's you don't want? See, I'm black African, not just Uganda, Uganda to South, yeah. Anything I do, them I like it. To go them wife with them, they not to doubt me, yeah. Them gonna blame me, no joker. I on them focus, I on the focus, turn up and speak cause it louder. Doing the politics, me presidential, yeah. It's the money, man, I live large. When you don't things, all the big money do that. Eyes on my wrist, on my neck, baby, fingers crossed, now my drive for you, girl.
Yeah, you know you fight from basic. Anywhere you enter, man, them chase you. Niger girls, the baddest I've seen. African girls, the baddest I've seen. Why we are this over, she cool my soul. Coca-Cola ship, she taking my show. Make I no go and say somebody no. All the love I show you, oh yeah. I will throw, I will, bamba bilo, guppy bilo. Me and you, my baby, baby, baby. Making sweet love, got the neighbors going crazy, yo.
Hey, life changing, how you dance, how you make those faces. Oh, wow. Hey, you're safe for me, I won't touch, girl, I'm patient. Oh, wow. Hey, so crazy, you're so quick, got no time wasted. Oh, wow. Hey, lead the way, girl, you're the doctor, you're patient. Oh, baby, you're so far from basic. Let me take you places. Oh, why could you do this naked? Hey, let's step out my places. No, oh, baby, you're so far from basic. Let me take you places. Oh, why could you do this naked? Hey, let's step out my places. Not far.
yellow diva, diva. You make me catch cold and on the shiva, shiva. The man to see now, yeah. Making me wish I hadn't seen her. No play, yo. Them things of lips and your red tattoo, I'm on a one way, yo. Where you wind me, your hips cut for big taboo, go be cut case, oh. See the way you they look me for after too, oh, no. I cannot describe this feeling, I can see it in your eyes. You gotta tell me to see now, you gotta tell me to see now. I cannot describe this feeling, uncontrollable. I'm gonna tell me to see now, you're gonna tell me to see now. Hey, what do you want from me, girl? Champagne, a silhouette. Got my ices on this diamond last I checked. She said she viper, but still I want viber. I know fit to deny her. You got the rhythm of an aura. You got the rhythm of an aura, yeah. Yo, them things of lips and your red tattoo, I'm on a one way, yo. Where you wind me, your hips cut for big taboo, go be cut case, oh. See the way you they look me for after too, oh, no. I cannot describe this feeling, I can see it in your eyes. You're gonna tell me to see now, you're gonna tell me to see now. I cannot describe this feeling, uncontrollable. I'm gonna tell me to see now, you're gonna tell me to see now.
Just to be cool, me cha-cha. I man slow down, you no need to the race, so. Situation critical, you no need to the life for me. Operation physical, I go carry up. Yeah. Julie. I don't know how you take it down my head. Julie. I don't know how you taking down my head. If you want me to kill her, I go down killer. Make you bear with me, I feel the cash code. Cause the beat don't pass in my liver, oh. Anything you want me, you carry go. Cause game don't change and boys the blue. Money butter. Silence, dance here, baby. Silence, rotate your body. Yeah. Silence, I could the dash with the money. Yeah. Silence, you give me body. Julie. I don't know how you take it down my head.
Julie, oh my Julie, for your sake I go taking medicine. Fire, pursue them, all the people we no one make we last. I was born a sinner, for your sake I go always pray and fast. Oh, baby mo, you don't bust my liver. Yeah, I don't know, I go always the shiva. Yeah. Julie. I don't know how you take and turn my head.
no more, you know. Cause I found someone way better than you. We ain't meant to last, I know for sure. Yeah, stick goodbye. You know the shit that I put up with you. Here's how you lose emotion, something you should know. I felt comfortable, I noticed when you know it. And now I have to say I've opened to someone else but you. But here's how you lose emotion, something you should know. Here's how you lose emotion, something you should know. I felt comfortable, I noticed when you know it. And now I have to say I've opened to someone else but you. But here's how you lose emotion, something you should know. Always in my business like I wear some. Oh, you got me something I don't wanna know. You did not come from your house, so now I'm on you. I don't wanna know, well I'm done with you. And the drama too, I cannot start on my second of this episode. I hope you know, I'm telling you, there's something really different I've been feeling, no. Making it be like I know. I thought it could work out with you. Oh, don't be like I do, why you? The reason why I'm telling you, oh, making it be like I know. I thought it could work out with you. Oh, don't be like I do, why you? The reason why I'm telling you, oh, is how you lose emotion, something you should know. I feel comfortable, I noticed when you know it. And now I have to say I've opened to someone else but you. But here's how you lose emotion, something you should know.
Coming like a fire and it's consuming. Coming like a fire, nothing can cool me. And I know, no. Green up pastures, we're done with snakes. I stay ready with foaming gates. Oh yeah. Sang go give them no time to waste time. Lift him out, jam the baseline. For my long time, I'ma feel like a Godzilla. Someone just me, put me for your concealer. They no see me born with love. High spirit don't take it personal. High spirit they connect the antenna. Every day, everything, high spirits. I sit there go when we put it on repeat. From on the low man, the high spirits. Yeah. Holy Ghost with the most high spirits. Let them know so nobody can kill it. From on the low man, the high spirits. Consuming, coming like a fire, nothing can go me. Nothing can go me. Nothing can go me. Nothing can go me. Coming like a fire and it's consuming. Coming like a fire, nothing can go me. Nothing can go me. And I know, no. In the past just with done with snakes. I stay ready with foaming gates. Oh yeah. Sang go give them no time to waste time. Lift him out, jam the baseline. For my long time, I'ma feel like a Godzilla. Someone chance me, put me for your container. They no see me born with love. Cause high spirit don't take it personal. High spirit they connect the antenna. Every day, everything, high spirits. I sit there go when we put it on repeat. From the low man, the high spirits. Yeah. Holy Ghost high spirits. Let them know so nobody can kill it. Even on the low man, never high spirits. Every day, everything high spirits. I sip that gold one, we put it on repeat. Even on the low man, never high spirits. Yeah, Holy Ghost with the most high spirits. Let them know so nobody can kill it. Even on the low man, never high spirits.
Maestro Sugar.
I see. Not many things excite me, but you excite me. In real life, you look like you look on IG. Nobody cause it go slow, oh. If I give you my love, girl, you go one more time. My lover. Say the thing we they do make me keep am undercover. Oh, girl, it's me and you tonight. Oh, baby, me and you tonight. Oh. Sad romance. Girl, let me rock your body from Niger to France. Oh. Say you get it, boyfriend, you know be my concern. Yeah. Say you get it, boyfriend, you know be my concern. Come close, make I hold something, no. Baby, come close, make I hold something, no. Me, I did like that kind thing, no. Come close, make I hold something.
Only feel like jazz. I love you so they tear my eyes. I think about you every time. Not only am I that in my mind. Murder on my mind. Murder on my mind. A bitch can fucking try. I got murder on my mind. I'm so possessive, I can't help it. Even if I try.
Sad romance. Girl, let me rock your body from Niger to France. Oh. Say you get it, boyfriend, you know be my concern. Yeah. Say you get it, boyfriend, you know be my concern. Oh. Come close, make I hold something, no. Baby, come close, make I hold something, no. Me, I did like that kind thing, no. Come close, make I hold something.
Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm sad. Sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm wild. I don't know, so over me. I'm overthinking every day. Feels like nobody can understand the way I feel, cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep company, so I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for a broken heart. 3-5 days on first, so I don't go back. Looking for somebody who could watch my shoulders, so I can never be sober. Oh, yes, I did it. How many million I make for a living? Wear my Louis Vuitton pose for a picture. Let the camera light hit my titty. You know, nobody's better than me. Nobody's better than me. I it differently. Everybody can see, but I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking every day. Feels like nobody can understand the way I feel, cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep company, so I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for a broken heart. 3-5 days on fall, so I don't go back. Looking for somebody who could watch my shoulders, so I can never be sober.
For me, baby, don't be shy. Coca-Cola body, that's my type. I mean, say wanna give you all the time. This your words go setting me on fire. What is selling on my baby, I want buy. Early mama girl, she done the flashlights. She a island girl, we no like band. On the way about the movie to rampant. Yeah, yeah. She give me number one, I want die. Yeah. She give me round two, I want die. The way the thing they ba 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 all night. The way the thing they ta 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 so nice. She give me number one, I give the girl I want die. She give me number three, I just this one a new style. The way the thing they ba ba do ba do ba do 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 ba ba do ba so nice. And on my days, yo, I never seen no girlie with this type of waist, yo. Girlie with this type of waist.
All your love, all your sugar. Need it now, nothing later. Hold me down, I can take it. I'm in trouble. How about these monsters to the rhythm one time? Show me how you want me. You want me, baby, I want you to. All my things, yeah, till the end of time.
She give me number one, I want die. Yeah. She give me round two, I want die. The way the thing they ba 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 all night. The way the thing they ta 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 so nice. She give me number one, I give the girl I want die. She give me number three, I just this one a new style. The way the thing they ba ba do ba do ba do 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 ba ba do ba so tight. And on my days, yo, I never seen no girlie with this type of waist, yo. And on my days, yo, I never seen no girlie with this type of waist.
I just want smoke and chill. For this life of sin where I don't even know what's real. Yeah. I just want smoke and chill. And for the monkeys, tell them to bring me the point, thank you. Oh no. I'm on the road, hustling with my brothers, cause I alone cannot build an empire. God alone be by my power, no. My power no be by my power, but I alone, man, I'm hotter than fire, no. Man alone, fit to do past my power, no man, no, 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 no. Just want smoke and chill. For this life of sin where I don't even know what's real. Yeah. I just want smoke and chill. And for the munchies, tell them to bring me the point and kill. Oh no. The party no go start But it no go sweet oh, till my garden is on fire. Sapa want this up, Sapa want to try me, but my hustle is on fire. All up I want to come for a brother like me. Sapa want to try make a brother man bleed, but Sapa see no brother like.
In today's video we are going to be talking about the differences between an LPC, an LMFT and an LCSW and what career path is going to be best for you. Don't worry, we are also going to go over what each one of these acronyms means as well. So if you are confused, don't be. You first need to know what types of mental health professionals are out there, the differences between them. Now, before we do get into the differences between an LPC, an LMFT and an LCSW, I also want to point out that none of these titles are going to lead to you becoming a psychiatrist or a psychologist. Both of these career paths are going to require doctoral degrees. Now, the main difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist is the type of work that they do. Psychiatrists are trained medical doctors who can prescribe medications and they spend much of their time with patients on medication management as a course of treatment. Now, they do talk therapy, but honestly, if you are going to see a psychiatrist for talk therapy, you would be much better off seeing a psychologist, as psychiatrists tend to make a lot more money, so, therefore, they charge a lot more money. Psychologists, on the other hand, focus extensively on psychotherapy and treating emotional and mental suffering in patients with behavioral intervention. To become a licensed psychologist, on the other hand, you will need to obtain a PhD. So a doctor of philosophy, or aside, a doctor of psychology. PhD programs are more focused on research methods, whereas a PsyD is going to prepare graduates for careers that apply scientific knowledge of psychology. Now, on average, both of these programs are usually going to require about 8 to 12 years of post-secondary education. Now, in some states as a psychologist you can prescribe medication, but if your sole focus is to prescribe medication as a course of treatment, you are much better off becoming a psychiatrist. Now, let's talk about the different kinds of counseling options at the master's level. So if you don't want to do any assessments or anything and just want to become a counselor, you will not need to obtain more than a master's degree in counseling. Now, before I go over all of the acronyms, one thing I do want to point out is that states might call them different names. So for example, an LPC in one state might be called an LPCC in another state. An MFT in one state might be called an LMFT in another. So just keep that in mind. Now also there isn't a whole lot of difference between the three professions in terms of who they can help, the locations that they can work in and etc. An LPC can work with married couples, an LMFT can work with individuals and a social worker can do the same. They can really work across the entire board. Now, having clinical depression myself, I have personally worked with all three different types of counselors. I've worked with an LPC, an LMFT, and an LCSW. And that's why if you use apps such as Talkspace or BetterHelp, you will see that all three of them are going to be options listed. The main distinction is going to come in the approach that they take. Now, the first mental health profession that we are going to be talking about is an LPC or a licensed professional counselor. An LPC is a counselor who is going to focus more on an individual's mental health. Primarily they are going to work one-on-one with individuals to help them uncover the intrinsic challenges that they are experiencing. So they would focus a lot on the patient themselves and help that patient establish a change within themselves to better cope with the mental illness that the patient is experiencing. The second mental health profession that we are going to be talking about is an LMFT or a marriage and family therapist. Marriage and family therapists are going to focus primarily on couples and family therapy. Sometimes their practice might include sitting down with two couples and helping them work through challenges, but they also can do one-on-one counseling, and this is where it can kind of get confusing. Now, instead of looking at mental health illnesses from an intrinsic approach, a marriage and family therapist is going to look at it from an extrinsic approach. What relationships or what other outside factors might be contributing to a mental illness? Between an LPC and an LMFT, try to think of it as intrinsic versus extrinsic. Now, the third type of mental health professional that we're going to be talking about is a social worker. Now, social workers can be called LSWs, but to become a counseling social worker, you will need to get that clinical component. and so you at this point would be called an LCSW or a licensed clinical social worker. Social workers really shift their focus on a systemic or a community focus. In other words, how has your community around you contributed to the mental health challenge that you are experiencing today? Now, what could be done to help overcome the challenges you are experiencing? Social work really is all about connecting individuals with resources in their community to help them overcome various challenges that they are experiencing. Also, if you think about it, social work is probably going to be the broadest of the three mental health professionals, which is why about 80% of counselors out there are social workers. And this allows social workers to do work in a wide variety of professional settings. Some social workers will deal with public policy, others will deal with community advocacy, and everything like that. But to be a counseling social worker, again, you will need to be a licensed clinical social worker. That is going to require a master's degree, and that is going to require a ton of practical hours as well. So to summarize, as long as your state permits, you can go into private practice with really all three different degrees. In terms of length, becoming an LPCS usually going to take the longest. When you're choosing a school, make sure you are choosing a school that is CACREP credited. This is incredibly important. This is what all states out there recognize. In terms of becoming an LPC, you want to make sure that your program is CACREP accredited. If you go through a program that is not CACREP accredited, once you sit down and take your licensing exam, your state isn't going to recognize it as a valid degree, and therefore you are just going to be wasting your time and money. Now, when it comes to being a licensed social worker, again, make sure that your social work program is CSWE accredited. This is essentially the CACREP accreditation of social work. So without a CSWE accredited social work program, you're not really going to be able to do anything. It's that simple. And finally, marriage and family therapy. And this is usually going to take the shortest amount of time to complete, and you want to ensure that your program is what is called COAMFTE accredited. All three of these different accrediting bodies are incredibly important, as without them, you are not going to be able to practice through your state. With all three master's degree programs, you will need to do the curriculum. You are going to have to do internship and practicum hours as well. And then once you do that, all of that, you will be able to finally sit down and take your state licensing exam. Now, most states are going to have kind of like associates or limited license, which means even if you were to pass your state exam, it doesn't mean you can go out right away and open up your own practice.
How to choose the right therapist. Studies suggest that with those who suffer from depression or anxiety, therapy in combination with medication is more effective than medication alone. In fact, Barna published a study in 2018 suggesting that 76% of people reported positive outcomes from counseling. Despite these results, studies in 2020 suggest that 56% of people diagnosed with mental illness still never received treatment. So if you're watching this video, congratulations on taking the first step, which is showing interest in therapy. Stick around after the intro and we'll discuss how to choose the right therapist. This is Real Life Psych. For those of you new to my channel, my name's Alexa Asimos, licensed therapist and host of the channel Real Life Psych. Before we start, make sure to hit the like button so we can get this content out to more people who may need it. Also, make sure to subscribe and turn notifications on so that you get alerts every time we drop a new video. Today, we're talking therapy. In 2019, the American Psychological Association put out a study that showed the better relationship you have with your therapist, the better outcome you have in therapy, and that the relationship with the therapist was actually a better determining factor for positive outcomes than the type of therapy itself. So, how do we choose the right therapist? Let's start with comfort. It's important to find a good therapist that you can feel comfortable with, because that's the most important factor when it comes to opening up and being vulnerable. You might have to talk about uncomfortable subjects, possibly share things that you've never told anyone before. So you want to work with someone you can open up to, and not to mention listen to. But there are so many options and choices out there that choosing a therapist can feel overwhelming. Consider who you might work best with to form the therapeutic alliance. Your relationship with your therapist, also known as the therapeutic alliance, isn't just composed of a bond between the therapist and the patient. It also has to do with an agreement on the goals of therapy and the methods used to reach those goals. The therapist and the patient need to like one another. They also need to feel that there is good communication and a mutual willingness to work together. This is why we recommend that therapists continuously monitor interactions with their patients and check on them in terms of how they feel the process is going. Therapists are encouraged to work on improving the relationship if there appear to be communication issues or problems with trust. Therefore, it's important to find someone that you think you'll work well with. Some factors you might want to consider are gender. You might ask yourself, do you think you'd feel more comfortable with a man or a woman? Age. Do you want to work with someone older, younger, or around your age? Religion. Does it matter to you if the therapist has a particular religious affiliation? And race. Are there certain traumas associated with racial identity or discrimination? For example, this study in 2018 found that female patients who saw female therapists had the highest retention rate, whereas male patients who saw male therapists had the lowest retention rate. Furthermore, both female patients and male patients were more likely to complete 8 or more sessions when assigned to a female therapist. I say that to say the demographic of the therapist actually does make an impact on not only your progress in therapy, but your engagement. It's important to feel vulnerable and open during this process. It's up to you to think about the type of person you imagine opening yourself up to, and this may come with some trial and error. Most therapists don't make much of their personal lives public, but they will often share a few basic facts in their biographies, so you can try and find someone you might relate to before scheduling the first appointment. The next thing to consider is what you think you'd like to address in therapy. Many online sites also ask you to provide some basic information on what you'd like to address in therapy, such as anxiety, parenting issues, or substance abuse. It's really important to look at what your therapist specializes in. And this can look like on their bio that they specialize in anxiety, drugs, trauma-informed care, behavioral disorders such as cognitive disorder or oppositional defiant disorder. And the importance of looking at that is if you kind of understand where you're coming from, you might be more anxious, you might want to find a therapist that specializes in that area because they can best help you. One of the other factors to look at are their credentials. Therapists often have a lot of initials after their names, and it can be confusing to figure out what all those letters stand for. While you certainly don't need to become an expert on mental health accreditations, it can be helpful to understand a bit about what the letters mean. So, for example, LCSW stands for Licensed Clinical Social Worker, and this is someone who can provide therapy and also connect you to resources within your community. So sometimes they're in private practice and they can also be in hospital settings and help people who are getting discharged get connected with services. There's LMFT, Licensed Marriage and Family Therapist. That kind of speaks for itself. They focus on working with couples, family therapy, relationship issues. There's also CADC, which is what I have, a certified alcohol and drug counselor that works with addiction and often works with court-ordered individuals in substance abuse counseling. And finally, LCPC, a licensed clinical professional counselor. They can provide therapy and diagnose individuals with mental health disorders. You may see some other variations as each state has its own licensing board and credentialing system. While it may seem a bit overwhelming at first, when it comes to looking at all the different letters, their exact license might not matter very much to you in the end. What is important is to make sure that the therapist you choose is a licensed mental health professional and that they follow guidelines and a code of ethics. This is important if you're looking for a therapy as opposed to a life coach. Life coaches are not required to have a specific degree, and they don't have oversight by a governing board. Licensed therapists or social workers must meet state qualifications, which may include the following: passing a licensing test, passing a background check, performing a certain number of supervised hours, and maintaining continuing education credits. The next thing you may consider is how you'd like to address therapy using theoretical orientation, which essentially means specialized in individual style or approach for a given situation. This one is really tricky and certainly understandable if you've never thought about this. What I'm about to suggest is a huge oversimplification of the many theoretical orientations, but here are a few examples. If you believe there is an unconscious motivation or childhood trauma linked to your behavior, you might want to go to a psychodynamic therapist. If you want to change your thoughts and you think that will change your life, then you might want to try a cognitive therapist. If you don't ever want to talk about childhood traumas and you only want to be in the here and now, then maybe narrative, behavioral, or solution-oriented therapy are something to consider. If you want to work on your family and not just on you, then try a family-oriented system therapist. Let me say again, that was an enormous oversimplification, but just some insight into a type of therapy that might be best suited for you. Questions to ask a therapist before you meet. Some therapists will offer a free brief consultation over the phone prior to scheduling your first appointment. This can allow you to get to know the person a little and ask any questions you may have. If you're given this opportunity, take it. While a phone call won't guarantee you'll be able to tell whether the therapist is a good match, it may help you narrow down your options when you're trying to choose between several individuals. Here are some example questions I would ask a therapist before meeting them. How often would you anticipate seeing me? What is a typical session like and how long are sessions? How do I prepare for my session? What's your general philosophy and approach to helping? What kind of homework or reading do you give to your clients, if any? Not only is it important to see what they have to say, but how they say it. Studies show a therapist's ability to show warmth, genuineness, and empathy is key to their ability to form a therapeutic alliance. So consider this a valuable screening tool to see if the therapist is showing a level of patience and compassion you'd like them to have. Again, guys, if you've made it this far, it shows that you have a real interest in getting therapy. Remember, there is no one-size-fits-all in your therapist. Just because someone works well for someone else doesn't mean that they're going to work well for you. In future videos, we'll talk about what to expect when you have your first visit to a therapist. That's it for today, guys. Please leave a comment below.
Man, I'm hotter than fire, no. Man alone, fit to do pass my power, no man, no. Just wanna smoke and chill. For this life of sin where I don't even know what's real. Oh, yeah. Just wanna smoke and chill. And for the munchies, tell them to bring me the point and kill. Oh no. Fitta, killing it. Then I rock a boat and a body when I'm willing it. Fitta, killing it. Then I rock a boat and a body when I'm willing it. Fitta, killing it. Then I rock a boat and a body when I'm willing it. Fitta, killing it.
No do me why you are not there involved. No do me something we go make me stress. Give me less of that. Give me more of you. Give me something I'll never wanna lose, yeah. Mommy, you're making me lose my eyes for other girls. No do me something we go make me stress. Give me less of that. Give me more of you. Give me something I'll never wanna lose, yeah. Who's gonna know at the end of the day I'm yours for the night only, baby, oh, baby, oh.
come. I know they lie, now for you I don't come. There's no be love song, I call them your song. Yeah, for this wine, I don't wait for so long. Girl, I already take off and I don't go one stop. I know you feel I'm girl, your body says so. I know they yes, they give you long talk. Girl, I know that you they make a man so. Oh, baby, don't so. Oh yeah, baby, bounce up. On me. You're making me lose my eyes for other girls. No, do me something we go make me stress. Give me less of that. Give me more of you. Give me something I'll never wanna lose it. Who's gonna know at the end of the day? I'm yours for the night only, baby. Oh, baby, oh, I'm yours for the night only, baby. I've been waiting for you to come my way. For the sun, my rainy day. For your type, I can wait for days. My God, yeah, your type of feel not to give me pain. Yeah, your picture fits my frame. There for you in 1,000 ways. My God, for the night, for the night.
Cause all those times I do one for you, me no never waste time. But all my life I never see you. I swear you gon' be my eye. Why do I remember those times? Why do I remember those times?
What separates us humans from animals? Is it our opposable thumbs? Our complex language? The fact that we can farm our own food? Well, in the world of early personality psychology, really not much actually separated us from animals. Experiments were conducted on animals, and then the conclusions were applied to humans. Many psychologists found this process to be very demeaning and ultimately pessimistic. Are we basically just trained smart monkeys in a zoo? Are we Pavlov's dogs, just with a bit more mental capacity? Do we actually have any control over our personality and who we become? Enter Abraham Maslow, the father of the humanistic perspective on personality. His theory separates humans from animals and offers hope that humans can exercise control over their personality traits and the behaviors that they want to change. If you've ever heard of Maslow's name before, you're one step closer to understanding the humanistic perspective. Maslow created something called the hierarchy of needs, and this theory shows that the evolution of a human's needs goes from the most basic, like food, water, and shelter, to the more complex, like safety, self-esteem, love, and belonging. Now, as we satisfy our most basic needs, those on the bottom of the pyramid, we're more motivated to seek out more complex needs at the top of the pyramid. At the top of the pyramid is self-actualization, and for a long time, I actually struggled to know what this really meant. Self-actualization is a process by which people fulfill their potential, or they seek internal growth. You can call it enlightenment, you can call it personal development, or whatever you want to call it, it's the final thing that we are motivated to seek in life. So, imagine for a second that you can become the best version of yourself possible. Who would that person look like? How much money would they make? How many people would they help? Well, the path to that best imaginary person is the act of self-actualization. Here's a definition of self-actualize: the process by which which people fulfill their potential for goodness and maximize their internal growth. So, how does that tie into personality? Well, Maslow started to develop these theories in response to the more negative and pessimistic views on personality at the time. Many behaviorists believed that humans had little control over their personalities and they could be subjected to conditioning, just like any other species of animal on the planet. Maslow disagreed. He believed that humans could take control of their personalities as they attempted to achieve self-actualization. Well, in order to work towards self-actualization, humans have to reflect on who they currently are and what they need to do or to change in order to move forward. Carl Rogers was a humanist psychologist who focused on this process. Now, he, for the most part, agreed with Maslow's theories, but he pushed further to study how people actually satisfy these complex needs. What do you actually do? What thought processes are happening? Maslow focused on what, and Carl Rogers focused on how. So whenever a person thinks about their personality, they may tell themselves that they are honest, generous, and agreeable. Now these traits are all subjective and may not be the way that other people see this type of person's deeds or personalities. Now this disconnect or incongruence can prevent people from reaching self-actualization and can actually cause some form of anxiety. So how does this happen? Well, our brains are very picky about what they choose to see, what they choose to process, and to remember. So a person who only believes that they are agreeable may unconsciously choose to remember positive, agreeable interactions, or they might even misinterpret situations in which they were not actually displaying agreeable behavior. Their whole perspective changes. So where does this incongruence come from? How can we develop a more objective sense of ourselves within this world and actually try to reach self-actualization? Well, let's talk a little bit about humanistic studies. For the answer to these types of questions, Maslow and Rogers studied people who they believed reached some form of self-actualization. These people were very successful and spent their lives working to elevate humanity as a whole. I personally think someone like Elon Musk would be someone who they might study in today's world. Now, this approach of studying healthy, successful people was a big change in the world of personality psychology, and really just psychology in general. Before that, behaviorists and other personality psychologists at the time turned to study more people who made poor decisions in their life, or maybe had poor mental health. Humanists took a more optimistic approach with their subjects and the people that they studied. So what do we need to actually do to become self-actualized and positive members of society? Well, Carl Rogers concluded that people need to live in an environment with the following qualities: openness, opportunities for self-disclosure, acceptance, and empathy. If someone grew up in this type of environment, they're much more likely to hold congruent views of themselves that actually match how the rest of the world sees them. There's not going to be too much cognitive dissonance. Conversely, if someone grew up in a more hostile or negative environment, they're more likely to only see the things that they want to see. Now, Rogers uses the example of parents showing conditional and unconditional love. When children grow up in a household with unconditional love, they were more likely to hold congruent views of themselves and actually be on a better path towards self-actualization. Now, the children who received conditional love were more likely to block out times in which they were not loved. An example of conditional love would be a parent showing love to a child who gets good grades, but they stop showing love whenever the child brings home a C. Now, this pattern is likely to continue as an adult. The process of only seeing parts of a situation, or maybe misconstruing a situation, is likely to continue as they're put in more positive environment. So as I wrap up this video, you need to remember that the humanistic approach to personality is very positive. Humanists believe that with openness, empathy, and a genuinely positive environment, anyone can start to develop congruent views of themselves and who they are and actually move forward towards self-actualization. Humanistic psychology has had a very positive impact on the world of psychology. People can visit a therapist that uses a humanist approach to their practice. Now, this is often called Gestalt therapy. Gestalt therapy uses an approach that views patients and the therapist as equals. The therapist, rather than being an authority figure or someone like that who looks down on their patient, instead of doing that, they empathize. They use humanist ideas to create a positive environment, remember that's what we talked about earlier, that focuses on the present and positive emotions rather than bad and negative incidents from the past. Is your view of who you are congruent? Well, the process of discovering that your view of ourselves may be incongruent with the world isn't always easy. Supportive friends, groups, and therapists are very crucial to understanding where you fit in the world. Think about how you see yourself and how you behave when friends or family try to offer opposing perspectives. How does this behavior contribute to your overall personality? How can you create and put yourself in an environment that encourages an open, genuine look at yourself through the eyes of the world? For a lot of people, a lot of problems they have because they can't see themselves the way that other people in the world might. And there's not really much else to explain about the humanist perspective of personality psychology. So if you enjoy this video, feel free to watch some of the other videos in this personality series. I've worked very hard on them. And if you want to learn more about your own personality, I've actually created a 3-in-1 personality quiz that you can take in the description below. It basically combines 3 of the major personality quizzes into one test that you can take in under 10 minutes. And hopefully I'll be able to predict some things about you, like your political stance, your relationship style, and maybe even your health. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this video.
See me don't tell you, see me no go ever leave. How you run from calm and then you turn athlete. Me shake up the rain and make them no catch me. Yeah, we too young, no fit think about we. So we got other things to do with that time being. Baby, all you have to love on me. All you have to do is love on me. Wasting time, cause all those times I do one for you. Me no never waste time, but all my life I never see you. I swear you go be my eye. Why do I remember those times? Why do I remember those times? Your love is wicked, how you're feeding me poison. Yeah, I knew I could say it wasn't my choice. How you know they help, but I'm hearing your voice. And I'm alone when I'm out with me pause it. Always losing love when it reaches the season. Always opening, the scars always bleeding. All of my memories of loving are fleeting. How many years for you, girl, I might be waiting. Always losing love when it reaches the season. You ain't love me, girl, so what was the reasons? The things you said to me, they didn't have no meaning. This is why they calling it a heartbreak season. Why do I remember those times? Why do I remember those times? Yeah, I know we wasting time, cause all those times I do one for you. Me no never waste time, but all my life I never see you. I swear you go be my eye. Why do I remember those times? Why do I remember those times?
Tell me, is it real life or is it only just a fantasy? Is this my reality? Am I really this high? And am I really this fly? Shout out to my red tribe, we be this steady to the other ajay. Ele dawa my day, to my day, it will only take time. You go soon enter break time, oh. And my brother just love, no choice. Welcome, king of the dancer. Cause they told me that I couldn't do it, but I did. Full stop, man, I paid my dues. Blood and sweat. Work hard, play hard and non-stop. Now we be the same people. We won't make I cripple, we won't make I shubu. One of them won't hurt. Man, I'm balling on them. Man, I'm balling on them. Waiting man go gain if I no follow them. Man, I'm balling on them. Man, I'm balling on them. So if you take a deeper dive, you go realize now your close guys been they wish you bad. I'm out of man deeper down the Nile. So my nigga, watch your back. Cause then ya no go to meow meow. Cash out my shit dada. Cause people going up and down and they be spreading doubt. But my destiny is covered. Me oh, that shit when it comes to my moolah. Every night and day, oh my brother just love. No choice. Welcome, king of the dancer. Cause they told me that I couldn't do it, but I did. Full stop. Man, I paid my dues. Blood and sweat. Work hard, play hard and non-stop. Now we be the same people. We won't make I cripple, we won't make I shubu. One of them won't hurt. Man, I'm balling on them. Man, I'm balling on them. Waiting man go gain if I no ball on them. Man, I'm balling on them. Man, I'm balling on them. Tabasa so cool so.
I text you when I'm feeling down. I got a man, but he's not around. I can be your comforter. Let me be your comforter. Text you when I'm feeling down. I got a man, but he's not around. You can be my comforter. Let me be your comforter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My tissue, kilo fat. And I down in the green light too. Me, I like you, you like me. And I da, don't. May we catch cruise. May we catch cruise. Driving in the Bentley cruise. In the Bentley cruise. I'll text you when I'm feeling down. I got a man, but it's not around. You can be my comforter. Let me be your comforter. I'll text you when I'm feeling down. I got a man, but it's not around. You can be my comforter. Let me be your comforter. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Come, make me be your comforter. Baby, you can call me comforter. Come, make me be your comforter. Baby, you can call me comforter. Yeah, come, make me be your comforter.
You can call me now.
Baby, you can call me comforter.
You can call me now.
Come, make me be your comforter.
You can call me now.
Baby, you can call me comforter.
Do the dirty things on me bare sofa. I'm on the cha, fine like wine, your body like Coca-Cola. And if you need more love, I know go use you play soccer. I know they whine you, if anybody try you, them gonna need the painkiller. Cause now me a comforter. مشيتي بيدالية بوحدي في كل نوتي المشكل ميزانية جيت بايبي فلاسيكو ماشي الميزانية درك وصلوا على قلبي عايش الميزانية ايه بيبي كيسانية غاب مزيكا شحال من صوتاتي خفية وحدك اللي غتفهمي كاري ديزانية غاب غيري ما تخليني تجيلي ديما I text you when I'm feeling down I got a girl but she's not around You can be my comforter Let me be your comforter yeah.
I text you when I'm feeling down. I got a man, but it's not around. You can be my comforter. Let me be your comforter. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Come, make me be your comforter. Baby, you can call me comforter. Come, make me be your comforter. Baby, you can call me comforter. Yeah, come, make me be your
You
comforter.
can call me now.
Baby, you can call me comforter.
You can call me now.
Come, make me be your comforter.
You can call me now.
Baby, you can call me comforter.
I text you when I'm feeling down. I got a girl, but she's not around. You can be my comforter. Let me be your comforter. I text you when I'm feeling down. I got a girl, but she's not around. You can be my comforter. Let me be your comforter. Yeah, yeah,
Come, make me be your comforter. Baby, you can call me comforter. Come, make me be your comforter. Baby, you can call me comforter. Yeah, come, make me be your comforter. Baby, you can call me comforter. Come, make me be your comforter. Baby, you can call me comforter.
Yeah. Can promise.
Somebody talk to me.
What? Yeah. When I make a jana wine cover, I mean, this shape me need a bit of bar. You see, painting ya corner bar. But the way you left from baby sound cover. Oh yeah, now I need for my. When a person try me say you are past, man, I be rolling with the Almighty. I for make it crazy. All the sound in Samia, all the sound in Samia. Be only me, we go give you sweet love. And so name what's going on behind closed doors. All the sound in Samia, all the sound in Samia. Be only me, we go give you sweet love. And so name what's going on behind closed doors. Close the door. When I make a jana one go far, I mean, this shit me need a bit of back. Me see, painting ya corner back. Other way you left from baby sound go far. Yo, me na make a jana one go far. I mean, this shit me need a bit of back. Me see, painting ya corner back. Other way you left from baby. Other sound in Samia, other sound in Samia. Be only me, we go give a sweet love. And so name what's going on behind closed doors. Other sound in Samia, other sound in Samia.
don't see me, they can't cry more, she mean come to Pesmo. Hey, Missy Mattia, she would know more. I don't know, cross her why. Say, be you are the one that they need, and for you, I go give it all. Oh, don't make I no lie to you, say they bust my brain. And for only you, I go do anything. So make it no fear, baby girl, I got you. If I say I got you, I believe I got you, yeah. 10 over 10, she be full spec. Make a bad man turn a good man. Oh yeah.
All the sun inside me, all the sun inside me. Me only me, I go give it sweet love. And so me, what's going on behind closed doors. All the sun inside me, all the sun inside me. Me only me, I go give it sweet love. And so me, what's going on behind closed doors. Close the door, yeah. Now we go down, now I go far. This shit, me need be the bar. You see, painting me, I can't no buy. Other way left from baby sound go far. Yo, me na me go jam, now I go far. I mean, this shit, me need be the bar. You see, painting me, I can't no buy. Other way left from baby, other sound inside.
Positive psychology is the scientific study of what makes life most worth living. It is a science, and science requires testing theories against evidence. It is not a sequel to The Secret, and should not be confused with untested self-help, fly-by-night motivational speakers, or New Age philosophy. Much of psychology has been concerned with answering the question, what is wrong with you? It has sought to make individuals less miserable, to treat pathology and mental illness. The goal of the positive psychology movement is to make normal life more fulfilling. It asks the question, what is right with you? Instead of trying to help a patient go from -8 back to 0, the goal is to help individuals move up the other side of the scale. The field is intended to complement, not to replace, traditional psychology. It does not seek to deny the importance of studying how things go wrong, but it does assert that strength is as important as weakness, and that it is just as important to build on the best things in life as to repair the worst. Positive psychology is concerned with increasing well-being. Is well-being the same thing as happiness? Not exactly. Martin Seligman, co-founder of the positive psychology movement, describes well-being as being made up of 5 pillars: positive emotion, engagement, relationships, meaning, and accomplishment. Branches of exploration in positive psychology. The term flow was coined by Mike Csikszentmihalyi, co-founder of the positive psychology movement. Flow is a state of absorption in one's work. It is characterized by intense concentration, loss of self-awareness, a feeling of being perfectly challenged, neither bored nor overwhelmed, and a sense that time is flying. Flow is an intrinsically rewarding experience. It can also help one achieve goals or improve skills, and is highly related to creative insights. Mindfulness is intentionally focused awareness of one's immediate experience. The experience is one of moment-by-moment attention to thoughts, emotions, physical sensations, and surroundings. To practice mindfulness is to become grounded in the present moment. Benefits include reduction of stress, anxiety, depression, and chronic pain. Learned optimism is the idea that a talent for joy can be cultivated. That said, it's important to note the research tells us that the path to fulfillment requires considerable hard work. There are few, if any, shortcuts to sustain happiness and well-being. Anyone who says otherwise is selling something. It is contrasted with learned helplessness, which is when one believes that he or she has no control over what occurs, and that external forces, such as genetics or social class, ultimately dictate his or her ability to accomplish a task or succeed. Evidence suggests that well-being is not simply the result of the fortunate spin of the genetic roulette wheel. There are things that people can actively do to lead more fulfilling lives. Professor Howard Gardner is leading a large-scale effort to identify individuals and institutions that exemplify good work. Work that is excellent in quality, socially responsible, and meaningful to its practitioners. The project also seeks to determine how best to increase the incidence of good work in our society. The Good Work Project argues that society as a whole would be better off to encourage individuals to pursue excellence for its own sake, to gravitate toward projects where they regularly achieve a sense of flow, and to find positions that will help them achieve higher levels of fulfillment. Is positive psychology an easy answer to all of society's problems? No, let's not be naive. But we must ask ourselves, if we apply the tenets of positive psychology to education, business, and government, if we encourage individuals and communities to build on their strengths, if we focused attention on the pillars of well-being, if we channeled more energy into what makes life worth living, what might be possible?
I no feature up no card out. Whipping in the ears, blowing ganja smoke. I ain't even hit it, but I got to throw. I be talking shit that you just gotta quote. Brown skin girl up the Friday boat. Oh yeah, this ain't last, girl, you give me hope. And if you want tries, then you gotta know. I ain't got a fling for a town girl. Downtown girl, say let's get it, girl. I ain't got a fling for a Dakar girl. Accra girl, say Jamaica girl. I ain't got a fling for a town girl. Downtown girl, say let's get it, girl. I got a fling for a team. I got a team that'll make you sing. I got a fling for an uptown girl. Downtown girl, say Freetown girl. I got a fling for a Cairo girl. Nairobi girl, say Kigali girl. I got a fling for an uptown girl. Downtown girl, say Freetown girl. I got a fling for a ting. I got a thing that'll make you sing. Don't let a young nigga run into you. It's like time I feel like we should lay low. For this fuego, taught me what you said though. It's your song, I feel like we should play though. Up in the spot, pull up in the lot. And you looking like fire, I'ma keep it above. I just study your work, shit, you gon' give me chop. So these feelings I got, when you go at them fast, Sabes que solo eres tú. Sabes que solo eres tú. Sabes
Girl, in your fine face, me I want to see every morning when I wake up. You they intoxicate me every day, honey. I like the way our body move when we make love, make love. I'm a look bow, can you press me hard to get up on? Get up on, soft till I come out. You didn't make me head, you didn't know. I'm a look bow, can you press me hard to get up on? Get up on, soft till I come out. You didn't make me head, you didn't know. I'm a look bow, yeah, yeah. I'm a look bow. She dey bust in my mental when we make love, make love. Baby girl, you got me longing for your body. I'ma get you, you go ride me like limousine. Forget you, as I break your back, you sing it, daddy, yo. Singing in my limo. Girl, in your fine face, me I want to see every morning when I wake up. You they intoxicate me every day, honey. I love the way our body move when we make love, make love. I'm a look bow. Can you bless me hard to get up on? Get up on, soft till I come out. You can make me mad, you cannot know. I'm a look bow. Soft till I come home. You can make me mad, you didn't know. I'm a look bow, yeah. I'm a look bow. Yeah, she dey bust in my mental when we make love, make love.
Undercover. Hot boy summer, she turned that shit to a cold one. I was just chatting with my guys. How we gon' fuck the summer up? Now I'm guilty and you know why. Shade oh, shade ti gbọ́ mọ́ lọ, ó ti ṣe copy. Oh shade oh, shade ti give me love, yeah, ó pọ̀ jù. Oh shade oh. Shawty, why don't you come by? Give you peace of mind. Shawty, oh, Why you do that? I didn't even get my Mac on. Can't deny these feelings is so strong. I do the high, make I so kaleo. Every head I make I do baleo. Oh yeah. How you gon' be? The one for me, the one for me. Oh let it be, oh let it be, oh let it be. How you gon' be? How you gon' be? The one for me. Oh let it be, oh let it be, baby. Shade oh, shade ti gbọ́ mọ́ lọ, ó ti ṣe copy. Oh shade oh, shade ti give me love, yeah, ó pọ̀ jù. Oh shade oh. Shawty, why don't you come by? Give you peace of mind. Shawty, oh, Shawty, oh, Shawty, oh. Shawty, ti gbọ́ mọ́ lọ, ó ti ṣe copy. Oh, Shawty, oh. Shawty, ti give me love, yeah, ó pọ̀ jù. Oh, Shawty, oh. Shawty, why don't you come by? Give you peace of mind. Shawty, oh, Shawty, oh. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, got shake, oh yeah, got shake, oh yeah, got shaking, oh yeah, got shaking, oh yeah, got
mind to take control. Yeah, yeah, take control. Chip out my mind to take control. Yeah, yeah, take control. Chip out my mind to take control. Yeah, yeah, take control. Chip me this mind. I got you on my mind. You done give me 1 million and I feel leave your side.
Flow is often described as a state of kind of effortless effort. We feel like we're propelled through the activity. Everything else just seems to disappear. Time is going to dilate, which is a fancy way of saying it's going to pass strangely. 5 hours go by in like 5 minutes. Occasionally it'll slow down. You get a freeze frame effect. I mean, anybody who's been in a car crash, for example. Intuition tends to get turned up a lot. This is a basketball player in the zone, seeing the hoop, and suddenly it's as big as a hula hoop. And our frown muscles tend to be paralyzed. And what that frowning is a sign that the brain is doing work. This is a constant issue in my marriage where my wife thinks I'm mad at her or somebody, and I'm like, no, I'm just thinking. This is just me thinking. I'm in robot mode. My name is Stephen Kotler. I'm a writer and a researcher, and my latest book is The Art of Impossible. Flow itself, actually, the term is coined by Goethe, who uses the German word Rausch, which means overflowing with joy. Nietzsche actually wrote about flow. William James worked on the topic, but Mihai Csikszentmihalyi is often referred to as the godfather of flow psychology. He was very interested in sort of well-being, meaning of life, and he went around the world talking to people about the times in their lives when they felt their best and they performed their best. Everywhere he went, people said the same thing. I'm in this altered state of consciousness where every action, every decision I make seems to flow effortlessly, perfectly, seamlessly from the last. Flow actually feels flowy. More specifically, it refers to any of those moments of rapt attention and total absorption. You're so focused on the task at hand, so focused on what you're doing, everything else just seems to disappear. But one of the things that athletes talk about a lot is what they call the voice. Often when I'm skiing in flow, I will get directions, right, left, do this, do that, and it's very quick. You either do what the voice is telling you to do, or you tend to crash. The challenge skills balance is often called the golden rule to flow, and the idea here is pretty simple. We pay the most attention to the task at hand when the challenge of that task slightly exceeds our skill set. So to do this work and to get good at it, you have to get good at being comfortable with being uncomfortable. So you want to stretch, but not snap. So there are a number of different things you can do to sort of prepare yourself and prepare the environment to drop into flow. The flow triggers are your toolkit. 22 of them have been discovered. There are probably way more, but so far researchers have identified 22. The most basic of flow's triggers, complete concentration. You really want to sort of start your work session, if you can, in relationship to your physiology. I like to wake up at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. That's when I'm most awake, most alert. I am married to a night owl. My wife doesn't wake up till 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. That's when her brain comes alive. And then you want to try to block out 90 to 120 minutes for uninterrupted concentration. Practice distraction management ahead of time. So you want to turn off your phone, turn off email, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, etc. All your messages, all your alerts. There was a study where they found that coders in flow, if they get knocked out by distraction, a knock at the door, a text alert or whatever, it can take them 15 minutes to get back into flow. If they can get back in at all, flow only shows up when all of our attention is in the right here, right now. One way to kind of explore flow triggers, there's a cluster of them that are predominantly dopamine triggers. They drive focus, they drive attention, they drive alertness, and excitement. And there's a lot of different ways to get dopamine. Novelty produces dopamine. We see the same thing with unpredictability, complexity, the experience of awe. You look up at the night sky and you see stars everywhere, and you know those stars are actually universes, and you get sort of perceptual vastness. If you've ever done a crossword puzzle or Sudoku, you get an answer right, that little rush of pleasure you get, that's dopamine. And then you usually get a couple of answers right in a row. That's because the dopamine that is now in your system is amplifying pattern recognition. We get that same dopamine from risk-taking. And this could be physical risks, emotional risks, social risks, intellectual risks, possibly spiritual risks. We get the dopamine not as a reward for taking the risk, which is what some people used to believe, but now we know it's to kind of drive motivation. Now, there are lots of different intrinsic motivators, but from a motivation standpoint, there are 5, and they're all designed to be built into one another and work in a sort of specific order, in a specific sequence. The most basic human motivator is curiosity. One of the things we get from curiosity is focus for free. When we're curious about something, we don't have to struggle. We don't have to burn a lot of calories trying to pay attention to it. Curiosity is designed, biologically again, to be built into passion. And think about, we've all fallen in love, how much attention you pay to the person you're falling in love with. You can't stop thinking about them, can't stop staring at them. That's a tremendous amount of focus for free. Now, passion is incredibly useful, but as a motivator, you can go one better, which is purpose. Everybody wants to talk about, oh, I have a purpose and it's this big altruistic thing and it's good for the world, and all those things may be true, but from a peak performance perspective, it's very, very selfish. Once you have purpose, the system demands autonomy. I want the freedom to pursue my purpose. And once you have that freedom, the system wants the last of the big motivators, mastery. Mastery is the skills to pursue that purpose well. One of the really incredible things about being human is we're all built for peak performance. Flow is universal in humans. It's actually universal in most mammals, and definitely all social mammals. There's a shared collective version of a flow state, a team performing at their best, a group performing at their best. This is called group flow. In fact, studies have shown that the people who score off the charts for these characteristics, who score off the charts for overall well-being and life satisfaction, are the people with the most flow in their lives. We're all capable of so much more than we know. That is a commonality across the board. So it's the largest lesson that 30 years in studying peak performance has taught me. And the way I sort of like to think about it is motivation is what gets us into the game. Learning allows us to continue to play. Creativity is how we steer. And flow, which is optimal performance, is how we amplify all the results beyond all reasonable expectation.
Get smarter, faster with videos from the world's biggest thinkers. And to learn even more from the world's biggest thinkers, get Big Think Plus for your business.
Give me some, make I come inside. Show me up, show you they hear me so, day and night. Now you there in my mind. See you want me, can you down, no, you down for you, yeah. See you want me, can, see you want me, can you down, no, you down for you, yeah.
Why don't you listen when I talk? I don't like the way you drive off. You don't have to curse, I'll back off. I'm not recognizing my girlfriend. I was still thinking this shit was all rosy. Now it's so cold in these streets and so lonely. Out here fucking with chicks that don't know me. Babes, we know they close to your level, no story. Now I'm having cold nights and low vibing. It's too lifeless for my own liking. I don't write things where I want that I speak. I don't type sense, I still wipe it. I'm trying to tell you that I got fucked up. Please don't throw that back, it costs way too much. See, you self no say I no feet to cope. I don't go feet deny, it's been way too
you want me, cause you down, no, you down for you, yeah. She want me, cause you want me, cause you down, no, you down for you, yeah.
Always like this. Talking when you should just go more or less. You find like every day, cause you like to make up with me. You don't do past yourself, but I still let go. So why, tell me why, I'm hypnotized with Kill 'em with the wine, kill 'em with the shine, no more. I cannot fit deny your love. Take up all of my time, can't take back the way you whine, no more don't so. Can we roll like fire? So why, tell me why, I'm hypnotized, hypnotized. Oh why, tell me why, I'm hypnotized, hypnotized. Man getting high till I fade out. If the vibe no pure on my way out. Hula balu, anytime we step out. The men them outside, we know they house. No they look for us, we know they house. So they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Okay, see, I'm ahead of them, I see what you. I'm a fucking baller, you got only me. No man fit talk shit to me, me look me, you go collect oh. See, I'm on a me, the leader, she what you. I'm a fucking baller, you got only me. No man fit talk shit to me, me look me, you go collect oh. Cheers to my friends and click. When I call them, I all pulling up. We strapped up with the guns and the swords and things. Bring hell to anybody who try to test me. I'm your dad, I'm your uncle, I'm your popsy. I be old man, no go, they call me Gen Z. Brother C, steady giving them gap, multi love far. They can never near me. I smile lover, just go. My own wife, don't show. I'm on my polo white, my face show. Sweet boy for life, you don't know. You're serious, babe, they worry my phone. You done this up for back, you don't know. Every day we dey run, I'm on call. Supposed to know how the thing go. Man getting high till I fade out. If the vibe no pure on my way out. Hula balu, anytime we step out. The men them outside, we know they house. No they look for us, we know they house. So they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Okay, see, I'm ahead of them, I see what you. I'm a fucking baller, you got only me. No man fit talk shit to me, me look me, you go collect oh. See, I'm on a me, the leader, she what you. I'm a fucking baller, you got only me. No man fit talk shit to me, me look me, you go collect oh. I'm on a different steez. Singlet belt and ripped out jeans. Man too as I know if you lose that cheese. Oluwa under my body with blessings. When you leave that thing. When I say kukuru cook that thing. Who they check amoya look that thing. Face white, yash black, I rebuke that thing. Make nobody try stress me, I know be JJC. I don't know if you get it on a top rating. Affiliate with the best team. You won't race me, we know they do the same thing. Can no be jet ski, you say waiting, no go easy me less. You go chop creping, I do it diligently. Won't let me, don't really bug me. Man getting high till I fade out. If the vibe no pure on my way out. Hula balu, anytime we step out. The men them outside, we know they house. No they look for us, we know they house. So they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Okay, man getting high till I fade out. If the vibe no pure on my way out. Hula balu, anytime we step out. The men them outside, we know they house. No they look for us, we know they house. So they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Okay, me lost. Yeah, you know you rock with the ball. And there ain't no stopping with the ball.
Yeah. It's okay. It's all. I live life like YOLO. Cause nobody only pass. And I'm already knowing that nobody knows tomorrow. Only Coco, oh no. As long as we counting dope, yeah, we gon' be alright. It be like say we fit to fight plenty, oh, po. And if you say I got my guys with me, we going up for sure. Dancing to the rhythm of the beats, for this blood we going down. Come on, let's go 1-2 step like the money's on road. Leaving with the story untold. Yeah. To make it rock your back, baby, wine I'm so. Just relax, I feel to take control. Yes, give it to me, baby, oh yeah, wine I'm low. Do it as if there's no one love. So make it rock your back, baby, wine I'm so. Just relax, I feel to take control. Gon' be alright. Yeah. I just live life like never really mattered. Niggas gon' talk, yeah, niggas gon' chatter. I know I did wrong, but now I'm doing better. Yeah. Playing for keeps, I ain't never gon' let up. Praying for peace, I know my mama really fed up. Don't wanna lose me to equal, but I did live like that.
According to behaviorism, the subject matter of psychology was not the human mind. It was not thought or emotion or memory. It was behavior. Behaviorism rose as kind of a reaction to some of the excesses of Freudian psychoanalysis, that the mind is populated with an id, an ego, and a superego, and preconscious and unconscious, and libido, and eros and thanatos, that little boys have an unconscious desire to copulate with their mothers and a fear of being castrated by their fathers. A lot of kind of exotic attributions to the mind of a little kid without a whole lot of evidence. In reaction, behaviorism said, forget it. Forget the Oedipal complex, forget the death wish. In fact, forget beliefs, desires, or any kind of mental content. The idea was that psychology should be a science, and science deals with things you can measure. And mental entities, like thoughts and beliefs and wishes and images and desires and motives, were not things you could measure with an instrument. Therefore, they were like ghosts and spirits and sprites and leprechauns. They were not the proper subject matter of psychology, which should only study the stimuli in the environment that a physicist could measure, the responses of an organism, and the laws of learning that determined how an organism would behave depending on its current stimulus situation and its past history of learning. This was captured in a couple of laws of learning. There was Pavlovian conditioning, famous from Pavlov's dogs, who heard a bell followed by a bit of food and then eventually came to salivate to the bell. And operant conditioning, where, say, a rat in a box pressing a lever that delivered a food pellet would then start to press the lever over and over again. The idea being that once you identify the laws of learning, they would apply across the board to all stimuli, all responses, all organisms. So if you could nail down the laws of learning with a simple laboratory preparation, like rats in a box, the box came to be known as the Skinner box in honor of B.F. Skinner, that's what you needed to know for a science of behavior.
Cause nobody only pass, and I'm already knowing that nobody knows tomorrow. We gon' go, oh no. As long as we counting dope, yeah, we gon' be alright. Like say we fit 5 and 0, and if you say I got my guys with me, we going up for sure. Dancing to the rhythm of the beats, for this blood we going down. Put 1-2 step like the money's on road. Leaving with the story untold. Yeah.
Said Africana when I'm on a vibe and I'm on a cover when I'm on a wave. So I need a day, wanna run away, as in I wanna leave. Said I want it deep, so I need a jet and I wanna rent, not the internet, cause they all they meant. But I wanna walk, I just wanna ball, yeah. So maintain the energy, it remains in my memory. Yes, we are and the odds will see. I won't give no apologies, oh no. Can you feel me? I'm living my life now. I'm living my time now. I'm living my life. To live life. No time. To live life. No time.
It's January 9th, celebrating life. Elevated heights, emanating light. A white tiger can't deny I'll take away my stripes. Through the valleys and the peaks, we maintain the height. Great advice, heard it from an A you like. Make a nice movement, shoot the dice, play your aim is nice. No time, gotta say it twice. Life's for the living, I'm just tripping off the greatest vice. Strong roots, bear fruit, we got the juice within. Back against the wind, time to win again. Grab my fire dripping pen, tap into my zen. Tell the universe to bend and produce a gem. You know the blend, nigga classic. I ain't even capping. 3 tapes in a row, that's a hat trick. Tell so-and-so they can adapt it. If you want that original vibe, you gon' blast this.
So maintain the energy, it remains in my memory. Yes, we are and the odds will see. I won't give no apologies, oh no. Can you feel me? I'm living my life now. I'm living my time now. I'm living my life. To live life. No time. To live life. No time.
Live life, my guy, no think twice. My head anointed with oil, my drip nice. We manifesting the vibes on this side. They try to trick guys, their lies and sit right. In the eye of the storm, we sit tight. Even when there was turbulence in flight. Swear the world and prepare for these times. The weak will switch sides, the eagles keep flying. Cause that's why we came, not for the fame. Mix shall inherit, that's the word that remains. Ogumade, that's the blood of a king. When you hear the bang, just know you're not rocking with the livest. Tell me what your vibe is, who's for the night, or music that is timeless. If it is the latter, make a holler you in private. If you can describe it, then show them we'll provide it.
No time. To live life. No time.
She don't wanna love and make it no better. She don't wanna honesty and no nana. She ain't even talking if there's no rapper. Oh no, my baby on a whole nother different level, she be slow right now. She take me to heaven when she goes slower. Right after we fuck, she give me culture down. She don't want anything, she just want your past life. Me, I want everything, and I want fuck her right. She don't want anything, she just want your past life. Me, I want everything, and I want fuck her right. She just want your past life, and I want fuck her right. Just one day, alright. Baby, no say she be criminal. She know she giving trouble to many man, oh. And then she give me trouble I really can't, oh. Get the waste, oh. So I feel it can't spend on me money, I really can't do anything to keep you away from any man, oh. Girl loving on the low right now, and she know I make her hold that. And you got me screaming, oh my God, cause she tell me that she really like a hoe right now. And you know my love is true. Never had to know you, and my love is true. No, she don't want anything, she just want your past life. Me, I want everything, and I want fuck her right. She don't want anything, she just want your best life. Me, I want everything, and I want fuck her right. She don't want anything, she just want your best life. Me, I want everything, and I want fuck her right. She don't want anything, she just want it alright. But she want any, she don't want me, God. She just want your best life. Oh, she just want me, God. And I want fuck her right. Just want
Jealousy, I see the blip. I'm still working real hard on a Saturday. My future, I don't see from a mile away. Nobody you got tell me how I go party. Giant low, fast on holiday. Cause I work, I don't play, cause they don't bed. You know, see minimum wage, don't be my money. And any little smart change, if you come my way. Giant low.
Never thought I would make it, I used to dream for better days. In some of the doors, so I just wanna get away. Who really cares what a hater gotta say? Life gave me lemons, I turn them to lemonades like, woo. Money with the chase, deep thoughts, my people does a Kevin Gates. Thank God for your compassion and all your grace. Heaven is the peace in your heart, it's not a place. I gave it my all, I slept on the floor. I take risk anytime I step out of the door. Say me can I do them bad, then I'm breaking the law. Anything about the money, I'm getting involved. They told me not to dream big, this thing is bigger than dreams. 10-story building, we talking a couple beams. Tough skin, go get the money by any means. Me mama motivation, my must be posting memes. Time changes, from Subin to Abbey Road. Who the one time me be in the carry load? See Canaba, my jet diamond and Sanji gold. Get a boy with some money, you know how the story goes.
Jealousy, I see the blip. I'm still working real hard on a Saturday. My future, I don't see from a mile away. Nobody you got tell me how I go party. Giant low, fast on holiday. Cause I work, I don't play, cause they don't bed. You know, see minimum wage, don't be my money. Any little smart change, if you come my way. Giant low.
I was destined to make it, whether you hate it or love it. Yes, I'm blessed, nothing you can do about it. And we know empty barrels are always the loudest. Got myself a Lamborghini, it's dropping in August. Used to hang around the corner 2003. But Chevy Deuce, still a yard, me young love on the street. I remember how it hold me to sleep in the heat. Now they gotta pay me just to sleep in a beautiful suite. I thought I told you I was gonna be one of the best. I spoke to B High, can I get J on the text? That's some boss talk, and you can hate on the flex. I don't need a middleman, cause I pay all the checks. Oh, this is heaven to me, I came from nothing. All this money you see came from rapping. Everybody follow my lead, cause I ain't stopping. Man, they say they're harder than me, them homies capping. And hey, everything is okay on the jet to LA. Cause I'm time, cause I'm late, and I'm still getting paid. What's the point when you hate? Cause I got food on the plate. Think you made a mistake, and that's half of your fate. Money over what else? Got the Mercedes for the missus. Dead wounds, but you can see the stitches. Ain't no genie granting all your wishes, you gotta work.
Jealousy, I see the blip. I'm still working real hard on a Saturday. My future, I don't see from a mile away. Nobody you got tell me how I go party. Giant low, fast on holiday. Cause I work, I don't play, cause they don't bed. You know, see minimum wage, don't be my money. And any little smart change, if you come my way. Giant low, if I see the blip, blip. Still working real hard on a Saturday. My future, I don't see from a mile away. Me, you got tell me how I go party. Giant low, fast on holiday. I cannot play, cause they don't bed. You know, see minimum wage, don't be my money. And any little smart change, if you come my way. Giant low.
Lecture.
Baby, if you don't love me, let me know. Say what bread me americano. I think I'm ready to go now. It is crazy, I just want you to say you love me. My battery they follow. I think I'm ready to go now. The thing we say I know they expect much from you. Maybe just one or two things where you they do. So boy I've been born in a every dash I move. Now let me tell you go play me for a fool. I beg you, I beg, I beg you, I beg, I beg you, went to Spain, but this pain they drive me insane. Baby, do you get the picture? This be too much for my age. Oh no, I pray every day. I dey hope say you go change. I promise say you don't go get this love anywhere. The thing we say I know they expect much from you. Give me just one or two things where you they do. The boy I be born in a head. I know me say you gon' play me for a fool. I beg you, I beg, 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 oh, 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 I beg you, beg, oh, I beg you, beg, oh, I beg you, I beg, oh, I beg you, I beg, oh, I beg you.
In your eyes, I can see a million reasons why. Got me feeling I could touch the sky. You got me hypnotized. And if I don't look twice, I could slip and jump and fall and scratch my eye. Looking like I just got a polo white. Not have to waste my time. Cool it down before I lose my manners, baby, call me high. You know I just wanna touch the sky. No, I don't wanna die. If I don't look twice, I could slip and jump and fall and scratch my eye. Looking like I just got a polo white. Not have to waste my time.
I'm feeling I could touch the sky. I'm feeling you might be the reason that I'm feeling, but I'm thinking just enjoy the ride. I never try to force the vibe, cause real ones are in short supply. My heart cold, man, it's justified. Before I pull look on it, touch my eye, I lose guard when you show up sometimes. Trying to show you how I feel these days, but you know what, sometimes they form hard when there's really no more hiding again. Late night, no more, can't fight it again. Back of the party, she whining again. She did groove, different moves, she providing again. She asked, what's your moon rising again? I don't know, but I'm feeling some alignment again. See that flame, make we light it again. Off the deep end, I'm diving again. So I told her,
in your eyes, I can see a million reasons why. Got me feeling I could touch the sky. You got me hypnotized. And if I don't look twice, I could slip and jump and fall and scratch my eye. Looking like I just got a polo white. Not have to waste my time. Cool it down before I lose my manners, baby, call me high. You know I just wanna touch the sky. No, I don't wanna die. If I don't look twice, I could slip and jump and fall and scratch my eye. Looking like I just got a polo white. Not have to waste my time.
$1 million voice and they tell me talking is cheap. I'm laughing to the bank, that shit's comic relief. My pledge turned emotions that are worn on my sleeve into a magic trick, we call that the prestige. Knowing I was a beast, you let me walk off the leash. Told me if I don't come back, I belong to the streets. Now we got the kind of love Luther had at his peak. Cause if this world were mine, I place it all at your feet. So being real is a superpower, you're my hero. Jean Grey and Storm with Harley Quinn on the D-Lo. Your voice is peace when you speak's like a keynote. Whatever you selling, I bought a kilo. Now brothers fiending, heavy with the breathing. Lost in your world, but your eyes give it meaning. As we reach our zenith, you whisper, give me a kiss. You better stop before I give you a kid. Get on the real, you need to
cool it down before I lose my manners, baby, call me high. You know I just wanna touch the sky. No, I don't wanna die. If I don't look twice, I could slip and jump and fall and scratch my eye. Looking like I just got a polo white. Not have to waste my time.
Too many things I did think, whoa. I never talk anything, whoa. Then they do shakity, whoa. I'm God. This life is sweet, but if you whoa. I pray to God with my blessings for. Daddy get let do proper. Get the money, live soft life, Say they want to link for vibes. I'm on the case, I slow down. After the club last night, wake up with and go for to kill it from my side, we are no feel recognize. Worry me, I'ma make nothing worry me. Try to cover me, so they can't see me. Cut all in me, down till I'm on the shop. Dating on my ambition, I'm a sweet sensation. Just one come with you. Wow. Too many things I did think, whoa. I never talk anything, whoa. Then they do shakity, whoa. I'm God. This life is sweet, but if you whoa. I pray to God with my blessings for. Dating on my ambition. Girls tell me cause I am too sure. I know she's not it by nature. I love her cause I'm a mixture. So it's a different vibration. I'ma get bold, baby low. I know they take them too serious. She say she love my new lifestyle. Thank God say she don't know me before. I've been things, wow. Too many things I did think, wow. I never talk anything, wow. Then they do shakity, wow. I'm God. This life is sweet, but if you wow. I pray to God with my blessings for. Dating on my ambition, I'm a sweet sensation. Guess I'll finish my love.
Small bikini when no like to the yeah what. Stop on the night with the fight with the landlord. John 3:16, tell me say make I the fear God. Cause as the pastor they preach, everybody they jalo. I say we they got you over, we they got you over, oh no me got you over, we they got you over, if you get problem, no they call me, say make it got you over, oh no me got you over,
We couldn't talk about the theories of personality or psychology without mentioning Freud. Sigmund Freud is one of the most famous and controversial minds of the 20th century. His psychoanalytic perspective of personality offers a unique way of looking at the body and mind connection to personality. So in order to know Freud, we have to know three following terms: the id, the ego, and the superego. These are the three parts of your personality, well, according to Freud. These three characters are driven by unconscious energy. Now, a person may not always hear or talk to these parts of their personality, but they are all silently going through a struggle to influence our decisions and our behavior. The id is the bad boy of our subconscious. It is an impulsive part of the psyche that seeks pleasure and avoids pain at all costs. The id wants instant gratification. It is the part of you that grabs for food as a baby or acts to satisfy sexual desires without thinking it through. Now, the superego lies on the opposite end of the spectrum. This part of the psyche wants to control the id. If humans acted only based on receiving instant gratification and immediate pleasure, we would surely be in a whole lot of trouble. The superego unconsciously and consciously acts to follow the rules of society and tries to keep the id from causing some serious damage long term. Now, the ego lies in between the middle of these two entities, in between the id and the superego. The ego is in constant struggle to balance out these two forces and try to make pleasurable decisions without causing too much damage. It's like a well-minded adult standing in the middle of two children wanting to overthrow each other. So, how do Freud's ideas influence the way that we shape our personality? Well, one of his theories was that as a child grows into an adult, they encounter 5 psychosexual stages of development. During each of these stages of development, the id is focused on a specific erogenous zone. Now, the ego must struggle to balance out the pleasure-seeking id and the moral superego. During each of these phases, internal conflicts will result in many different types of struggles. Now, Freud Freud said personality is formed by the process and the results of each of these struggles. So there are 5 basic stages. The first one is oral, the second one is anal, the third one is phallic, the fourth one is latency, and the fifth one is genital. Freud believes that most of our personality has actually been formed by the time that we reach age 5. At the age of 5, a child has gone through the oral, the anal, and most of the phallic stages. Now, if the child continues to struggle with balance during these stages, they will develop something called fixations. For example, stage 1 is the oral stage. Oral fixations include smoking or problems with eating. If someone fails to master potty training, or they still struggle during the anal stage, then as they grow into an adult, they may become a sloppy or a lazy person. This is actually where we get the term anal retentive. During the third stage, the phallic stage, Freud believed that boys and girls start to notice the differences in each other and develop either the Oedipus complex or penis envy. The Oedipus complex is the idea that unconsciously, young boys feel possessive of their mother, and as a result, they feel very aggressive towards their father. Freud also believed that young girls experience something called penis envy, and due to their lack of a penis, develop fixations to follow them until they're an adult. If Freud's ideas make you uncomfortable, either for the fact that he focuses explicitly on sex or that he seems to frame women as the lesser sex, you're not alone. Actually, it was a little weird talking about these into a microphone. Freud has never ceased to face criticism for his work. Unlike many psychologists, he actually did not use empirical research or studies to back up his theories. He worked solely with adults on a case-by-case basis. Still, however, the psychoanalytic perspective remains as one of the top personality theories to date. Unlike the humanist theory, Freud's focus remains in the unconscious. He explores the idea that in order to develop the root of our personality, we have to dig deeper than what we experience on the surface. Psychoanalytic therapy grew out of Freud's theories. This approach involves a therapist questioning their patient about their childhood memories or possible events in the past that might have led to struggles between the id and the superego. Freud believed that humans repress a lot of their emotions. Now, his goal during therapy sessions was to bring those unconscious feelings and emotions into the conscious mind. So this last theory that I'm going to talk about, the psychoanalytic theory, gives us a lot to think about when it comes to the development of our personality. How many events in your life can you point out as defining moments that shaped your personality? And how many events could have changed your personality without even you thinking about it? So this is kind of the end of the theory section. We went over trait theory, behavioral theory, humanistic theory, biological theory, and lastly, psychoanalytical theory. Next, we're going to be talking about different types of psychometrics and how personality tests actually work. Speaking of that, if you're curious about your own personality and want to take a test to maybe learn what kind of predictions we can make about you, go ahead and click the link in the description and you can take my free 3-in-1 personality quiz. So if you enjoy this video, feel free to watch some of the other videos in the personality series and subscribe if you haven't already. I hope you guys enjoy this video and learn something. Thank you so much for watching.
I said, no be crack, not tactics. If you walk a guru, you go jam crisis. Oh yeah, go down, take up, jet. I know say we know it's yo 10,000 talking 1 kilo. Family people they below. Step up we no go clear, we go find you. They got you over, oh yeah. Oh they got you over, oh ah. Oh no me got you over, oh yeah. We they got you over, oh. If you get problem, no they call me. Say make you got you over, oh yeah. Oh no me got you over, oh yeah. Say we they got you over, oh yeah. I say oh no man, yeah. Better music on your phone, man. I say on the man, yeah. Better music on your phone, man.
You know, represent me. You only want to shock me. Tomorrow you find me, come. Carry your drama, come. Say more, but I love you. Some more thing you go fight for two. No. I know if you do again. Better. Make I see you later. Everybody must jump. If I did not love you, all the quite tough. Even if you're too strong, everybody must jump. Now passing with the check.
I want plans, big plans, I love you. No believe safe for this life, I go hurt you. One of this time, drama say I trust you. Say the distance, few say I don't lost you. For instance, when I go to the whole city, rap on them money, and we go solve them hopefully. Find out cause it, now cause I go walk fully. Find out buy query, now cocaine but old story. No. I go be my woman since you left me. You can even this more rent free. My catalog one way then tempt me. In them I send a man as come. A hand yeah come. More in 20 minutes, can try ya love. You just bought a defense, a pack ya boss. Nigga down so be feel up.
All the quite tough. Breakfast no be your mate. Everybody must jump. If I did not love, all the quite tough. Even if you're too strong, everybody must jump. Now passing with the check, you don't come pass. On your telephone, I was the baggers. You cover bad mind with the filter, with the fake love and the cheap lights. It's alright, cause I'm alright. Anything that everybody's alright. Make everything there for the bad. Even if you're the bad, they're fine. They're fine. No. I know if you do again. Better. Make us see you later. No. I know if you do again. Better. Make us see you. In my corner, if I did not love all the quite tough. Breakfast will be your mate. Everybody must jump. If I did not love.
Hi everybody, Professor Charlie Collins here. Welcome to Introduction to Community Psychology. This will be your first mini lecture of the quarter, and this lecture is about Introduction to Community Psychology. So I'll be providing you a brief intro to the field of community psychology, as well as give you some grounding frameworks, or I should say one single grounding framework that we use for the field. And so today what I'll be talking about is first, I want to define community psychology. It is a unique subfield within the larger field of psychology. I also want to talk about agency versus structure, and I will finally end on talking about ecological levels of analysis. So what is community psychology? So we think of psychology typically in the broad sense as the study of individual behavior. Right, and what that is individuals' cognitions, thoughts, skills, personality, so on and so forth. The focus there is on the individual, right? So then when we add community to that, we think of community as some shared grouping of individuals, right? So people who share some common goal, some common interest, some commonality in some way. Or some other type of linkage. So when we put those together, community psychology then is a focus on the individual in relationship to community. And to put that a different way, what we are really interested in community psychology is the ways in which community, really broadly defined, shapes individual behavior. And we're also interested in the flip side of that of how does individual behavior or individual agency shape community? And so we can look at both sides of that coin within community psychology. And so let's talk about agency versus structure, right? So agency is individuals' life courses that are shaped by their own personal traits, right? Personality, skills, behavior. In the US, we tend to have a culture that is based around agency. So we sort of firmly believe that individuals can do whatever they want, right? If you have the drive, you can do whatever you want. However, structure is the flip side of that, where we think about individuals' life courses being shaped by context, right? And so it's also sort of this nature versus nurture type of argument. It's slightly different than nature versus nurture, but the structure is thinking about how individuals socio-political status or systems shape their behavior or shape their life courses, right? So class, race, gender, those sorts of things. And so community psychology then is a shift from that individualist perspective or that agency perspective toward a more ecological structural perspective, right? And so we're interested in the ways, again, in the ways in which communities, societies, individuals are all intertwined and shape and inform each other, right? Whereas traditional quote unquote traditional psychology, or psychology in the traditional sense, is really primarily focused on the individual, right? Individuals' cognitions, behaviors, skills, personality, so on and so forth. And so, we can think about psychology, community psychology, as a larger way to intervene in problems and social problems, right? And so while traditional psychology might look at something like therapy or drugs as a way to address individual issues, we look at potential structures to address those issues, right? So an individual's perspective might say somebody might become homeless because of a mental illness, right? Whereas from the structural level, we think about homelessness in terms of context, right? Lack of affordable housing, lack of a living wage, for example, right? And so the community psych perspective, that structural perspective, is an ecological perspective. And the reason that's important is because we can create interventions at different layers of a structure to potentially have greater impact across individuals. And so let's talk a little bit about those levels, right? Those levels of analyses. And so this was adapted from another textbook by Dalton and Wandersman. You can look it up. It's Individual and Community, I believe is the title of it. And so the way that community psychologists think is we've adapted or adopted what's called an ecological model by a developmental psychologist named Yuri Bronfenbrenner. And so this ecological model has different levels of analysis, right? So we have individuals at the center of this. And so when we think about individuals, we're thinking about individual skills, capacities, and creating interventions toward individual level is really about building capacity to address individual issues, right? A little broader out is microsystems. And so these are settings where the individual, we call it the focal individual, engages in direct and personal interaction with other people. So these are settings with informal rules. And so these are like families, friends, work groups, classrooms, things like that, right? In places where you interact one-on-one with other people. At a different level, organizations tend to have a formal structure, and they may host several microsystems. And so these are places like schools, local businesses, church congregations, religious services, sports teams, right? Something that has sort of formal structure to it. Localities can be like organizations, but they tend to contain many organizations, and so it's a sort of a higher level up. Localities are things like geographic communities, right? And so they consist of many microsystems and many organizations, and in localities, history and culture are important. And then finally, macrosystems are the larger levels of analysis. So things like policy, social norms, legislation, government, mass media, beliefs, right? And the thing about macrosystems is they influence all the other systems, right? And the reason it's important to understand these systems is because community psychologists at our core are interventionists, right? And so what that means is our goal is to intervene at some level of analysis in order to address some problem, some social problem, right? And so what we can do is we can look at multiple problems and also multiple solutions to those problems by looking at across those levels, right? So we ask questions like, how can we shift policy, for example, to affect the greatest number of people? How can we shift the structure of an organization or organizations in order to address an issue and affect the greatest number of people, right? So we're trying to look at those higher levels of analysis to intervene in specific social problems. All right, and so what I want you to take from this is the ecological framework is a real core grounding of the field of community psychology. And so it's something that's going to come up over and over and over again in our discussions throughout the quarter. So keep this ecological model in your mind, because it's going to highly influence a lot of what we do throughout this quarter and influence the way that we understand social problems.
I say I put in 10 toes, now I don't blow. If that chick bad, I go carry her. My neck is cold, I don't condone. No bad energies, I run it up. Yeah. Got a whole lot of vibes and a whole lot of bad girls and a whole lot of. Give me a wine and a whole lot of. Aye. I say we come with the vibes and a whole lot of bad girls and a whole lot of. She give me wine and a whole lot of. Aye. But I got it confidential. Only was an instrumental, yeah. Give me brains and intellectual. Nothing easy, coincidental, yeah. If the girl says she wanted, I got a whole lot of them. I got a whole lot of them. I know fit a whole lot of them. Aye. Girl, I'm not sober. And I see ice and soda, many things they go down. If you're around me, I'm my soldiers, yeah. Girl, you think that you want to? I got a whole lot of them. I got a whole lot of them. I know fit a whole lot of them. Aye. I say I put in 10 toes, now I don't blow. If that chick bad, I go carry her. My neck is cold, I don't condone. No bad energies, I run it up. Yeah. Got a whole lot of vibes and a whole lot of bad girls and a whole lot of. Give me a wine and a whole lot of. Aye. I say we come with the vibes and a whole lot of bad girls and a whole lot of. She give me wine and a whole lot of. Aye. Girl, you know I rock with you, nobody else. You know say I did for you, nothing contest, yeah. Because your back and your front, you be damages. And when you put it on me, girl, I can't resist, yeah. You go feel this thing tonight. I say I put in 10 toes, now I don't blow. If that chick bad, I go carry her. My neck is cold, I don't condone. No bad energies, I run it up, yeah. Got a whole lot of vibes and a bad girls and a. Give me a wine and a whole lot of. Aye. I say we come with the vibes and a whole lot of bad girls and a whole lot of. She give me wine and a whole lot of. Aye. I say I put in 10 toes, now I don't blow. If that chick bad, I go carry her. My neck is cold, I don't condone. No bad energies, I run it up. The girls them crazy. Aye. I say the girls them crazy. Nah, yeah.
Hey, the big man. Listen to the big man.
Are you ready now? Extraordinary. You already know. You see, it's
multi-dimensional.
Are you ready now?
All day, all night, all year long. I run my world on limitation. Focus on my meditation, man, I tune into a higher vibration. So me get to channel all this energy, watch it flow through me from another dimension. There's no pressure, no pressure, no, there's no pressure. Me never feel no pressure, nah, no pressure. Man, I'm not pressure, no stress. I've got no
no stress, yeah, yeah. No pressure, no pressure, no pressure. There's no pressure. Ain't no really need for pressure. No pressure, no pressure. I live every day like it's my birthday. When I'm bloodsucker, tryna spend my day, I'ma shake that hoe, yeah. Wake up in the early morning, talk to Jah, then I set my day straight. And that be my remedy, I'm a recipe for having a great day. It's my life, I love my life. In my life, there's no pressure, no pressure. In my life, I've got no pressure. Every single day, man, I'm feeling no pressure. In my life, man, I got no stress. Every single day, man, I'm feeling no pressure. In my life, man, I got no stress. Every single day, man, I'm feeling no pressure. It's my life, man, I'm living so fresh. And every other day, man, I'm feeling so fresh. Cause in my life, man, I got no dimensional stress, man.
Social psychology is simply fascinating. With a lot of questions to answer comes a lot of theories behind human behavior and why we make certain decisions, judgments, or comparisons. This video is going to give you an overview of social psychology and the impact that it has had on the world. I'll be going over a brief history of social psychology, top theories, and the experiments that shaped it into what it is today. So first off, what is social psychology? Let's start with a brief definition of social psychology. It is the study of how humans behave and interact with each other, mainly in specific situations. So psychologists in this field believe that all behavior takes place in a social context. By looking at society's influence on the individual, we can then begin to understand the inner workings of the mind and why certain decisions are made. The recent pandemic, like many historical events, tends to bring out the good and bad in people. You may see stories online of people selfishly giving up their time, money, or lives to help other people, but you may also see stories that show blatant disregard for the truth or even the lives of others. The decisions that we have had to make during this pandemic are largely influenced by the people around us. A young, healthy person may decide to self-isolate, for example, not for themselves, but to protect the herd. And as you were cooped up in quarantine, you probably asked yourself a lot of questions about human behavior, because I know I did. These extreme circumstances can often bring out questions about human nature and how we work together in a society. And these big questions are not new. Social psychologists have been attempting to answer these questions for decades. So let's go over some of the history of social psychology. The impact of society on the individual has been in the minds of psychologists and philosophers since the ancient Greeks. Aristotle, for example, emphasized the importance of a state or political community has on an individual's survival. He also believed that our language and laws separated us from other animals, and that some of these laws included everyone's different roles to create a thriving economy. But Aristotle didn't conduct experiments the way that psychologists do now. This way of validating theories was not popular in social psychology until the late 1800s. And at this point, a few psychologists had written about the influence of society on our behavior, but they didn't have the data to back it up. So one of the earliest experiments in social psychology as we know it today occurred in 1895. Norman Triplett was an American psychologist at Indiana University. He conducted an experiment in which children wound up a fishing rod. Some children completed the task alone, while others were in the presence of other children. And what he found was that the children who were among their peers were motivated to complete the task faster. And this is how the idea of social facilitation theory was born, which I actually have a video which I'll release later, so make sure to hit that subscribe button. Social psychology gained popularity in the early 1900s, but it really took off in the later part of the century. World wars and the Great Depression in America raised a lot of questions about society and its influence on specific individuals. Racial prejudice also influenced the work of many social psychologists. And during the 60s and 70s, darker and more shocking experiments on human behavior forced psychologists to look at the process in which experiments are conducted, and how to ethically approach social psychology. And the study has expanded well beyond America's borders. Today, research and influence from all over the world has continued to shape social psychology and how it's approached. There's still a ton of stuff to learn. Next, let's move into the basic beliefs of social psychology. So the basic tenets of social psychology do more than just address how humans interact with each other. They also lay out how to collect data and observe people to build theories within social psychology. So here are some of the main ideas that have shaped social psychology and remain at the core of this field. Number 1, behavior and decision-making are largely influenced by society. Even if a decision is made privately, an individual is influenced by society. A person may not choose to steal, even if no one is looking and they know they won't get caught. They're simply influenced by the laws laid out by society. Number 2, experiments may be conducted to back up theories. So social psychology is viewed as predictable and able to be tested, and psychologists are encouraged to test their theories multiple times and objectively measure the results to support or deny their argument. This process is evolving as psychologists discover what it truly means to be objective. In fact, some famous experiments have even been discredited due to bias from the researchers. It's an ever-evolving process. Number 3, behavior is used to assess someone's personality and character. So you've probably heard the phrase before, actions speak louder than words. And in social psychology, actions speak very loud. A handful of theories in social psychology look at the way in which we assess other person's behaviors and how that shapes our perception of that person. We also use these types of assessments to make judgments on our personality and character. And the interesting thing is, since we really can't know what exactly someone is thinking, we can only look at their actions. And sometimes we can ask them, but it's not completely accurate. Lastly, we have behavior helps to reach certain goals. Yes, our society influences our behavior and decisions, but all of these decisions are made to complete a goal. This could be a fulfillment of a physical need or to obtain a certain status within society. And these 4 basic ideas will show up again and again the more you read about social psychology, and specifically their most famous theories and experiments. Speaking of theories, let's get on to some of the most notable theories and names in social psychology. So the first one I'm going to bring up is something called attribution theory. So why did your best friend lie to you? Or why did you cut that guy off in traffic? And why does a billionaire abandon their riches for a more Spartan lifestyle? Every day, you are faced with hundreds of decisions. You make some of these decisions alone. Some of them you make in front of other people. And sometimes you observe the behaviors of others and make judgments as to why they made their decisions. Attribution theory looks at the way that we observe other people and explain how someone else made their decisions. See, as humans, we are meaning-making creatures. We want to understand why someone made specific decisions or what factors they took in to contribute to their behavior. So the 2 main categories within attribution theory include external factors, things like money, the weather, what they're wearing, or internal factors, things like their personal beliefs or insecurities. So in short, attribution theory looks to explain how we perceive other people whenever they make decisions. Next up, we have something called self-perception theory. So attribution looks at the way that we observe and make judgments about the behavior of others, but self-perception theory looks at the way that we observe and make judgments about our own behavior. And the way that we perceive ourselves is very crucial to the goals that we think we can achieve, our mental health, and actually how our life plays out. Next up, we have something called social identity theory. So you may look at yourself and see someone who's funny, accomplished, and courageous, but you may also see a student or an actor, someone who lives in New York. And because of this, you might identify as a New Yorker, a student, or an actor. And your identity as that may influence the way that you make your decisions or how you present yourself to others. This is what social identity theory is all about. This theory looks at the process in which people categorize themselves and other people. We often see people in in-groups or out-groups, and depending on your own position, you may see people who are similar to you in one light and people that are different than you in another light. Next up, we have something called cognitive dissonance theory. So when groups of people interact, there are bound to be differing opinions. But what happens when we learn new information that contradicts information we already know? The cognitive dissonance theory says that this conflict can be very hard for people to bear. In fact, some psychologists think it causes anxiety. Our minds have trouble accepting and processing this conflicting information. Often, if we're not aware of this discomfort, we just throw away the new information and stick to our gut. And trust me, we see this play out while talking politics at the dinner table or sharing articles on social media all the time. People just want to continue believing what they believe. One last topic and theory I want to explain is evolutionary psychology. So why do we perceive people in a certain way? Is it due to the culture that we grew up in? Or could our perceptions, our language, and our social interactions be just a result of evolution? And that's the question that evolutionary psychology attempts to answer. This approach to psychology has been around since the late 1800s. Charles Darwin's idea of something called natural selection largely influenced evolutionary psychology. And while it's mainly sat on the fringes of psychology world since, evolutionary psychology is becoming more mainstream. This goes to show that while some ideas within social psychology seem timeless, others will gain and lose popularity. So the 5 theories I've mentioned are just a small piece of social psychology. There's a few other theories and ideas, which include social learning theory, cognitive biases, schemas, social comparison, and social exchange theory, something called the triangular theory of love, and you can't forget about something called the bystander effect. So social psychology doesn't just look at why humans make good decisions and follow the rules, because many of these theories and experiments in this field attempt to answer the questions about why humans do bad things. Many of social psychology's most notable or notorious experiments happened in the years after World War II. How could humans commit such atrocities? How can we prevent the attitudes and behaviors that led to the rise of Nazism? Well, some of these famous experiments I'm going to go over really quick. If you've seen some of my other videos, you may actually be familiar with these experiments and the impact that they've had on the world of psychology. So first up is something called the Bobo doll experiment. And this is actually one of the most famous experiments in all of psychology that helped to form something called the social learning theory. So the Bobo doll experiment placed children in a room with an adult, an inflatable Bobo doll, and other toys and other things that they could play with. Some of these adults acted aggressively towards this doll, while others left it alone or maybe were gentle with it. Psychologists found that the children who observed the adults being aggressive were also more likely to be aggressive themselves. And what this did is it showed that children can learn by modeling or observing other people's behaviors. Next, we have the famous Stanford prison experiment. The Stanford prison experiment may be the most notorious of all. In fact, you can actually watch a movie about it on Netflix. The experiment placed college-aged boys in a simulation prison, while half of the group role-playing as guards and the other half role-playing as inmates. Very quickly, the guards and inmates took to their roles, and both of these roles became violent, and the experiment was actually put to a halt only after 6 days. This experiment attempted to show how quickly labels and roles can affect a person, even if just in a simulation. Another very famous experiment is the Milgram experiment. So why do we make questionable decisions? Sometimes it's just because we're following orders. We're doing what we're told. And in the 1960s, Stanley Milgram conducted an experiment in which people were instructed to deliver electric shocks to participants, which they didn't know but they were actually actors. And these shocks were as high as 450 volts. But the researchers instructed the participants to give the shocks. Surprisingly, a lot of participants actually delivered the shocks. Even if they felt uncomfortable about it, they still followed orders. Milgram's experiment, like the Stanford prison experiment, goes down as another notorious and potentially damaging experiment to the participants issuing the shocks. But it does offer an explanation for why people may commit crimes or make other unethical decisions. And as I near the end of this video, you should know this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more to the scientific field that we call social psychology. After all, it's been discussed since the days of Aristotle. This field will continue to evolve, especially as the world faces new challenges and creates new technology. Social media, for example, is at the core of many social psychology studies. 30 years ago, though, social media wasn't even a term. So take the time to learn the basics of social psychology and build yourself a library of knowledge on how society impacts individuals. You may learn something about yourself, your culture, or how the people around you view the world. I really hoped you guys liked this introductory video on the social psychology, and I plan on producing a bunch more videos on specific social psychology topics. So hit the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed, and leave any questions or maybe video ideas down below in the comments. Thank you so much for watching this, and I hope to see you in the next one.
Your mind's not home tonight. You a freak and it shows tonight. And your body's so polite. Buy you all the things where you want, you got it. Don't tell your friend and your friend about it. Body like a Benz and you know I drive it. When you move your body, you the cause tsunami. Banging on my phone tonight. Your mind's not home tonight. You a freak, you a whore tonight. It shows tonight. And your body's so polite. Buy you all the things where you want, you got it. Don't tell your friend and your friend about it. Body like a Benz and you know I drive it. When you move your body, you the cause tsunami. Body moving like a python. Body give me suicide burn. Body They make me bust my gun. All I really want is my time. Make you sing my song. Baby, in your spirit I come. Baby, in your spirit I come. And I know feel it lie. Anytime I'm with you, I try. Red flags really my type. And I'm really wishing that you kissing bye-bye. Girl, I know it lie. Girl, I really want you in my life. Make you come swing my side. Make you no go look the other side. Make you no go switch inside. No go switch inside. Tell me you alone tonight. Your mind's not home tonight. You a freak and it shows tonight. And your body's so polite. Buy you all the things where you want, you got it. Don't tell your friend or your friend about it. Body like a Benz and you know I drive it. When you move your body, you the cause tsunami. Banging on my phone tonight. Your mind's not home tonight. You a freak, you a whore tonight. It shows tonight. And your body's so polite. Buy you all the things where you want, you got it. Don't tell your friend or your friend about it. Body like a Benz and you know I drive it. When you move your body, you the cause tsunami.
Timing when your soul needs aligning. It's me you confiding, seeking and hiding. Nowhere to find me, babe.
What's it gonna be? What we gonna do? Here we go again. This ain't nothing new. I ain't tryna run game, but it's true, cause you call me for help, you gotta chill. Need time for yourself, you gotta heal. This ain't something you felt, it's how you feel. We built this all wrong, I'll take blame. But instead of us tearing it down, we'll rearrange, baby. Don't let it fall, girl, don't let it fall.
Don't wanna fight no more. Keep me where I belong. I've tried and I've tried, but I just can't hide from your love. Oh girl, you're shining. Know you're my diamond. You need reminding. This moment of timing when your soul needs aligning. It's me you confiding, seeking and hiding. Nowhere to find me, babe.
Search now, take your shoes off, put your purse down. How you gonna tell me that it's never gonna work now? Type of shit to make me put a verse down. Worse now, cause we made our bed and got a lay in it. Thought it wasn't hard for me, but every day it is. Heartbreak is such a dark place, but we stay in it. What I'm saying is exactly what I say it is. I found you, I feel your presence when I'm not around you. Queen in your city, they need to crown you. Holy water, baby, let me drown you. Fire and water, I gotta allow you. Burn out, then reappear. Light still guiding you home, you know I'm there. And rest assured, if you ever needed help or just need a place to hide, no, I'll keep it to myself, word.
Oh girl, you're shining. Know you're my diamond. You need reminding. This moment of timing when your soul needs aligning. It's me you confiding, seeking and hiding. Nowhere to find me, babe. sálà. Àgbàbọ́là. Justin Bieber, àgbà singer. Mo lẹ́wà. Show up. Show for designer. Casablanca. Machabi Shakira. Mashe Kwara. Oh, Shomo Misha. Ẹ̀sìn àgbà singer. There is an idea of case. Now me cannot go late. Everything there for your ways. Me cannot concentrate. See me, I know your place. Me, I know feel. Now me tell you okay. Baby, I know go crazy. Molewa. Shota. Zimbabwe no Ghana. Kalotema. Sọ pé mo kàn fẹ́ mú lọ lé kò ṣe fọ́mà. Ṣùgbọ́n àgbà dọ́là ó léwu tó bá di náírà. Ọmọ lẹ́wà ṣọ́wà àbúrò ṣẹlẹ́wà. Ọmọlẹ́lá máa ń lọ. Àṣìṣà tó ṣàlà àgbà bọ́là. Justin Bieber àgbà sẹ́ńgà. Ọmọ lẹ́wà. Show for designer. Casablanca. Machabi Shakira. Mashe Kwara. Oh, Shomo Misha. Ẹ̀sìn àgbà singer.
I'm gon' take my time. It's your body, it drive me real crazy. I'm gon' take my time, yeah. It's your body, you don't want them real naughty. I like the smell of your perfume, even down to your tattoo. Oh Lord, watch how she walk through. Smoke trees and blow tunes, from the club to the bedroom. What I do to deserve you? Oh Lord, she sweet past Banku. I don't dare overdo. Show me your coco, sir. Show me your coco, sir. Show me your coco, sir. Show me your coco, sir.
My lady, loving you, they drive me insane. My lady, they make me throw away. This your love, wabakalamishi. Wayinka, ibakalamishi. Wayinka, ibakalamishi.
Show me your coco, sir. Show me your coco, sir. Show me your coco, sir. Show me your coco, sir.
Hey guys, today we're going to be reviewing Authentic Happiness, written by Martin Seligman. Now, Martin Seligman wanted to write this book because for every 100 studies on negative psychology, there was only one on positive psychology. So he wanted to start pushing positive psychology. Around the time this book was written, we knew how to get people from unhappy to neutral, but we weren't too sure on how to get them from neutral to happy. So he says that there are two types of happiness, and the first I like to call hedonistic happiness. And this is basically seeking current pleasure, and this would be stuff like snowboarding or playing a game, having fun. It could even include stuff like eating chocolate, ice cream, indulging in drugs, or sex. He takes a look at a lot of the lottery winners' lives, and he realizes after around 3 months, their happiness drops off. Now, the second kind of happiness is lasting and meaningful happiness, and this kind of happiness lasts over a longer period of time. Now, Martin Seligman and his psychology team went through a whole bunch of stuff that could cause variables on happiness. Stuff like the country that someone's living in, the weather, marriage, social life, negative emotion, health, religion, and even education. They wanted to find out if any of this stuff contributed to happiness. But what they found is there's one secret, and the secret is that you have to find your strengths. And when you find your strengths, you apply them. And the better you get at finding your strengths and applying them, the happier you're going to be. You see, everyone feels good when they are complimented on something that they're good at. And over time, this can lead to lasting happiness, because it'll make you feel like you have a purpose in the world. And this is what everyone seeks. There's also 3 types of jobs. Now, there's the first type of job, which is called literally a job. It's something like you're working 9 to 5 every day. It's where you go in, you work, and you come back out. And you're not really enjoying it, but you're doing it because you need the money. This is a job. Alright, the next is called an occupation, and this is a step up. Now, most of the time, most occupations require a college education and you're paid on salary. There's also room for advancement so you can be promoted, but the thing about an occupation is that you don't necessarily love it. The third is a calling, and a calling is literally finding your strengths and putting them to use in the world. You can have a job or you can have an occupation, and you may make your friends happy for you, or you may make tons of money, but you'll never be completely fulfilled and happy until you find your calling. Now, after studying people like Confucius and Aristotle and works of art such as the Bushido Samurai Code, the Bhagavad Gita, and even the Bible, they analyzed and they found that there are 6 core values that correlate to most people. These are wisdom, courage, love, justice, temperance, and transcendence. And I'll go into these later in the video. Now, they are all subdivided, and you can take tests. There's even a test in the book you can take to find what your strengths are. But as soon as you find that, you need to start searching for ways to apply your strengths. Apply these in work, apply these in your love life, and Martin Seligman suggests finding ways to apply them in raising children. And if you can do this in your work, love, and raising children lives, you will be completely fulfilled and live a very happy and meaningful life. Now, his little advice on love is reading the book The 7 Principles for Making Marriage Work by John Gottman. And I'm definitely going to be reading this and reviewing it soon, so subscribe if you want to see that. So the big idea here, to be happy, is to identify your signature strengths, choose a job that allows you to use them every day, and stick with it. Now, this goes the other way too. When you are hiring someone, if you're on the hiring side, try to find someone with good strengths that will fit the job. Because as we have seen in recent book reviews, happier people always do better. They lead to healthier lives, they live longer, and they're more efficient in their work. So I'm going to go over the 6 core values and the 24 signature strengths that are associated with them. The first is transcendence. Now, the signature strengths that are associated with this are enthusiasm, forgiveness, humor, faith, gratitude, and appreciation. The next is temperance. And temperance would be something like being cautious, taking care in your life decisions, modesty also, and self-control. How well are you good at regulating your emotions? The third is justice, and justice is pretty easy. It's stuff like leadership, fairness, and loyalty. Some people are good at this, and some people are pretty selfish. The fourth is love. Obviously, love is love, kindness, and generosity. I think a good part of love is about giving and not expecting back. The fifth is courage, and some signature strengths of courage are honesty, perseverance, and bravery. You're more often to find people in battle that have these signature strengths. And the last is wisdom. Wisdom includes perspective, social intelligence, street smarts, open-mindedness, love of learning, and curiosity, which I would say I definitely fall under the wisdom category a lot more than the others. Now I'm going to leave you with one quote that really stuck with me with this book, and I hope it resonates with someone else too. Martin Seligman says, "Positive emotions alienated from character lead to emptiness." If you like this book review, click the like button and leave a comment below of what you think your core values or signature strengths are. I hope you learned something and subscribe for more. Thanks for watching.
Special, your body pressure, oh your body special. I can see pleasure, oh your body special, oh your body's precious. So we going all night, I need you all night, yeah. God, I need you, no one I can do this shit myself. Like the wrong right there, I felt. Girl, I got the day for you, yeah. Spend many days I feel the chase on you, yeah. Big bad boys, I know they play with you. Now you are the one that keep it straight with you, more bro. When I want them, I they call on you. I they see her for your I know they play with you. This kind of love will make a nigga pay. And we get something we I know fi trade. Baby girl, one night, one line, 2 times. And you get that thing when they make a man sing. For the emergency, make you call my line. And the body con days in a heavy man dreams.
There are only 2 kinds of people who do not experience painful emotions. The first kind are the psychopaths. The second kind are dead. There is a false understanding or expectation that a happy life means being happy all the time. No, learning to accept and even embrace painful emotions is an important part of a happy life, and the study of painful emotions is an important part of the field of happiness studies. My name is Tal Ben Shahar. I'm a student and teacher in the field of happiness studies, and my most recent book is Happier No Matter What. There is a very important concept that was introduced by Nassim Taleb, and that is anti-fragility. Anti-fragility is essentially resilience 2.0. Resilience 1.0 is when we put pressure on a system. After the pressure is lifted, that system goes back to its original form. Anti-fragility takes this idea a step further. You put pressure on a system, it actually grows bigger, stronger. We see anti-fragile systems all around us and within us. For example, our muscular system. We go to the gym and we lift weights. We're putting pressure on our muscles. What happens as a result? We actually grow stronger. We're an anti-fragile system. On the psychological level, you know what that's called? PTG, post-traumatic growth. So where post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, is about breaking down, post-traumatic growth is about growing stronger. As a result of pressure, stress, it's anti-fragility. The role of the science of happiness is to teach us what conditions we can put in place to increase the likelihood of growing from hardship. Now, there is a paradox when it comes to pursuing happiness. On the one hand, we know that happiness is a good thing, whether in and of itself or as a means toward other ends. At the same time, we also know from research by Iris Moss and others that people who say to themselves, happiness is important for me, I want to pursue it, those individuals actually end up being less happy. In fact, they're more likely to experience depression. So the paradox is that on the one hand, happiness is clearly a good thing. On the other hand, valuing it as a good thing is problematic. So what do? The way to resolve this paradox is that we pursue happiness indirectly. Think about sunlight. So if I look at the sun directly, it's going to hurt my eyes. However, if I break down sunlight into its elements, into its constituents, I can look at the colors of the rainbow So I'm indirectly looking at the sunlight, enjoying it, savoring it. In the same way, pursuing happiness directly can cause more harm than good. But breaking it down into its elements can lead us to enjoy the indirect pursuit of happiness and by extension, to raise our overall levels of happiness. What are the metaphorical colors of the rainbow when it comes to happiness? Here we have what I've come to call the SPIRE model, and it can trigger the anti-fragile system. SPIRE is an acronym that stands for spiritual, physical, intellectual, relational, and finally, emotional well-being. Spirituality is about finding a sense of meaning and purpose in life, at work and at home. If you wake up in the morning with a purpose, you're more likely to overcome barriers. When it comes to physical well-being, the most important idea to look at is stress, the silent killer. In the United States, more than half of the employees do not use up their vacation time. And even those that do, close to half are still tethered to their work. The problem is not the stress, it's the lack of recovery. With intellectual well-being, there's research showing that people who are curious, who ask questions, are not just happier, they also live longer. Another important element is not just asking questions, it's deeply engaging with material. It can be text, a work of art, even nature. Relational well-being is very important. The number one predictor of happiness is quality time we spend with people we care about and who care about us. And it turns out the number one condition that we can put in place to increase the likelihood of anti-fragility, of growing through hardship, is the quality of our relationships. Finally, emotional well-being. So embracing painful emotions is critical, but how do we then cultivate pleasurable ones? Specifically, the emotion of gratitude. Cicero talked about gratitude as the mother of all virtues. When we appreciate the good in our life, we have more of it. So happiness is much more than pleasure. Happiness is whole being. These 5 elements together create that sunlight, happiness. I don't think there is a point before which one is unhappy, after which one is happy. Rather, happiness resides on a continuum. It's a lifelong journey. And knowing that, we can have realistic rather than unrealistic expectations about what is possible. I do not think that things necessarily happen for the best. However, we can learn to make the best of things that happen.
Get smarter faster with videos from the world's biggest thinkers. To learn even more from the world's biggest thinkers, get Big Think Plus for your business.
We are emotional beings. Emotions don't turn off just because I've walked through the door of work or because I've turned my laptop on and I'm in a business setting. There's a phenomenon that I write about in my book called emotional contagion. We can literally catch the emotions of those around us. And I'm sure you probably have experienced something like this. You're connecting with a peer or a colleague who's feeling down. And before you know it, you start feeling that same emotion. And the same can happen for someone who's really upbeat, really positive. After you finish engaging with them, you just feel high and maybe you can't explain it. We literally can catch the emotional energy of another. I'm Cassandra Worthy. I'm a speaker and founder and CEO of Change Enthusiasm Global, and I'm the author of Change Enthusiasm: How to Harness the Power of Emotion for Leadership and Success. Emotion actually travels faster than rational thought. And so when you're experiencing a big change, like being given a new manager, like your business being acquired by another company. There's actually an emotional response that happens first. And the first things that we typically face are what I call the signal emotions of change. And those are fear, frustration, anger, anxiety, and grief. And I feel too often we are taught or we have learned to suppress those emotions, to ignore them, especially in the business world, in the professional setting, because the change has to happen. You got to get through it, so let go of those emotions and just grit your teeth and bear it. And so it's so important that we are in tune to recognize those emotions because they're very powerful. When we're fueled purely by those signal emotions, we do and we say things that we often regret. And I know that either you yourself or you've experienced folks around you who have acted in anger, who have acted in rage. And that can take you into that mental downward spiral. So as I think about the power of choice, and I think about our emotional energy, the geek in me always comes out. And I think about the first law of thermodynamics, and it talks about energy, that it can neither be created nor destroyed. Rather, it can either be transferred, transformed, or conserved. So if you apply that to our emotional energy, with us being the closed system, we can conserve our energy, holding it in, suppressing it, and then it manifesting in all types of other physical ailments like higher blood pressure, inability to sleep, like driving us to the bar and wanting to drink all night, all the things that stress can bring about. We also have the choice of transferring that energy, which is like emoting, venting to another. And honestly, this is where most of us go at the very beginning of a change announcement because it's kind of our natural tendency. We want to vent. We want to talk about how terrible this is. Did you hear about this announcement? Can you believe this? And so it's moving that energy. But if you're only venting, if you're only transferring the emotional energy from one individual to another, it's like playing this game of hot potato. Right? You're just moving that same energy all around. And it's not just one individual churning and moving into a downward spiral, it's the entire organization. The other choice that we can make is to transform that energy. That's like transforming anxiety into anticipation. It's the same energy, but it carries a different signature. It becomes fuel. The more that we can be self-aware of these emotions, self-aware of the data, we can use it to inform us in a way that can be productive, to help us evolve and to grow. And so as an individual, when you can become empowered to recognize those emotions, of course allowing them to exist, but then knowing that you're in the seat of choice, you have the power to transform it, you're literally rewiring the chemistry of your brain. I think about our negative thoughts or the thoughts that inspire or nurture negative emotion as weeds that need to be plucked, and the soil that the weeds are in as our mental state. Farmers remove weeds from soil, and it can actually inform them on what that soil is deficient of, what that soil needs more of. It's a really compelling analogy for me because it teaches me that if we can remove the negative thought from our mind and then explore it, understand it, it can inform us of our mental state. And then the more that we're informed of our mental state, what's lacking, what's deficient, what do we need to be nurturing, what should we be thinking, it can help us reap our intended crop or the way that we wish to experience that change. You're going to face an infinite amount of change in both your personal and your professional career. We can be empowered for that change to happen for us and not against us.
Get smarter faster with videos from the world's biggest thinkers. To learn even more from the world's biggest thinkers, get Big Think Plus for your business.
EFT is an empirically based tested psychotherapy. There's a huge convergence of research, no matter what you look at relationships, how people deal with their emotions, how people deal with problems in their life. There's a convergence of research that helps us understand problems that all fit beautifully with attachment.
Sometimes people hear and see the word emotion and they think touchy-feely. Let me tell you, there's nothing touchy-feely about emotionally focused therapy. We are based on hard science, rigorous science, great outcome studies, meta-analyses, great qualitative studies that take years to produce. Our science dovetails beautifully with the latest neuroscience that tells us how important feeling good is.
I think one of the key things to remember here is that we are one of the few psychotherapy approaches who regularly get evidence that our results last over time. We get really good follow-up results. We focus on the attachment research, the nature of attachment, to help us understand how people are and how they function and how they get stuck. We focus on the research on emotion to help us understand emotion. We focus on the research on marital distress to help us understand marital distress. And the way we understand marital distress from the research fits beautifully with attachment.
Emotionally focused therapy, the fact that there are a wealth of empirical trials, some random clinical trials, and a set of process research studies that really unpack what the therapists doing this model are actually doing at particular moments that matter, increases the confidence a therapist has when they walk in the room.
We have lots of evidence to suggest that interventions work, and our way of seeing people is a very functional, useful, and profound way of seeing us as human beings, and offers the practicing therapist a map for how to create significant change. EFT as an approach has really exploded over the last decade. My sense is that therapists are hungry. They are hungry for an approach that goes beyond coping. They are hungry for an approach that goes beyond technique, that tells the therapist how to go and be human beings with the human beings that are their clients. I think therapists really want a way of connecting with their clients and creating significant change. And they're also hungry for an approach that makes sense to them as human beings and that they can also use to transform their own life.
I had researched lots of different models. I had experimented with some myself. And I learned about me that I have to, in order for my change to last and to stick, I had to change at an emotional level. I literally went to the library looking for textbooks that had the word emotion in the title, in the description, because I was so hungry to find a relevant model that helped people change, not because they were coerced into it or because they felt so poorly about themselves, but actually helped people change by helping them get to know themselves.
We're working with things that matter in people's lives, and we're pointing to what matters. And what matters is their experience, and it's colored with emotion. Giving attention to that gives, I think, in many ways more purpose to helping people find what they're looking for in the relationships that matter most in their lives.
Oftentimes people are operating at a working distance from their emotion, and that working distance varies across clients, and oftentimes as a function of their earlier circumstances, people remove themselves from their vulnerabilities in a way to survive.
None of us, when we're in a distressed relationship or uncomfortable in our own skin, none of us can make sense of our inner worlds. What EFT is so good at doing, and which is so different than so many other models of therapy out there, is that we actually make space to go into the suffering, to distill it, to order it, and they get a felt sense of themselves organically, intrinsically, from the bottom up. It's not a top-down, you'll feel better if you change this thought. It's you'll feel better when we can help you understand your pain, how that pain moves through you, how that pain comes out with the most important others in your life, and then how to distill that pain and share that signal of that pain differently.
There's a model to follow, and there are interventions that are organized to enhance a therapist's ability to work with experience in the present moment.
For me, what I love about it is it gives me flexibility to be an artist in the therapeutic process with a really clear roadmap, but lots of space to grow and move within it.
You watch an EFT therapist work with somebody who's really in pain or really terrified or really been alone their whole lives, and you watch them create powerful moments of change where suddenly that person is connected. It shifts everything, and it shifts the people who are watching it. It turns people on, it inspires people. EFT is not just for couples. EFT has always been used with individuals and with families. So in this week, we're going to look at EFIT, Emotionally Focused Individual Therapy. Over the years, we have used EFIT with many different kinds of problems. We have used EFIT with bipolar folks, with people who've been labeled borderline, with all kinds of traumatized folks with every kind of diagnosis that you can imagine. But in this course, we're mostly focusing on depression and anxiety, which are the two main reasons why people seek out help from a therapist. So how does an attachment-orientated EFT therapist view anxiety and depression? From an EFT point of view, anxiety and depression are best grouped together as emotional disorders. We see both of these, anxiety and depression, in terms of problems of affect regulation and problematic ways of dealing with your own feelings and then connecting with other people on an emotional level. If you listen to people's experience and you look at the basic processes involved, anxiety and depression are not separate. They co-occur. There's an enormous comorbidity rate in our clients. They co-occur so much of the time, and one is a risk factor for the other. Also, we know that when you treat one, you're likely to impact the other. From an attachment and EFT perspective, emotional isolation is a core factor in both anxiety and depression. What attachment science says is that the most traumatic and debilitating experience for us in everyday terms and in terms of the development and growth of our personality is emotional isolation. We are not wired for it. Our nervous system cannot deal with it. It puts us into enormous agitation or freeze mode. It limits our ability to deal with our environment and to deal with our inner sense of vulnerability. And a simple way of thinking about how we deal with this in EFT really reflects Roger's statement when he said, "I enjoy finding the order in experience." We focus on the process involved in anxiety and depression, and we help people find order and pattern in those processes that end up with them saying, "I'm depressed" or "I'm anxious." We focus on the order, we make sense of things in a simple, parsimonious way. This perspective that I'm suggesting here on emotional disorders may be very different from some of the other models of therapy that you've thought about. I want you to notice that it focuses always on core processes, how people construct depression and anxiety, the core processes involved rather than labels. And it focuses on emotional realities and how people engage with others. And it is these processes that EFT focuses on and starts to shape and shift. We're going to look at emotionally focused family therapy. And I think you'll find that the content in this week builds very much on everything that you've already learned. When we do EFT with families, usually the way it goes is that we see the family all together twice. And what we're looking at is patterns of disconnection, patterns of conflict. We're looking at the adolescent's behaviors. We're looking at what happens in the family. How do they understand this problem? Do they have a sense of the attachment vulnerabilities that are underlying the adolescent's problematic behaviors? We're looking at whether the family can come together and where they basically abandon and reject each other. So we look at all those patterns in the first 2 sessions of family therapy. Then the format of the family therapy sessions will vary. The therapist might see the adolescent by themselves to create an alliance and really get a better sense of their emotional reality. The therapist might see the couple together because they can't form a parenting team, or because the mother really needs more support from the father to deal with the child. So the therapist will look at the attachment drama in the family and knows basically what pieces of this drama need attention, and goes in and sets up different sessions with different people, subsystems of the family. I think it's important also to remember that corrective bonding experiences, which sometimes happen in a dyad, but then will also maybe be repeated to a certain extent with the whole family as a whole. These corrective bonding experiences are disproportionately impactful to all the other experiences that happen in the family. So they are what our nervous system is looking for. They have survival significance. So when these kind of new moments of connection are happening in a family, they impact the whole family. They impact when a father and a son begin to reconnect in a different kind of way. They massively impact the mother who is watching. Really what I'm saying is, when you're using EFT, when you're using an attachment frame and you're working with emotion and you're working with inner and between realities, it doesn't matter whether you have an individual, a couple, or a family in front of you. You still have a map, you still have a model that empowers you to create change in every session.
Why baby so more big on my road? Oh yeah, you're special. Your body pressure. Oh, your body special. I guess he bless ya. Oh, your body special. Oh, your body's precious. So we going on up. I need you all night, girl. I need your help. Knowing I can do this shit myself. Like the road right there, I fell. Yeah, I need your body. Wine up now slowly. Make I be your journey. Money they who plenty you. My love rope, pop, pop, pop. Money they who rub up. Go down, man, no. Me and you nobody touch. Bad girl controlling me. Your body feel my soul for real. Show me the things you go do for me. Yeah, you know that, yeah, you clean for real. How low you want go for me? I'ma get me, I no go green. I get things I want show for real. As long as the body did for me. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're special. Your body pressure. Oh, your body special. I guess he bless ya. Oh, your body's special. Oh, your body's precious. So we going on up. I need you all night, girl. I need your help.
Sakba, get that visa and ghost. Get that visa and ghost. Yeah, you know you bad from me, Baja. All the way to Sakba. Bad from pillar to post. Bad from pillar to post. Alone.
Let me to your life. Use enjoyment, blind your eyes, baby. Use enjoyment, kill you, girl, tonight. Let me to your life. Use enjoyment, blind your eyes, baby. Use enjoyment, kill you, girl, tonight.
Now everybody in the house get tipsy. Baby, take a chance and be risky. City girl, pull up in my city. On an island, sipping whiskey. Are you with me? Private trips for your private story. Jaye Leko, Jaye Foreign. Cover my face, you can use emoji. My girl know the label, is she a Tory? Get us a villa, Airbnb. Kiss you in the rain like it's R&B. Researching the boy doing R&D. But I dey act right like R&D. I crack joke, but I don't go funny. I fuck up, I buy gift to say sorry. As a baby girl, I like to grow in the trenches. Use enjoyment, scatter your senses.
Let me to your life. Use enjoyment, blind your eyes, baby. Use enjoyment, kill you, girl, tonight. Let me to your life. Use enjoyment, blind your eyes, baby. Use enjoyment, kill you, girl, tonight.
You know, whenever I pull up, it's a frenzy. As the minister of enjoyment is plenty. Almost sexy, would you let me? For your injury, so you no go blow empty. Sure, you know, say I dey keep mosquito wet. Wait it for my tuxedo na pepe. No be, I will see you when I get there. I made it TF, let me know if it's reflected. Hey, same bunny, I dey pet like a Dolce. Say the rapper makes her wet, now they foreplay. No be choice, writing checks, it's my forte. It's a big flex when you flex with the bro say.
Jagba, all because of Sakba. Get that visa and ghost. Get that visa and ghost. Yeah, you know you bad from me, Baja. All the way to Sakba. Bad from pillar to post. Bad from pillar to post. Alone.
Let me to your life. Use enjoyment, blind your eyes, baby. Use enjoyment, kill you, girl, tonight. Let me to your life. Use enjoyment, blind your eyes, baby. Use enjoyment, kill you, girl, tonight.
Use enjoyment, change your life. All I gotta do is make you mine.
Let me to your life. Use enjoyment,
take a risk on the boy one time.
Use enjoyment, kill you, girl, tonight.
Gangsta love, where she wants, where she need, Naim she wants, Naim she need. Gangsta love, where she wants, where she need, Naim she wants, Naim she need. Oh yeah.
The big black bamboo no strap on. Me stiff the big pattern. Come and make me perform. Inna your temple feels so warm. Shook my pencil inna your sharpener. Wrap up off your body jaw fit the backers. Tap on. Well on, make me roll up the ganja plant. Hot up the crapper. Highest weed from Jacana. Ready for you from your sister. Boyfriend Lily so they give my figures step up. Tell him mommy is so soft. One touch, and you wet up, girl. She said, put it on me. So me push it in the knee. You freaky, bad girl. You freaky.
Gangsta love, where she wants, where she need, Naim she wants, Naim she need. Gangsta love, where she wants, where she need, Naim she wants. She need your eyes ice on me. My drip bloody, she like my ting. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a, give it to you non-stop, oh baby. You go scream like a vuvuzela, vuvuzela. You know the thing long like a trailer. Cannot be measured with a ruler. 60 inches, no be lamba, baby. In the night, I know that you want it. Every night, you're making me horny. Naughty right, my lady, you bloody. I like your style. You're the freak of the week. You put me on trip. You the spoily man's if you freaky. Bad bitch, huh? You freaky. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What she wants. She wants. Thanks for love.
Summer rising, the horizon. This is peace. No, it's here. Distant future, no problems at all. This is peace. I love it here, but the sun don't shine if it's just me and time. And the sky will fall if my baby is not around. All the trees and all the leaves. This is peace, but we need you here. Need you here. All the trees. Summer breeze. Summer breeze. And oh my love, this is peace. No, it's here. All of the flowers and trees in the garden. This is peace. I love it here. When there ain't no proof, it's just me and time. And I show where the colors all around. I swear, all the birds will fly away, and so will peace if you will care.
Cause every time when she come for me party, when the girl lick her lip looking at me, or when we walking that the room, we do it rightly. That's why you cool it up, pick up, you excite me. You in my head, you give me fever, give me nightmare. Body take it down, when you drop, do it lightly. Don't go your volume, keep it down. These people they around, my body going wild, I'm getting frightened. Too many times, girl, we don't kill it, do for my mind. The way you move your body got me so into what we about to do. Wow. She cover up all of the window, put the pin up on your blind. My baby got me so, got me hypnotized. Wow. The way way she move her body, gosh, tell her pena make she pause. Man, I can't afford to cross with no caution. I know you give me special touch, you can't love me thoughts. Man, I finna put the talk into action. When you move your body, girl, you got me hypno. Say you like the way I touch, I'm your crypto. I know I got you dropping down on my hips, so Charlie make you go down on your tito. Drown in my rose, say me one touch, I am open. Make your body one wipe on the bumper. Like you pointing out the thing where you rotate. Drown on the rose, booty won't crash on the mope. Kilo deal, and you pointing out the thing where you rotate. Too many times, girl, we don't kill it too for my mind. The way you move your body got me so into what we about to do. Wow. She covered up all of the window, put the pin up on your blind. My baby got me hypnotized. Wow.
Another one for my baby. Dance for me, baby. Your love is fire. I'm gonna be it. Then I'll pay, I will give it to you. Dance with me, babe, let me give it to you. One time it goes, surrender to you. Oh, 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 yeah. Sha, sha, sha. Lie like that. Baby, best believe. Controller, baby bouncing, let me take over. Why you like to act like that, yeah. Cause you enjoy that. For a glass of wine, you're sober. Another one for my baby. Dance for me, baby. Your love is fire. I'm gonna be it. Then I'll pay, I will give it to you. Dance with me, babe, let me give it to you. One time it goes, I surrender to you. Oh, oh, oh. Sha, sha, sha. Lie like that. Baby, best believe. When you feel it, the fire, that is the right desire. Big temptations required. Say it, that's what matters. When you feel it, the fire, that is the right desire. Big temptations required. Say it, that's what matters.
Such a boy on the beat.
One thing about the truth is that everybody is a liar. Say one thing about the heat. Say the thing will cause I'm not in the fire. One thing about the faith. It go down you to believe. I use one like this, stand on your promises. Somebody woke me up, I was dreaming. Pour me a drink in a cup. Tell everybody say I don't lock my door. I know do again, me I don't die. I know do again, me I don't die. Pour me a drink in a cup. Tell everybody say I don't lock my door. I know do again, me I don't die. I know do again, me I don't die. Oh, see me I don't die. Yeah, see me I don't die. Just the other day when you drive me to a crash, hit a brick nowhere, now you make me go mad. Leave it in the past, I don't wanna be sad because I complain, it tossing me around. One thing where I know for a fact, we are not the same, I'm more insane. I know what I gave, but I still take loss. Should I walked away, but I still put fast. No, pour me a drink and a cup. Tell everybody say I don't lock my door. Oh, pour me a drink in a cup. Tell everybody say me
me unlock my door. I know you again. Me, I don't die. I know you again. Me, I don't die. Yeah, me, I don't die. I know you again, again. Oh, pour me a drink in a cup. Tell everybody, say I don't lock my door. I know you again. Me, I don't die. I know you again. Me, I don't die. Pour me a drink in a cup. Tell everybody, say I don't lock my door. I know you again. Me, I don't die. I know you again. Me, I don't die.
Desire got me falling. I get the keys till morning. Then you told me if I roll weed, I could hit it in those jeans. Cause baby, you toxic, and baby, you know it. But I'm super mad, you got me feeling heroic. I just came with a bag, so all the drugs we afforded. Young and we bad, I bet we make it on forces. Me, my money goes back, yeah. I get the pussy and I hit it from the back. Gotta told you when I hit it like that. If I roll weed, I could hit it in those jeans. Self-righteous. I pray we never turn self-righteous. I pray we happy, toxic, sweet. I pray we never lose our guys. Then you gotta fit to judge your mind. You know you never fit to understand. Self-righteous. I pray we never turn self-righteous. What can I think about? Okay, I used to dream about you. C'est la vie, babe. Your love is all I ever think about. Your love is all that I'm thinking. My soul is all that I need. Oh, girl, it's like I've been a well-ever wishing. C'est la vie, babe. Your love is all that I think about. It's all I think about. Baby, toxic.
All we do is fight, but yeah, we love it. Cause when we get the fucking busted, we undercover. She don't even hit me back, shit. But I ain't bugging. Cause when we get the fucking busted, we know we rubbish.
Self-righteous. I pray we never turn self-righteous. I pray we happy, toxic, sweet. I pray we never lose our guys. Then you gotta fit to judge your mind. You know you never fit to understand. Self-righteous. I pray we never turn self-righteous. Baby, toxic, sweet. Baby, toxic, sweet. I pray we never lose our guidance. Self-righteous. I pray we never turn self-righteous. I pray we happy, toxic, sweet. I pray we never lose our guidance. Then you gotta fit to judge your mind. You know you never fit to understand. Self-righteous. I pray we never turn self-righteous. Baby, toxic, sweet. Baby, toxic, sweet.
DJ, hold up.
It's 11:31. Now the party's done. Get off the floor. Time to go home. Or you can stay the night. I know where we've been, yeah. But baby, that was then. Who knows where this goes? I'm scared of this ghost. Oh, don't assume I don't just because I won't fall in. Maybe after this we can call it quits, destiny. Maybe we should try. Maybe we should this time? What if we lose? What if we lose again? What if the story ends? What if we lose again? Again, no. It's 11:55. It's getting cold outside. It's colder in here. I made ice from my tears. No, don't assume I don't just because I won't fall in. Maybe after this we can call it quits, destiny. But maybe we should try. Maybe we should try. What if it's different this time? What if we lose? What if we lose again? What if the story ends? What if we lose again? Again, in my dream, I'll never let you go. We never were alone. Yeah. Like a rose, never grew its thorns, blossomed on our own. What if we lose? What if we lose again? What if the story ends? What if we lose again?
To make an emotion, you need core brain networks to do a couple of things. First, your brain has to represent all the stuff going on inside your body. Your heart beating, your lungs filling and emptying, your stomach digesting food, your hormones rushing through your bloodstream, and the workings of your immune system. This activity produces a spectrum of basic feeling from pleasant to unpleasant, and from calm to jittery. Even neutral stems from these physical changes. Second, your brain has to remember your past experiences. Here's a way to think about it. Your brain spends all of its time locked in a dark, silent box called your skull. Its only clues about what's going on in the world around you come from scraps of information from your senses: sights, sounds, smells, touches, and tastes. Your brain has to figure out what these scraps mean so it knows how to keep you alive and well. Do you need to run? Do you need to laugh? And so on. Its only tool for answering this question is your past experience. So your brain has access to the sensory effects without actually knowing what the causes are. It has to guess at what the causes are. What did similar scraps of information mean the last time you were in a similar situation? Your brain is taking guesses using your past experience, and it uses the momentary information from the outside world to either confirm those guesses or to modify them. The same process for deciphering the outside world also works for figuring out what's going on inside your body. If you have a dull ache in your stomach, does it mean that you're hungry? that you're sick, that you're angry, that you're missing someone? Again, your brain is using past experience to guess what caused this situation. So you have an emotion when your brain uses past experience to give your sensations meaning as an emotion. Maybe the last time your stomach ached like this, in a similar situation, you were angry. Maybe you clenched your fists and started to breathe deeply. Your brain may guess that your current stomach ache has a similar cause, anger, and needs a similar action. Likewise, when you see emotions in other people, it's because your brain uses past experience to give emotional meaning to their smiles and frowns and laughs and hand gestures and body postures and so on. Sometimes a scowl means anger, but other times the same scowl means that someone is concentrating really hard. Individual emotions do not live in specific parts of your brain. You wouldn't know that from news stories which repeatedly claim that fear, for example, lives in a brain region called the amygdala, and that disgust lives in another brain region called the insula. And this is supposed to be true whether you're a human or a fruit fly. Such claims are based on an outdated understanding of brain function that goes something like this. Your brain is like a machine with independent pieces, and each piece has its own function. So it's kind of like a collection of separate mental organs. So there's one organ for each kind of an emotion, that these are assumed to live in the very ancient animalistic parts of your brain. Thoughts and memories and beliefs supposedly live in other, more highly evolved brain parts that allegedly control the emotion parts. Modern neuroscience actually began with these beliefs as scientists searched for different parts of the brain that held dedicated circuits for anger and fear and happiness, for thoughts and beliefs and memories and so on. But in recent years, we've discovered that a brain is not really a collection of mental organs, separate mental organs. It's actually a vast structure containing billions of neurons that are always passing information back and forth to each other. This one structure can take on billions of different patterns. So emotions, and really all mental events, are constructed by your whole brain as vast networks of neurons work together. This changes the kind of scientific questions we ask. We no longer ask where emotions live in the brain, but instead we ask how the brain makes emotions.
It's not my fault. You've been lying, saying that I took away your peace. Drowning by yourself, now you wanna blame me. Like you have no options. I ain't take your options. Now I'm not the problem. Man, that's on you, yeah. You've been terrorizing me, yeah, I'm always wrong. I knew you lost your mind when you dropped that bomb. Girl, are you crazy? Yeah, you must be crazy. I've been thinking lately it's you. You stole your peace, put it on me. Baby, it's you. Lying like a rat, but take your stuff back. Baby, it's you. Baby, it's you. Whatever, and
thought would never. Yeah. You've been flexing everywhere. Girl, look in the mirror. Man, you're so dirty. Yeah, you look so dirty. You were never worthy. Lately, it's you. You stole your peace, put it on me. But baby, it's you. Lie like a rat, but take your stuff back. Baby, it's you. Your parade, shine, you can't shade, yeah. If I was Father Time, then I would change the day, so I never saw your face. Please, what do I have to do to make you?
Let me go for one day. Let me lose myself again. Give me something for the pain. Always trying to pretend that I'm not living just a lie. Broken heart and shattered lives. Let me go for one day. Let me lose myself. Oh, I knew how this would end. Oh, I knew that it would die, that we would come to this, that we would say goodbye. Someone help me see it. Someone help me free this feeling. Someone help me see it. Someone help me free this feeling. Don't wanna think about the past. I'm crying out behind a mask. So give me something for the pain. I wanna lose myself again. Please get out of my mind. Just get out of my sight. Let me go for one day. Let me lose myself. Oh, I knew how this would end. Oh, I knew that it would die, that we would come to this, that we would say goodbye. Let's fly away, just you and me. I need a little break from the city.
What is behavior analysis? It's about people and the scientific study of their learning and behavior. Over 100 years ago, the underlying philosophy of behavior analysis was introduced. The best way to understand people is to focus on their behavior, the things they do and say. Over the next few decades, this viewpoint inspired a number of researchers who discovered the general reasons why people do what they do. Their core discovery was that the events immediately following behavior determine whether it will be repeated in the future. This is known as the principle of reinforcement. In the 1950s and 60s, researchers began using these discoveries to improve people's lives through behavior change. These efforts led to the development of an applied science called Applied Behavior Analysis, or ABA, the foundation of our modern-day practice. Today, there are tens of thousands of credentialed behavior analysts who help individuals, families, communities, and organizations achieve meaningful behavior change. ABA treatment has shown to be effective in solving problems in a variety of areas. ABA is best known for its success in treating autism spectrum disorder. Decades of research have shown that intensive ABA treatment is the most successful approach for children with autism, and in some cases can eliminate almost all symptoms. ABA treatment has been widely recognized as an effective treatment for autism spectrum disorder by a number of sources, including the U.S. Surgeon General, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the National Institute of Mental Health. Parent training programs based on applied behavior analysis often teach biological and foster parents the skills they need to create safe, positive, and nurturing environments for their children. Recent research has shown that state-administered ABA parent training programs can keep families together while reducing state costs. In the area of organizational behavior management, consultants improve employee performance, workplace culture, and business outcomes by assessing and changing the work environment of its employees and leaders. A popular specialty in this area is behavior-based safety, which is a widely recognized and effective method for keeping employees safe and healthy while on the job. In dementia treatment and elder care, behavior analysts treat aging-related issues such as memory problems, health issues, wandering, medication adherence, and more. Over the past 50 years, behavior gerontologists have demonstrated that their services can improve the health and quality of life of older adults. These are just a few of the areas that applied behavior analysis has improved lives. And there are many more areas where behavior analysts are working hard to address the world's problems. If you would like to learn more about behavior analysis, visit the following websites for more information.
It's been so long since we've been gone. I wanna feel that summer feel, but I don't wanna go if you ain't with me. Let's make a home, be all alone. So tell me, baby, where would you like to go? Maybe we'll drive from coast to coast, only to where we love the most. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. You know where we're going tonight, going tonight. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. I don't even care about the price, yeah. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you. Let's see the sun and have some fun. I'm so tired of living life in gray, babe, and you deserve to see see the world. So tell me, baby, where would you like to go? Maybe we'll drive from coast to coast. Only to where we...
I'm so lonely. I feel down about it, but I'm afraid to meet new people because of what they'll think of me.
I've been having panic attacks. They come out of nowhere, and now I'm getting more anxious about having them.
Visiting my family is so stressful. I get angry, and then I just crash when I get home.
Everyone else has everything together. Why am I the only one that struggles? I'm just so stupid.
These are the voices of depression and anxiety.
I know. I struggled with both, and it affected my husband as well as me.
I know. I have anxiety.
I know. I've had depression.
About 1 out of every 5 people experiences a mental health problem at least once each year, and depression and anxiety are the most common. Many people are familiar with what it feels like to be sad or blue, or very worried about something. For some people, those feelings are big enough that they become hard to manage without some help. Depression, anxiety, and other mental health problems can be treated, and most of the time they can be treated very well. Cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, is an evidence-based treatment. That means it's been proven to be effective more often than most other types of therapy. It's pretty simple, really. What we think and what we do can influence how we feel. For instance, if you have a relationship breakup and think, nobody will ever love me again, you might be less likely to go out and meet new people, and over time, you may get isolated and lonely. That pattern can lead to depression and hopelessness. So in CBT, we can practice new ways of thinking. Trained therapists teach us to change our thoughts. We would work to say something like, I'm really sad that relationship didn't work out, but I still have friends and may meet someone else in time. This kind of thinking can lead to taking simple steps, like inviting a friend out for coffee, getting involved in a group that shares a hobby or activity you enjoy, or starting a conversation with someone new. After a while, with enough practice both thinking and doing, people can start to feel better and worry less. CBT helps people with depression, anxiety, panic attacks, hard relationships, and many other problems. It's typically used by mental health professionals in therapy, individually, or with groups of people. There are also lots of books available that help people work on their thinking and the thing to do that helps them start to feel better, no matter what the problem.
Sometimes relationships are hard, but we learned better ways to talk to each other, and we're having fun again.
Sometimes I still feel stress and I get worried, but it makes so much more sense to me now. I know what to do to get through it.
My depression is a lot better. I still have to practice some things, but I feel like myself again.
Depression, anxiety, and other problems don't have to last a lifetime. Cognitive behavioral therapy can help someone work through a problem pretty quickly. People can change their thinking, change their actions, and change their lives.
I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. You know where we're going tonight, going tonight. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. I don't even care about the price, yeah. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you. Come and take a seat next to me, babe. Let this pretty view take your breath away. Baby, we deserve a break from our old ways. Anywhere's home when you're with me. Come and take a seat next to me, babe. Let this pretty view take your breath away. Baby, we deserve a break from our old I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. You know where we're going tonight, going tonight. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. I don't even care about the price, yeah. Paradise.
So today I'd like to talk to you about a common evidence-based treatment called cognitive behavioral therapy. And what I thought might be helpful to the viewer is just to take you through how we as clinicians who practice CBT conceptualize cognitive behavioral therapy in the context of how people work. So I'm going to take you through the mechanism of how people work, and then hopefully at home you guys can follow along and use your own examples to fill in the gaps. A good way to begin to think about just people in general, or at least from a cognitive behavioral point of view, as this triangle. And the triangle really represents thoughts, feelings, body sensations, and it's what's called bidirectional model. Bidirectional model simply implies that each part of the triangle affects the other. So let's take a simple example. Let's talk about anxiety or worry. A person feels scared. They have worry thoughts, and they have predictable physiological or body sensations, such as heart palpitations, sweaty palms, tension, dizziness. Sometimes I need to go to the bathroom, right? Do you see how the experience is emotional, cognitive or thoughts, and physical, right? All putting it all together is, let's say, what we call anxiety. Now, that's what happens within the individual. So let me kind of take you through of why a particular experience is happening for an individual. Typically, there's a trigger to this thought, feeling, and a physical sensation. Now, a trigger could be external, and an external trigger could be something like a situation, an event, or another person, or an internal. Internal trigger is something like an urge, let's say an urge to eat or to drink, an impulse, for example, like a sexual impulse, a memory, something from your past, or a fantasy that will trigger a particular thought, feeling, and a physical sensation. Now, once a trigger is out there, it triggers a thought, a feeling, a physical sensation, then triggers a particular external behavior. And the behavior is really in two different ways: a specific action, like going somewhere, coming somewhere, leaving a party, coming to a party, or verbiage, or basically what you say. So instead of an action or a movement, you just say something back. So let's go through a very simple example. A trigger could potentially be at a social gathering. If an individual is, let's say, struggling with social anxiety, a person will typically feel scared or fearful. That individual will have very predictable thoughts like, potentially people don't like me, I feel embarrassed, I'm not going to feel accepted in this circle of friends, and they have predictable body sensations such as physiological tension, dizziness, heart palpitations, inability to come up with a particular phrasing that they want, or needing to go to the bathroom. That internal experience is likely to create a particular behavior. Either that person's decide to avoid the situation and leave, or say something to the other individuals like, I'm not interested in engaging in a conversation at this point in time. Typically, in social anxiety, as an example, people typically leave big social gathering. If you are thinking of this as a computer, you may want to relate to it as an input, meaning a trigger, an output, what does the person actually do, and as a processing unit. Oftentimes, when we get triggered for a particular unpleasant experience, we use the behavior to manipulate or to change the trigger in order to improve our emotional state. So just going back to our social anxiety example, when an individual finds him or herself in a social situation, they leave the situation. Another way of saying manipulate or change the trigger in order to reduce the feelings of fear or feeling scared. Now, cognitive behavioral therapy targeting not only manipulation of the trigger by changing behavior, but also looking at the thoughts and the feelings and the physical sensations that are contributing to one's behavior. Again, trigger, thought, feeling, physical sensation, and a behavior. If you can think of an example in your life, and I always encourage people I work with to consider simple examples from their personal life of how they can begin to monitor what triggered a particular emotional experience or a cognitive experience, and what did they actually do with the experience? Did they avoid the situation? Did they say something back in order to change it? Or were they able to be mindful and aware of their thoughts and feelings and begin to work within the internal process of themselves rather than just changing the environment? How to do that is really the process of cognitive behavioral therapy. Thanks so much for joining.
Paradise.
Taking just be. Don't take it. Taking just don't be. And live my life. Don't take it personal, but I ain't lying. I ain't hiding. I've been grinding, multiplying. I've been trying to get my weight up, staying prayed up, meditating and taking time away. You always posting up pictures, trying to look like you winning. I'm writing rhymes in the kitchen, soaking in moments we live in, yeah. You got the nerve to be on me, faking your life for the IG. If you got my number, don't add me, cause baby, I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. Baby, don't check for me. Taking time out to be and live my life off screen. Taking time out to be and live my life. Hey. Taking just don't be and live my life. Don't take it personal. We just building. It's my season. Lay foundation. Make a name for generations. Please and make a and take a break or a little vacation and chasing blues away. Hey, hey. You always posting up pictures, trying to look like you winning or look like you always be working, soaking the moments you live in. Yeah, you got the nerve to be on me, faking your life for the IG. If you got my number, don't add me, cause baby, I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. Baby, don't check for me. Taking time out to be and live my life off screen. Taking time out to be and live my life.
Watch this full series at the links in the description below and subscribe to our YouTube channel to watch new mental health videos every week. In our Med Circles series on cognitive behavioral therapy, Dr. Judy and I sat down to discuss the ins and outs of how that therapy works and how it can be used to change your thoughts, your emotions, and ultimately your behaviors. And then we decided that we would do a mock therapy session with myself, portraying somebody who has a cognitive belief, or what is it called?
Yeah,
again?
a certain kind of core belief.
Core belief, yes. And you're going to walk me through that belief and show the viewers how CBT can actually bring them closer to the truth and closer to a more healthy way to think and react and behave when it comes to our emotions and thoughts. So my core belief in this mock therapy session is going to be that I feel like I'm unlovable by everybody. Right. That's my core belief. I feel like I'm pretty lovable by most people.
Yeah.
I'm sure not everybody.
This is not Kyle's actual core belief.
Right, exactly.
But you are playing a patient in which has that core belief, and I think it's a common core belief for people, whether they want to admit it or not.
That's right.
And it makes sense because it's one of our basic drives is to be loved by people. I mean, that's just a basic human drive.
Yeah.
And it's not just about emotional wellness that you feel loved. It's actually about physical survival. If you're not loved and nurtured, then you might die.
Right.
You know, your physical being will actually perish.
Right.
If you're not nurtured well, if you're not taken care of well. And so I think this is a good one for us to role play.
Cool. Well, this will be great for the viewers to see what a therapy session could be like and also how CBT is used. So I'll let you take it away.
Okay, great. So Kyle, what brings you in today?
I recently broke up with a long-term partner. And it's been one of many breakups I've had in my life. And at this point, I'm getting older. I have gray hair. I feel like the clock is ticking, and I don't feel like I will ever find somebody who loves me. I feel like I would have found him already. I feel like I've dated enough people to make that happen, and it's not happening, and I don't see anything changing, and my depression is through the roof because of it.
Okay, so I'm sorry about your breakup, and I'm sorry that kind of led to a cascade of thoughts in your head about what this really means about your future for relationships and about you ultimately. So we're gonna do a practice technique right now, and this technique is called laddering. And what this is gonna help us with is getting some of those negative automatic thoughts. I mean, you said many right now, actually, just in your description. We're going to work with one of those. And it helps us to get them organized in a way so that you can actually see what that automatic thought leads to. Sort of like if you think about automatic thoughts being kind of like an iceberg, and the automatic thoughts is the tip of the iceberg that you can see above the water. It's conscious, but you have to kind of attune your awareness to it. But deeper thoughts are actually submerged. You can't see them. They're below the water level. And that's what we need to get to, because that's the crux of the issue. These core beliefs drive how you feel, how you think, and even the rules that you have in life about how you should behave in order to have safety in many ways. And so let's start with an automatic thought. I heard you say that you were thinking, based on this breakup and other ones, that I might never find somebody who will love me.
Yeah.
So let's work with that automatic thought. There were other ones, but I think this one is a good one to work with. So if your automatic thought is, I'm not going to find somebody who loves me, what might that mean? Like, what does that thought mean to you?
Well, I look around at my friends and my family who are in relationships, who are having kids, who are posting pictures, who are sending out Christmas cards with their significant others, and I don't feel like I will have that. I feel like while everyone else will have love in their life and meaning and purpose, I will have nothing. I will be alone, and I am alone, and I am also lonely.
Right.
And that is devastating.
So what might it mean if you were alone? Like, let's take that part of it. So, you know, you kind of broke it down like, well, I don't think that I'm going to find anybody to love me or who I'll love or who we'll have this relationship with. And to me, that means that I'll be alone. So what would it mean if you were alone? Like, what if that did happen? What would that mean about you?
Well, on one hand, it means that on one hand, it means that people wouldn't, if I'm alone, it means that people don't want to be with me. which is
right.
awful.
It's an awful thought.
And it also means that I won't be able to enjoy life how I could. I will miss out on dinners and holidays and weekend trips and children and legacy and memories. There's a laundry list of consequences from being alone.
Right. And you had just said that one of the things that being alone means would be that maybe that means nobody wants to be with you. And so what would that thought mean if it was true? What if nobody wanted to be with you? What if that was an actual fact? Like, what would that mean?
That there's something wrong with me.
And if there is something wrong with you, if that thought was true, then what would that mean?
That I haven't done a good job in my life. I haven't done a good job becoming somebody that people want to be around.
Right.
That people want to be in a relationship with.
Right. And what would that mean about you if people didn't want to be in a relationship with you? That you haven't done a good job and people didn't want to be around you?
That I'm worthless, that I'm a waste of time.
Yeah. Well, that's the core belief. The core belief is I'm worthless, or sometimes people will say I'm unlovable. Sometimes they're interchangeable. But like, that's how we got to the core belief, is we keep doing this laddering technique where any negative thought you have, I ask you, what does that mean? If that thought was true, what would that mean about you? Okay, well, if that thought was true, that would mean that I would be alone. Okay, well, what would that mean if that was true, if you were alone? Well, that would mean that nobody would want to be around me. You know, and you kind of kept breaking it down to like the deeper and deeper level until you got to this idea of that would mean that I was worthless, that maybe I'm just not capable of being loved, that I'm undeserving of love. And that's what we mean by a core belief, which is like a horrible thing to have to think about. And I want to be clear that core beliefs are not necessarily what you actually believe about yourself, but core beliefs are your biggest fear, meaning that if it was true, it would be devastating. If you truly were worthless, or if you truly were unlovable, that would be devastating.
I don't feel, if you would have asked me 3 minutes ago or 4 minutes ago, do you think you're a worthless person? I would have said no. Not at all.
Right. Yeah. And I think that when people first encounter what could be their core belief, they have that kind of reaction of, but I don't really believe it's true, at least not intellectually. But it's really about the fear of, man, but what if it was true? Like, what would that mean about my life and what I could even amount to, and what kind of legacy would I leave behind if that was true? And everybody has different fears for different reasons. Some people's core belief is, you know, I'm incapable, you know, and that to them is paralyzing. Like, man, if I wasn't capable, like that could ruin my life, you know? And it's not that they actually believe they're incapable, but it's just like, oh my gosh, if that was true, the consequences to my life would be devastating, and I wouldn't even be able to tolerate it. And so this is sort of what we're working with. And I always say when we get to a core belief, it doesn't necessarily have to be your core belief, but let's work with it. Let's see if it is. You know, part of this is sort of like hypothesis testing. Like, let's work with that and see if that could be true for you.
Okay.
When people have core beliefs, they usually then have conditional rules and assumptions about how the world will work and how they should act within that world. So what I mean by this is when you have such a core belief like I'm worthless or I'm unlovable, there will be certain things that you believe are scripts that you have to follow in order to have any semblance of emotional safety or to prevent yourself from having that core belief come true. And so we're going to talk about what some of those things could be for you. When somebody has a I'm worthless core belief, what might that do in terms of your expression of your needs and wants to other people? Like, what rule might you have if you actually believe that you might be worthless or that you fear that that might be true? What kind of rule would you put on yourself in terms of how you could communicate your needs and wants to others?
Well, I would probably only, in terms of a romantic relationship, I would probably only date someone who I felt was like below my league, I guess. I don't know if that's a rude thing to say, but
no, it's honest, and I think you're not alone in that.
Because if I truly was worthless, then I would need to be with somebody else who couldn't see that, who would never know that I was worthless.
Right.
And so I would need to date accordingly.
Right.
I wouldn't go after the people that I actually wanted to date because they're too smart to figure it out.
Right.
That's at least I
that
think
would be
that's
like
what happened.
a possible thinking there.
Yeah,
definitely.
and I would also try to show my worth a lot, even though I believed I'm worthless. I would try to show, well, look at the great house I have, and look at how happy I'm being, and look how fun my friends are, and look at my cool job, and look at, see, I'm not worthless, I'm not worthless, I'm not worthless.
Right, yeah, no, those are excellent examples of the types of rules you might have when that is your core belief. And might you also have a type of rule where you felt like in certain situations you had to contribute something so that there would be worth? So like even in friendships, for example, like, how are you? Like always about them as opposed to, oh, now we can talk about me for 20 minutes.
Right.
Do you find yourself sometimes doing that with your friends?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm always, for as long as I can remember, constantly making sure that the other person was happy with our interaction first. Professionally, friendship, romantic, familial. Are you happy with our interaction? Constantly, I constantly remember thinking, are you happy about this? Because I want to make sure you're happy about this, because I don't want you to have an interaction with me where you're not happy.
Right, right. Okay. So again, another great example of a possible assumption or a rule that you might put on yourself when this is the core belief. And so, as you might imagine, there's a long list of these. If we sat here for 2 hours, we could probably come up with like 20 other rules that probably play some role in your life. But I want to move on to the problem solving phase, you know, because that's what CBT is all about, is like, let's solve the problem. So
yeah, I love that part.
So we've identified the issue, and there's been very many different ways in which you can work with your core beliefs, but you have to remember that these core beliefs have been there for a long time, and they're kind of pervasive. Like this idea of I'm worthless, as you just demonstrated, it's not just about your romantic relationships. It's about how you interact with friends, with professional people, with colleagues, whatever. There's permeating of sorts in almost all the domains of your life. And so what we're going to do now is one of my favorite ways to work with core beliefs and assumptions once we've identified them, and that is to create an individualized behavioral experiment.
Okay.
To try to see if your core beliefs and the assumptions that follow them actually apply to every single situation.
Okay.
As I mentioned, core beliefs feel pervasive, and we want to make them more conditional. You know, we want to make it so that, well, you know, in certain situations and with certain people, they may make me feel this way, and maybe that even comes from childhood, but it doesn't apply to every single thing, right? And the way that we shake that is to actually get evidence. CBT is a scientific program, and this is kind of like our mini science experiment that we're going to do together. So there's only a couple of rules for this experiment. We're going to design an experiment around one of your rules or assumptions, and the one that I want to use, which I think is a good one to do, because you want to start with a lower hanging fruit that's not too activating.
Okay.
Like we shouldn't start with the rule of you dating people who might be of a different level than you, because that one is a little bit deeper. But we start with something that feels like you can approach it and there's a little bit of risk, it makes you a little uncomfortable, but not like the worst thing that could happen. And I think that that would apply to the rule of, I always have to take care of other people's needs first. Because there's a lot of people that applies to it. It can apply to your intimate relationships, but it can also apply to friends, colleagues, anybody else that you meet. So let's take that rule and let's try to test it with a person in your life. And I would also say that, again, this person should not be the most activating person, but this should be a person who, there's some stakes in it, there's some skin in the game, but this is not a person in which, if this experiment failed, meaning that like you tried to challenge this assumption and they failed it in some way and actually made your core belief feel more significant to you, that you would feel bad about it, but you wouldn't be so bad that you would be in pieces. So is there a person like that who you're like, like I've always taken care of this person's needs first, like as I usually do, and I could probably test something out with them, and if it didn't work out, I'd be kind of sad about it, but like I wouldn't be devastated.
Well, I have a friend in mind.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And so this is somebody that, how long have you known this friend?
10, more than 10 years.
Oh, wow. Okay, so 10 years.
Yeah, but
good.
we're not like everyday friends.
Right,
Yeah.
but you guys have been familiar
Right.
and like most of the times you're probably taking care of this friend.
Right.
And, how are you? Like, oh, let me give you advice.
Right.
Like, what can I bring you? You're sick. Like
Right.
that kind of relationship. All right. So this experiment is going to be very time limited. It's going to be very specific. So I need you to set like a specific date and time that you're going to do this in the next 7 days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was going to be real specific because we need to get that data. And it's going to be something that's kind of contained, meaning it should be something where it's not like a free-for-all, like from now on, I'm just gonna be, word vomit and always tell him all about my problems first, but it's more about, okay, in this particular conversation, I'm going to go with him with the problem. And once I talk about the problem, get his advice, I'm gonna be like, that was so helpful, thank you, goodbye, and not make that about him at all. Because that's the other thing where with your type of core belief and assumption, sometimes you'll be like, and how are you? And then you spend another 45 minutes dealing with them.
Absolutely.
So we're not gonna do that. This is literally gonna be you going to him to express a need of yours, to express a problem, have this person give you the advice, and then be like, thank you, that was super helpful, talk to you later. So that's the experiment.
And I have to go do that.
And you have to go do that.
And then what are you expecting me to report back with?
So first we're gonna predict how you think that's gonna go. So based on your beliefs or maybe your assumptions and rules, like how do you think that might go? Like in terms of maybe how you might feel or what they might feel or do?
Well, I mean, I think it will go fine.
Okay. Do you think that he's gonna have some kind of inner judgment of you, like Kyle's selfish? He didn't even ask about me today?
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's get specific. I mean, do you think that that's a possibility?
Yes.
Like, okay.
Yes.
And
it's
you
a
obviously don't want
possibility.
that to be anybody's
No.
thoughts about you.
No.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna hold that distress a little bit for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said it's gonna probably go fine, meaning like you think you can carry it through,
Mm-hmm.
but it might make you a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I'm hoping I don't slip up.
And start being like, and how are you?
And go, oh, well, I'm sorry that you went through something, like.
And then just completely turn around. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, exactly. Okay, so we've laid out a couple of expectations. One is, well, I'm sure he'll be fine with giving me the advice, but maybe in his mind he'll be like, whoa, Kyle's being selfish today. Like, didn't even ask about how I am. And then also you might just feel kind of like icky, and then you're afraid that you might like break and just start to like take care of him so you feel better about yourself again.
Exactly.
Okay, so those are the expectations. All right, so then you're gonna do this experiment. So when do you think you can do something like this? Give me a
Tomorrow.
day. Okay, tomorrow. And then what problem do you think you're gonna bring him?
I'll bring him I'm so stressed out. I'm so busy.
Okay.
Which is true.
Great. So you'll
Yeah.
just talk about that and, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, I need help with this.
Yeah,
I
like
need to have some balance.
it's on a level that I've never experienced before.
Okay, great. That's perfect. And then we'll kind of keep it time limited. So how long do you think the conversation will be? Just give me
15 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. And remember, we're not gonna
I'm
then
not gonna
make it another 20 minutes.
make it about him, yep.
Okay. Awesome. So then we're gonna do this, and we've already talked about the expectations. And after you do it, I want you to do two things. One is I want you to actually ask him at the end of that conversation, was this okay with you that today we just talked about me, I'm just really stressed? You literally ask him that very specific question because you want to get some level of feedback. Of course, he can still lie to you,
Right.
but it at least gives you some semblance of what he might be thinking. And I don't think he's expecting that kind of question from you.
No.
So he'd be like,
He's
hey,
not.
I gotta run because I'm busy. But just so I know, like, was this okay that I called you just to get your advice today and we didn't get to talk about how you're doing?
I can do that.
Okay, cool.
I can totally do that.
Awesome. So then he'll give you some feedback about that. You will write that down, and you will write down just your feelings leading up to it. Like, was it that discomforting? And then once you get that feedback from him, how did you feel then? And I will say that what I'm expecting is this guy's been your friend for 10 years, that he's probably gonna be like, dude, it's cool. Like, that's what friends are for, something like that. And then using that experience, we're gonna now go back to your assumptions again and say, did that assumption really hold? I mean, do you always have to take care of people? Or are there at least certain people in your life who you can have it back and forth with? And this is the first step. Then we do another
Very
experiment
good.
with a different person and a different kind of experiment so that we can loosen these assumptions, make them more conditional, and that will feed back to that core belief. Like, is it truly as universal as you think it is? Wow. And that's really going to be the process. So it'll take a few weeks for us to execute it all the way through, but this is the first step. And I think if you can do this first step, it's going to start to shake that assumption enough for the rest of our work.
Wow.
Cool, right?
It's really good.
It's gonna be fun.
Now I'm like morphing into Kyle Kittleson.
Yeah.
Do I need to be patient anymore?
No,
okay.
You're done.
That is really good because I was really committed to the patient role, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, where is she going with this? Like, I'm just talking about how I don't feel like I'll ever find love, and she wants me to go complain to a friend.
Yeah.
You know, and so I was like, this has got to come together somehow, but it definitely did.
Yeah. And it's really, I mean, again, it's a process. The core belief was a process to develop that core belief.
Yeah.
But the more that you can design these behavioral experiments to challenge the specific assumptions and to realize that those assumptions don't hold.
Yes.
Then the core beliefs gets shaken.
Yes.
Because it's like, wait, if this assumption doesn't hold, and there are people who like seem to love me for me, even if I'm being a little negative today or a little selfish today, whatever it is that I'm labeling this as in my head.
Yeah.
What does that mean about me truly being unlovable? Am I really unlovable?
Yeah.
Or is it that I just have to find the right people to love me?
Yeah. And it's such a good thing to note or realize that a core belief does not mean necessarily that it is true. It is just your belief hidden way deep down on the iceberg.
And it's more like your fear, like, dude, if this was true, that would suck so bad.
I want our YouTube viewers, I want you to leave a comment if you watched the entire session, because it is a little longer than normal. So I want to know who watched that whole session. And then if you feel comfortable enough, I want you to share one of your core beliefs or something that you believe is a core belief. Because we all have them, like Dr. Judy said, we all have them, but they're living down there unnoticed. And they're affecting every part of our life.
Yep.
And through CBT therapy, we can uncover something that's deep, deep, deep within us and bring light on it.
Right.
And bring awareness to it. And just that awareness changes everything.
Absolutely.
Everything.
That's what starts everything. That's what starts you on the right path.
Yes. If you got motivated watching this, go to medcircle.com and check out the entire series on cognitive behavioral therapy, Dr. Judy. Amazing.
Super
Thank you.
fun. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
That was great.
I'm Kyle Kittleson. Remember, whatever you're going through, you got this. Thanks for watching. If you liked what you just saw, then why not subscribe? Click right here for new episodes and new series every week. And to access exclusive mental health videos that we only release at medcircle.com, check out the links below.
Play serene and pure and free. Hey, I ain't worried about what's the wave, only worry about me, yeah. Oh, I'm taking time out to be and live my life off screen. Taking time out to be and live my life. You never feel the way I feel. You don't know if my love is real. Baby, listen to me, here's the deal. When you're not here, I'm not the same. I'm needing a new chapter, babe. Been stuck here in a bed for days. I've been staring at the telephone, cause when you're gone, I miss your face. 8 o'clock, body talk, there's no need to bring it up. Nothing you say makes it better. Wrecking ball, tear
wanna give you up. I know we've been through way too much, but I'm confident we'll make it through. I'm here for you, you're not by yourself. Later clock, body talk, there's no need to bring it up. Nothing you say makes it better. Wreck and roll, tear apart, issues left behind, restart. Nothing you say makes it better. Bring it right back to me, baby. No, we've been here before. Give me the real this time, no cap, no lies, it's our encore. Bring it right back to me, baby. I know my heart wants more. Give me the good this time, no cap, no lies, it's our encore. I see you watching me when we're with our friends. It's definitely something in the air, so let's take it from there, 'cause I know you want it. Afraid to let it show, and I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow, grow, grow? I think it's time we stop tipping on our toes. What's holding you back now, sugar? 'Cause I don't know, I sure know you want it. Afraid to let it show, and I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it, why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away, no. Grow, 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 grow. It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. Oh, make you move before someone takes your place. I know how you feel, but you're scared to say to my face. I sure know you want it. Afraid to let it show, and I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it? Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. Grow, 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 grow. It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. Yeah. Make you move before someone takes your place. I see you watching me when we're with our friends. It's definite.
So, I want to talk to you a little bit about dialectical behavior therapy, or DBT, and discuss the 4 important components that make this such an effective therapy for people struggling with borderline personality disorder, which is one of the most painful and difficult conditions that anybody can be facing. I'm Dr. Sonia, and I'm a licensed clinical psychologist who has worked with a number of individuals over the years struggling with borderline personality disorder. I was trained in dialectical behavior therapy, which is the evidence-based treatment for borderline personality disorder, and that has had significant success in relieving distress in a number of people who in the past were seen as untreatable and unworkable. And since this therapy has come out, it has brought hope and help to people who otherwise would have had to struggle with this on their own. So there are 4 main components of dialectical behavior therapy, or DBT, and these include an understanding of mindfulness, learning skills for emotional regulation, learning skills of distress tolerance, and learning skills around interpersonal effectiveness. And through learning these skills and working with a DBT therapist, people with borderline personality disorder find significant relief and a sense of structure and stability over something that previously felt really uncontrollable. So the first component of DBT that I mentioned is mindfulness, and this is the idea that we need to be really present, non-judgmental, and aware about our current circumstances. And this is a very, very important skill for people, for anybody really, but specifically people who struggle with kind of an unstable sense of self and a difficulty with staying kind of grounded and focused in the present moment. The second skill that DBT teaches to people who have borderline personality disorder is emotion regulation. And there's a couple different aspects of this, but essentially it's the idea of learning to be comfortable with and accepting of your emotions, and then learning how to manage difficult emotions so that they don't end up controlling you, but that you have the ability to choose how you react in any given situation, despite what you might be feeling in the moment. Distress tolerance is also a very important skill that's taught to people who are in DBT. Distress tolerance is really this idea of when your situation seems unbearable and intolerable, what are some things that you can do, healthy things that you can do to manage your behavior and your emotions so that you don't do something impulsive or risky that ends up having negative consequences for you down the road. The final component of DBT, which is really helpful for really anyone, is interpersonal effectiveness. And this is just the idea that through learning how to communicate in healthy, respectful ways with others, to assert ourselves and to have really good boundaries, we can then have more stable relationships with others and build trust. And this is so, so important for people who struggle with borderline personality disorder, because trust is one of the things that they have the hardest time with. So interpersonal effectiveness really gives them the skills to start to have better relationships with others. So if you or someone you know either has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, or you suspect that someone you know might have borderline personality disorder, I strongly encourage you to get in touch with a qualified DBT therapist, because it's one of the most effective and evidence-based ways of dealing with this diagnosis and really helping you lead a happier, healthier life. If you like this video, please feel free to subscribe to our YouTube channel, where you'll find a lot more content on a variety of mental health topics. And if you're interested in learning more about online counseling, please click the link to betterhelp.com below.
The good news is that they're probably good for everybody. The only reason I know that is everybody I know uses them that's ever learned them. I use them all the time. Just about everybody can use skills to be more skillful. I mean, the only people who don't need DBT skills probably are people who are very regulated. So skills are really good for depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, drug use, anxiety disorder, etc. So skills are really about how to be effective. I mean, essentially, beginning to end, they have to do with how to engage your life in an effective way, how to act effectively. The average person can do the skills. They're not that difficult. The only real thing that happens is that you often have people who get furious at you for telling them the skill because it sounds like you're invalidating them. The job of the therapist is to figure out a way to make you see that your life's going to be a lot better if you buy in than if you don't. And you'd be amazed how many people, if they try it long enough, they'll then start saying, wow, you were so right, I feel a lot happier now, or I feel better, or this, that, or the other. Generally, if you can get people to practice for a while, and you don't give them too much of a hard time, what most people will find out is that over time, they're happier using the skills than not using the skills. The first thing we're going to cover is where in the world DBT came from. So I'm going to tell you how the whole thing got started. And it got started because at a much younger time in my life, I made a vow to God that I was going to get out of hell, and when I got out of hell, I was going to go back to hell, and I was going to get other people out. That particular promise has controlled my entire life. And these skills came straight out of that particular promise. And of course, it happened first by me trying to treat people who are highly suicidal and people who experience their own lives as lives in hell. The goals of DBT skills ultimately are to help people build lives that they experience as worth living. All lives are worth living, so let's agree to that. But not all lives are experienced as worth living. The whole point of DBT is to help people build lives they experience as worth living. And skills are a very important factor in building that kind of life.
So let's take it from there. So let's take it from there. Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? And I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? I know you want it. Afraid to let it show. You need it, baby. Why don't we let it? Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it? Why don't we let it grow? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ba-da, 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 ba-da.
I remember getting locked up in myself. That thing of loving was for everybody else. Lost and lonely, having hurt too many times. Gave up on hoping, thought I'd never get it right. It's all because of you. It's all because I have to tell you, baby, there's nothing more I need but you. It's you. There is no greater meaning. Nobody does the things you do. It's true. How we get lost in each other. Everything blurs when I'm with you. Us two. I wanna stay forever, safe in your arms. I know that, babe, you do me right. Boy, you bring me something that I never knew. A kind of happy I don't ever wanna lose. And when I hear you coming knocking on my door, all I think is, baby, I need more. I need more. It's all because of you. It's all because I have to tell you, baby, there's nothing more I need but you. It's you. There is no greater meaning. Nobody does the things you
bottles of red wine laying on the floor from last night. We got a little drunk, yeah. Now I'm a little numb. Spending hours by your bedside, talking till it's dark out somehow. Can get you off my mind. Don't wanna say goodbye, bye, bye, bye. Maybe we should take it slow. I don't feel too comfortable jumping into something new right now. Yeah, I don't really know anymore how to feel something again. Think I'm just scared of falling. Don't wanna go all in. I don't really know anymore how to be more than your friend. Think I'm just scared of falling. Don't wanna go all in. Early mornings in your dome, I'll be sneaking out the door while the sun rises. Cause I ain't got the time, yeah. Can't tell another lie. And baby, I know you want more than this, but you know I can't afford your kiss. So I'm staying for the night, but then I gotta say goodbye, bye, bye. Maybe we should take it slow.
In this video, I'm going to give you a brief rundown about acceptance and commitment therapy, or training as it's called in some contexts, ACT, so that you can better understand what ACT is, how its model of psychological flexibility works, and even how the theory under the hood, relational frame theory, informs all this acceptance and mindfulness work that we do in ACT. All right, let's get that intro rolling. So acceptance and commitment therapy is a new way of working with people who are suffering. And when I say new, what I mean is that ACT, or acceptance and commitment therapy, was invented all the way kind of in its early conceptualization period back in the late 1970s. It went through a development in the 1980s where it was rolled out as a program called comprehensive distancing. And comprehensive distancing is just a fancy way of saying get some distance from your thoughts, notice them, acknowledge that there's some thoughts, some content between your ears, behind your eyes, private behavior that's always going, always cranking out different judgments and evaluations, and notice how that might impact your behavior. The idea behind acceptance and commitment therapy, or as we sometimes call it, training when we're not in therapy contexts, is that rather than teaching people to try and dispute or get rid of things that they don't want to feel, to learn how to be in contact with those. Some people will think that acceptance automatically means you need to accept all of the difficult stuff that shows up, and that is inherently not true. In fact, we want people to be more sensitive to what shows up, because sometimes it's totally functional to escape and run away from the things that are painful. We wouldn't make a blanket statement like somebody who's psychologically healthy or very psychologically flexible is somebody who is always accepting of things that other people say. No way! Sometimes you need to stand up and fight for yourself. Sometimes you need to assert yourself. And that might be a functional improvement in someone's behavior. And that's why we talk about psychological flexibility as our measure of health. What psychological flexibility looks for specifically is what does someone do in a specific situation. Now, I know that sounds really simple and straightforward, but imagine how much variability that has. So if you and I are going out for a coffee together and you spill some coffee on the table and you feel really embarrassed, maybe you're super psychologically inflexible and you say something out loud like, "I'm such an idiot, I can't believe I did that," and you get really angry with yourself. And maybe if you could be a little more accepting, that might be an improvement in your behavior, for you to pause and just sort of reflect on your embarrassment. Maybe you put your elbow on the table and you lean in and you say to me like, "I'm really pissed off at myself right now, Tim." And maybe that's okay. The idea behind psychological flexibility is we look at how people's behavior functions, how it works in all these different situations. Now, the second half of that, acceptance and commitment, so we talked about the acceptance part, but what about commitment? Well, commitment is about the doing of what makes your life important. These are situational specific. They never get ticked off a list. Like if I tell you that I woke up this morning and said something really kind to my partner, does that just mean that my commitment to being a loving partner is over? No way. That's a lifelong thing that you do. You don't just tick that off a list and say, Okay, that'll get me through 20 years worth of marriage. Instead, commitment is about the ongoing flow of doing. Your commitment to behavior change, your commitment to wellness, your commitment to creativity, or whatever it is that's important in your life, and who is important in your life. So what we've done now is we've broken acceptance and commitment therapy, or training, down into these two separate chunks. There's an acceptance piece, which is about being open to what hurts, and actively choosing what you do next, commitment. Now that middle piece there that I just talked about, actively choosing. In order to be the locus of control, in order to be firmly seated in the driver's seat, you need to be open to your experience so that your experience doesn't rule you, so that you get to choose what you do next. But here's where the important part comes in, and this is why we talk about mindfulness or any of this meditation or contemplative work that we might be doing with our clients, whether it be organizationally in training settings or in therapy with individual clients. What we do with the present moment work is we help people to pay attention to what's happening right now, to be open to everything that occurs to us so that we can actively choose what we do next. You see, there's so many experiences that go by without us paying attention to them. Things that we become insensitive to, things that we just frankly take for granted. As you're watching this video, you're going to have thoughts and judgments, you're going to have reactions. As I'm speaking to you, someone that I've never met, I have thoughts and judgments and reactions like, you think I'm doing a terrible job, I talk too fast, whatever it may be. Or, maybe I have this thought like, if only I was a little more insightful like Robin Walser, or if only I was a little more jovial like Kevin Polk, or more to the point like Kirk Strassel, or more creative like Louise Hayes. These are my favorite ACT trainers. Well, if I could do those things, my mind comes up with this condition like, yeah, that's when I would be a really good trainer. That's when I would be doing a good job of this video. And maybe that gets in the way of me actually producing this and releasing this and sending it to you. Instead, I notice that. And I choose what I want to be about. My values are about me sharing this work with you because I know how awesome it is. So those are the three main components that inform psychological flexibility. This being open to our difficulty, this awareness that we practice so that we can actively choose, so that we can be engaged with our lives. We could break that into three chunks and say that it's about being open, aware, and engaged. That's what's at the heart of acceptance and commitment therapy, or again, training in different kinds of contexts. Being open to our experience, aware of how they impact us, and choosing how we want to behave is at the heart of psychological flexibility. Now, there's been more than 200 randomized controlled trials done on ACT, showing that ACT is effective for everything from test-taking anxiety all the way up to severe mental health-related problems. It works in organizational settings to boost your creativity, to boost your productivity, to give you more autonomy at work, to reduce your burnout. ACT is like vitamin C. It's just good for everything, which is really cool. So let me talk to you about a family therapy type of setting. I would use psychological flexibility to understand how different behaviors work in certain situations, help that person that I'm talking to adjudicate whether or not that's the person that they want to be or how that behavior is working for them, and then use some of these commitment to behavior change processes to get them to do new things. Now let's think about that in an organization. Maybe I'm working with a team of healthcare professionals who are having a really difficult time with their high workload and high stress levels. They're also feeling really burnt out at work. I can't make them not feel burnt out anymore. But what I can do is help them to engage in their work in a meaningful way, to be with that experience of burnout, and to do things that are congruent with taking care of themselves, that are congruent with the type of healthcare professional that they want to be. We need to justify why we would want to get people to accept the painful stuff that shows up for them, to pay attention to it on purpose, and to hold it and move forward with it, to engage in a more meaningful life. And that's where this really cool relational frame theory comes into play. You see, what relational frame theory, and I think it would be more aptly said as relational frame science, because this is an alive and well research program, what it shows us is that the way that we suffer with our thoughts, it draws the same source as our strength. You see, we're the only species that engages in this highest level of learning, relational learning. And even though it's allowed us to do amazing things like create the internet, and I'm talking to people that I've never met, and even though you're not in front of your difficulties or actually figuring out how you're going to roll out acceptance and commitment training or therapy, even though you're not presented with that situation, you're able to actually listen to the words that I'm saying and relate to how you might use this in your practice setting. It also explains why we suffer with the most difficult things that happen between our ears and behind our eyes. The way that relational learning works is that we as humans can draw relationships between things that are seemingly not related whatsoever. Let's take, for example, if I hold out my hand and I have a dime and a nickel in my hand. If you're socialized to the way that we deal with money, and specifically change, especially in the part of the world that I live in, dimes are worth more money than the nickel. You see, we have this strange relationship with money. Even though the nickel is larger, physically bigger than the dime, we have arbitrarily placed some value on the dime and said, we have this socially constructed relationship, and we say that the dime is bigger. Well, as it turns out, we can learn in this relational network like that, where we build these arbitrary, these socially constructed relationships to all kinds of different things. Except the main problem is that once we build that network larger and larger, we can't make the network any smaller. So let's just take a silly example. I assume that you've probably heard the nursery rhyme, Mary had a little, and I didn't even have to say it out loud. Your mind probably filled in the blank with lamb. That's right. I didn't even have to say it before, I didn't have to sing it, and you filled it in. Now, whether or not you were actually picturing the white, fuzzy little creature or not, doesn't matter. Maybe you were thinking back to Lamb Chop, the puppet from your childhood, or you just thought of the word lamb, or maybe you sang it in your head. The point here, though, is that we learn in these relational networks, and now you can't delete that. You can't easily remove that. Relational frame theory shows us that we can't get rid of those things, that they keep popping up for us, and that in fact they start popping up in relationship to other things as we build larger and larger relational networks. So that's why we talk about acceptance. Even though it might seem like an inherently Eastern spiritual coming from a Buddhist wisdom practice, it's actually not. The layers of Axe Foundation really came at learning and language from this perspective of behavioral learning. And that's where relational learning comes from. So that's the whole theory, that's the actual underpinning of ACT. Now, it makes it easy for us to talk about some of these really heady behavioral concepts in spiritual ways. Like when I instruct you to pause here for a moment and notice that you can hear the sound of my voice. You can acknowledge that that sound is there, but you are not the sound of my voice. You are separate. You're the observer of that sound, just as you're the observer of your experience. That has a little bit of a spiritual bend. We might call that the observer self or a transcendent sense of self, and that makes good sense to a lot of people. That's one of the more complicated pieces of this relational learning model, is that we can start to see that we learn how one thing can be related to another and that we build networks from there, and they can even be related in ways that aren't seemingly obvious or based on their physical properties, but that we also can do other things like swap perspectives, see things from someone else's eyes, feel what someone else might be feeling. Even though we're not actually feeling what they're feeling, we can start doing all of these different ways of playing with those relational networks. So just as a recap, ACT, or Acceptance and Commitment Training Therapy, is all about training people to be open to their experience, to acknowledge that painful stuff shows up, to be aware of it, and to actually choose what they want their behavior to be about next, to engage with the life that's important to them. Acceptance and Commitment Therapy, or training, is all about putting the individual, you, in the driver's seat so that you're the one in control, not your thoughts, feelings, sensations, or memories that typically might control you. I hope you found this video useful. Make sure you hit that like button. It's super reinforcing to me, makes me want to make more of these videos for you. Hit subscribe. It will keep you updated on all the latest content from my channel, and definitely share this video. It helps me to get the word out there about my channel, and also you never know who's going to find this work useful in your world. I hope you're digging the channel, and make sure that you check out more of the videos. Thanks so much.
Jumping into something new right now. I don't really know anymore how to feel something again. Think I'm just scared of falling. Don't wanna go all in. I don't really know anymore how to be more than your friend. Think I'm just scared of falling. Don't wanna
great to be back. My name is Tim Gordon. I'm a social worker in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, and I am so excited to be giving you a bit of an updated perspective. It's been, 12 plus years that I've been learning about ACT, writing about ACT, giving trainings on ACT. So let's talk about ACT. What is it? How's it done? Let's look at ACT's 6 core processes. So as a therapist who, for years, more than 12 years, I've been taking ACT workshops, I've been learning about ACT, I became a peer-reviewed ACT trainer, I wrote books about ACT, created all kinds of resources, even created manuals for randomized controlled trial settings, all kinds of different interesting stuff. I gotta tell you, my perspective on ACT has changed since I really started learning about it. The first most important thing that I want to tell you about ACT is that the 6 core processes are really paramount. ACT is not a series of techniques or different kind of things that you can do, like exercises with your clients. ACT inspires you, it encourages you to be inspired, to be creative, and to use the processes flexibly, to introduce them to your clients so that they can generalize them into their own lives. What I've noticed about myself over the years developing as an ACT therapist is that I no longer think about ACT as certain exercises or certain kind of tools or worksheets, but instead I think about ACT as this completely organic, alive process. So let's start looking at those 6 core processes with acceptance. It's typically where we start. Acceptance makes the most amount of sense because clients come to see me because they don't want to feel pain. They come to talk to me because they're dealing with something difficult, and this is, by the way, almost universal. They have anxiety, it's troubling them, it's emotionally crippling them, it's ruining their quality of life, and they need to figure out how to get rid of anxiety. They have a traumatic history that floods into their memory, that disturbs their relationships to themselves, to their work, to their friends, to their romantic partners, to their children. They have attachment problems. But again, the theme here is that they don't want to feel it. There's something that they want to go away. Acceptance is key because rather than saying you must tolerate this in order to live well, acceptance is saying you may not have control over this. And if you don't have control over it, how can you work with it differently? And that's really what acceptance is about. Holding on to what hurts so that you're not busy fighting against it and putting all this energy and effort into struggling. Now, if you think about that opposite of acceptance, if you think about struggling, if you think about rejection, escapism, avoidance, that's what makes up the opposite of the whole ACT model. And that's really healthy because it helps us to understand why people do what they do. When people come to me and tell me with a genuine vulnerability, oftentimes with tears in their eyes, and you can hear it in their voice, am I crazy? That's a question I get asked so frequently. Well, let's make sense out of what you do. Okay, so you have crippling anxiety at work or at school. And so you find yourself avoiding people at work or at school, or you find yourself white-knuckling your day through work and school. And then you find yourself numbing out with substances or video games or shopping. You find yourself trying to do things like self-harm in order to down-regulate all of this upset. That doesn't sound crazy. That sounds like you've come up with a strategy, maybe not a sustainable one, but you've come up with a strategy to try and fight what you don't want to feel. Now that we can understand how acceptance can be beneficial to somebody, rather than hammering them with acceptance, like, damn it, you need to stop fighting, okay? Like, you come back to me when you're ready to hold this thing, right? No, the other 6 core processes show us how we can work on acceptance. We grow our lives around it. So let's pivot from acceptance, and now let's jump over to values. When we listen to somebody's hurt, we hear their values. When somebody tells me that they are struggling in their relationship and they don't think they want to still be married, what I hear is this relationship, this person, what marriage means to me matters. And so I'm going to ask them, why is that important? Why does it matter? And continually over the years. I say it in workshops, I say it to my supervisees, I say it in consultations, in books, but to this day, I continue to be moved by the answers that people give me. Because what we hear is where people hurt is where they matter, and that's where their values are. Now, sometimes you have to be very careful in your values work, because some people are so disempowered, are so out of touch with their own sense of autonomy or self-actualization, that they honestly don't author their values. They can't grab them. They can't stake a claim to them and say, this is what's important to me. And that becomes complicated. And so we have to start helping that person to unpack their life experiences and to start electing what is important to them. And this is where contact with the present moment comes in. When we're in contact with the present moment, we can feel the difficult things that we're trying to accept, and we can make sense out of them through the lens of, well, it hurts, maybe it matters. The present moment is our pathway into being with the difficulty. And it's from that pathway in that we can be, let's move on to a fourth process now, diffusion. Being at a distance from our thoughts, our feelings, our sensations, and our memories. Because when we don't, in the present moment, pay attention to them, when we don't practice holding them and accepting them, well, oftentimes we implicitly just react and shove them. The best way that I can literate this is, like, imagine you were sitting here with me and I grabbed this, like, oh, nice, like, plush, velvety couch cushion, and it makes this, like, really nice, like, ripping sound when I pull it off. And imagine I throw it at you right now. No, not in a violent, horrible, cruel, malicious way, but imagine I'm just gonna throw it at you. You're going to react. You're not just gonna be like, oh, didn't know you were gonna do that, Tim. But you're probably gonna, like, bat it away, or you're gonna catch it. You might laugh and be like, what was that about? You're going to react. Diffusion shows us that if we can see the couch cushion being ripped, if we can see it being hucked towards us, we can choose how we want to react. And so I might pick up the couch cushion again, I might have you throw it back, and pick it up again and say, okay, I'm gonna throw it back at you, but this time I want you to do something different, and it doesn't matter what it is. You could sing out loud as you catch it. You could just hold your hands up and reflect it. You could do anything you want, but just do something different. I want you to not react. I want you to choose how you interact with this couch cushion. That's what diffusion is. See it, notice it, acknowledge it, and choose how you interact with it. From a diffused perspective, we might be able to do something different based on our values. If I'm really fused right now, not defused, with the thought that this is uncomfortable and kind of stupid and nobody's around and nobody's probably gonna watch this video anyway, and I'm gonna put my wife through all the effort of, like, having to edit this and take the time away from her successful, like, photo video studio. I could get, like, this crippling anxiety and get in my head and, like, turn everything off and pack up and just go home. If I'm defused from that and I notice that thought, I can pay attention to the fact that creating quality content matters to me. Putting stuff out there for you that's meaningful and useful, trustworthy and reliable, that's what I care about. So of course, self-condemnation and difficult thoughts show up. I'm noticing them even right this moment. So I can pivot into acceptance. I can have those thoughts and feelings. I'm here now in the present moment. I can have them, and I can be diffused from them so that I can choose to do what I want. And what I want is to continue this video, to create some really cool content for you. So that's a commitment. We're now moving on to the fifth, the second to last process, commitment. It's the doing, or it's the enacting of these psychological flexibility processes, bringing ACT alive in your life. So when I work with a client and I'm trying to talk to them about commitment, I'm not trying to talk to them about something as simple as just do it. I'm trying to talk to them about meaningfully putting the effort in their life into the things that matter to them. It's not easy. That's why we call it commitment. We want to purposefully take the time to move in the direction of what matters. And remember, sometimes values are a moving target. Sometimes they change over time. They evolve. Sometimes our values are unachievable. But it doesn't mean that we don't continue with our commitment to what's important to us. The last of the 6 processes is the self as context. It's seeing who you are as the context of your experience. seeing that you are the vessel that holds your experiences, that you're not the experience themselves. You are not cancer. You are not anxiety. You are not a narcissist. Perhaps narcissism, perhaps anxiety, perhaps difficulty emoting and connecting. Perhaps cancer is something that you experience, but it doesn't define you. Once you can see yourself as the vessel holding this, perhaps you can be curious and diffused from it. Perhaps you can elect what your values are in the presence of it and choose to do something different. Perhaps you'll choose to walk with it in acceptance, but you can be here now, in the present, seeing yourself as not what you think and feel. If I have the thought, this is stupid, Tim, you're stupid, that could spiral me into that crippling anxiety that causes me to pack up and go home. That's not what I want to do. I can notice that I'm having that thought and see that that's not who I am. The self is the context, is seeing who you are as separate, distinct. You are the observer of what you think and feel and sense, remember, but you are not those experiences. So at the beginning of this video, I talked about this concept that ACT and its 6 core processes all brought together create an organic approach. And what I mean by organic is it's a way that you can live at any time. In Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, one of the cornerstone publications that brought about the existential psychotherapy movement, Viktor Frankl describes between stimulus and response, there is a space. And in that space is freedom. And it's how Frankl justified staying in Auschwitz, dealing with Nazi Germany and the atrocities and indignities that he was exposed to, but made the choice to stay to caregive for other prisoners who were interred at Auschwitz. I think that makes perfect sense when we talk about ACT being an organic approach, being generalizable and coming about in anybody's life in any given moment. Between what you notice and how you react, there's a space. And inside of that space, you can choose. It's your freedom. You can choose values. You can choose escapism. And sometimes escapism is necessary to your survival. It's not good or bad. It's what works in the moment. And what I would argue for you is learning how to pay attention to your different experiences on purpose so that you can choose. Thank you so much for following along on this journey. It is so great to be back. If you appreciated this video, make sure you hit the like button. If you didn't appreciate this video, really teach me a lesson, hit that down button twice. Make sure you're subscribed because there will be lots more content in the future. And please do share this content with your colleagues, with your friends, people that you think could benefit from it.
I think I'm scared of falling, and I really don't know how to feel again. Yeah, I don't really know anymore how to feel something again. Think I'm just scared of falling. Don't wanna go all in. I don't really know anymore how to be more than your friend. Think I'm just scared of falling. Wanna go all in. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm scared of falling. Don't wanna go all in. Yeah. I've been waiting all night. Watch you blow up my life. Please don't come over, 'cause you're not sober. Yeah, now you know that ain't right. If your dude knew you was coming over, that would be a problem. Yeah. If If our friends knew undercover love and they would try to solve it, yeah. Me and you, what we do, it stays between me and you. Me and you, what we do, it stays between me and you. Hey, please don't touch me like that, 'cause you know I'll read it. Don't make me do this, I feel so foolish. No, breaking rules, and that's facts, facts, facts. If your dude knew you was coming over, that would be a problem. If our friends knew undercover love and they would try to solve it, yeah. Me and you, what we do, it stays between me and you. Me and you, what we do, it stays between me and you. And I know that when you come along, I'll be sure. If it's wrong, then tell me that I'm wrong. I don't care. It makes me happy. And if you're happy, then let's be happy. Then let's be happy. Yeah. Me and you, what we do, it stays between me and you. Me and you, what we do, it stays between me and you. Between me and you.
You're kissing my neck and grabbing my leg, pushing me backwards into your bed. Baby, you are all I need, but I don't wanna dive too deep, too deep.
I can feel the tension. Another bottle of this wine, I'll be up in your space, loving affection. Ain't got nothing on me, no, that's not what I need. Maybe on another day, I'd encourage you to make me stay, but baby, I'm just trying to numb my brain and wrap my head around this whole thing. When you're kissing my neck and grabbing my leg, pushing me backwards into your bed. Baby, you are all I need, but I don't wanna dive too deep. So I pick up my clothes and be on my way. Leave you a note saying I can't stay. Baby, you are all I need, but I don't wanna dive too deep, too deep. I think I learned
What's surprising, at least to scientists, is that the benefits from meditation show up right from the beginning. You can do, for example, mindfulness. That's a very popular meditation. If you do mindfulness practice 10 minutes a day, or 10 minutes 3 times over the course of a day, something remarkable happens to your attention. And that's the fact that it has to do with the fact that we're all multitasking these days. You know, people on average look at their email about 50 times a day. They look at their Facebook 20-some times a day. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's Instagram, there's your phone calls, there's whatever it is you have to do. And what this means for attention is that we're challenged, that focused attention is an endangered species. However, we need that focus to get work done well. So it's a real problem. And meditation, it turns out, even at the beginning, has some of the answer. It goes like this. When you're really intensely focused on that one thing you have to do or you want to do, the paper you're writing or the project you're working on, then you think, oh, I better check my email. And then that leads to your Facebook, and that leads to the phone call. We call this multitasking. The brain actually does not do multitasking, doesn't do several things at once in parallel. Rather, it works in serial, and it switches very rapidly from one thing to the next. Then when you go back to that project or that whatever it was you were so focused on, but your concentration had been at a very high level before you started doing the other things. Now it's much lower, and it takes a while to ramp up to that same level. Unless, and this is so interesting, unless you've done that 10 minutes of mindfulness, focused on your breath, for example, just watched it in and out, noticed when your mind wandered, brought it back. That's the basic move in meditation. And if you do that, it turns out just 10 minutes of practice nullifies that loss of concentration. And this works, for example, for people who might do mindfulness in the morning. It will wane during the course of the day, but if you do 10 more minutes at lunch, 10 more minutes at a break in the mid-afternoon, it helps you through the day stay concentrated. So that is a very palpable, concrete payoff from daily meditation that works for beginners. There are many others too. For example, in terms of handling stress. I mean, we're all stressed out these days. And beginners in mindfulness or other meditations, it turns out, right from the get-go, have a better reaction to stress. What that means is that, and we see this in brain function, the area of the brain which reacts to stress, called the amygdala, it's the trigger point for the fight or flight or freeze response. It's what makes us angry all of a sudden or anxious all of a sudden. The amygdala is quieter. It's calmer in the face of stress, and this lets us be calmer in the face of stress. And this is another benefit that we see right from the beginning. Because meditation has been found to work so well with anxiety and depression and possibly PTSD, where that's being looked into, one of the areas that seems promising is meditation with attention deficit disorder. In a way, this is a no-brainer because at base, in essence, every kind of meditation retrains attention. And what attention deficit disorder is a problem with attention. So there's now a whole host of studies underway that mainly with kids, because it's where ADD tends to show up first, where they're helping them strengthen the muscle of attention. And you can, I was in a classroom of 7-year-olds in Spanish Harlem. This is a very impoverished area of New York City. And those kids live in housing projects. They have very troubled lives. And some of them had ADD. In fact, half the kids in that classroom had what are called special needs, ranging from ADD to autism. I thought the classroom would be totally chaotic, but actually the kids were calm and focused. And the teacher said, here's why. And then they did their daily ritual of what they call belly buddies. Each child, one by one, went to their cubby, got a favorite little stuffed animal, found a place to lie down on a rug, put that animal on their belly, and then they listened to a tape that guided them through watching the belly rise on the in-breath, fall on the out-breath, 1, 2, 3 on the in-breath, 1, 2, 3 on the out-breath. This is basically the beginning of mindfulness or meditation for kids. Cognitive science would say this is the training of attention. So you can do it with very young kids, and this helps them get stronger in their ability to concentrate. Attention deficit disorder is basically not being able to control your mind wandering off from what you're paying attention to. Every time you watch your belly rise and then your mind wanders off and you bring it back to your belly, you're strengthening the neural circuitry for focus and countering mind wandering. So this seems very promising, and early studies, early pilots show that this may well counter the problems kids face in ADD. And I'm very happy to say that major studies are underway. We're waiting for those results, but I think they're promising.
love somebody else until you're loving yourself. I need some direction before we dive into these sheets. Maybe on another day I'd encourage you to make me stay, but baby, I'm just trying to numb my brain and wrap my head around this whole thing. When you're kissing my neck and grabbing my leg, pushing me backwards into your bed, baby, you are all I need, but I don't wanna dive too deep, so I pick up my clothes and be on my way. Leave you a note saying I can't say, baby, you are all I need, but I don't wanna dive too deep, too deep. When you're kissing my neck and grabbing my leg, pushing me backwards into your bed, baby, you are all I need, but I don't wanna dive too deep, so I pick up my clothes and be on my way. Leave you a note saying I can't say, baby, you are all I need, but I don't wanna dive too deep, too deep.
So you had one of those days when the world don't give you no grace. You'd rather fly away and keep on going higher, but they keep dragging you down. Now if you wish to spread those wings and fly, you gotta turn it around. Don't look over your shoulder, don't ever look back. No use for second opinions, don't wanna stay in the past. Just keep on going, 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 go for the top. You keep on rolling, 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 and don't ever stop. When you're feeling down and low, there's really only one way to go. You need to crawl back on your feet and keep on fighting, and don't ever stop. Don't look over your shoulder, don't ever look back. No use for second opinions, don't wanna stay in the past. Just keep on going, 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 go for the top. You keep on rolling, 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 and don't ever stop.
Oh yeah, this could all be over. We're not okay. Shattered glass everywhere. Tears of rage. Waiting for the rain to stop and take my pain away. Why'd you have to be that mean? Why'd you do me that way? We should know that we won't be any better. Can't you see that we are drifting apart? I am through trying to hold us together. I just want it to stop, want it to stop. Smoke spirals off your cigarette. Door slammed to figure silhouettes. Is this over? Is this over? Is this over? Can this be over now? Is this over? Is this over? Is this over? Can this be over now? Baby, I surrender. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to remember, just wanna let it all go. Waiting for a new day, when I won't feel no pain. You will have to let me go, so I can be myself again. We should know that we won't be any better now. Can't you see that we're drifting apart? I am through trying to hold us together. I just want it to stop, want it to stop. No. Smoke spirals off your cigarette. Door slam to figure silhouette. Come on, say, is this over? Oh, is this over? Is this over? Can this be over now? Be over now? Is this over now? Now is this over? Is this over? Can this be over now? Say, is this over? Hey, say, is this over? Is it over? Can this be over now? Is this over? Is this over? Is this over? Is this over? Can this be over now? Truth is, I'm scared, cause when I see you coming, all I wanna do is tell you that I love you. I know you're better off without me, cause your tears stain eyes make it dark out when you're around me. Like a needle lost in the sand.
I want to begin by asking, have you ever been trapped in a dark room? This isn't my attempt to start with a joke. And I'm also not going to begin with some captivating anecdote. You might be one of the many people in the world, myself included, who feel you've lived your life in a dark room. My research tries to bring a little light into our homes. And we're going to do this by telling you about the science of metacognition. For my PhD, I research metacognition, which is a fancy word for how we can understand and control our own minds, and the enormous benefits that can come from it. First, I'm going to tell you why this is important, and especially why this is important right now. The thing is, we humans have never fully understood our own minds, just as until recently we've never understood our own bodies. Humans have been around for millions of years before we had the slightest idea of what any of our organs did. We had no clue that we even had an immune system. So it's as if we've spent our entire lifetime on this planet as strangers to ourselves. Just think of the harm caused by this. It's gruesome to picture what medicine was like in the past. Really. It's a very good thing doctors no longer prescribe drinking mercury to pregnant women. And as absurd as this is, it's likely that people in the future will look back at our understanding of the mind as if we're in the Dark Ages. We now mostly understand how our bodies function. And because of this, we can interact with them better. We know how to keep out harmful things and take in the right nutrients. We can even remove parts of the body that don't work and replace them with parts that work better. So here's my point. Just like our bodies, we've also never understood our own minds. We haven't had an inkling into any of its inner mechanisms. And because of this, we haven't interacted well with them at all. But now, finally, we're beginning to. Just as when we learned about our physical makeup, we're now glimpsing our own mental processes, and so we're learning to interact with them better. Think of it this way. It's as if we've been living inside a dark house. Now, picture what someone looks like as they walk through a dark home, with no idea what's inside the rooms. Can you picture them stumbling, grasping in the dark? Can you imagine they don't feel particularly happy about their situation? And after years of living in a dark house, it's understandable. that they'd become anxious or depressed, or drawn to whatever easy pleasure they can find. Living in a dark house is how people the world over feel inside their own minds, trying to move through spaces they've never seen, not living as well as they could in a room that is lit. So here's my point. Just as science has illuminated the human body, we are now brightening the rooms of the mind. So this is an exciting time in human history when we are finally coming to understand our own mental home. We're learning how the mind can understand itself and how it can interact with itself better. Okay, I have a quick confession to make. There's a good reason why I chose this research. It's because I was born with ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And as you may have heard, this condition makes it pretty difficult to regulate attention. In fact, only 5% of students with ADHD graduate university. How I got by was by practicing metacognitive techniques. And that's why I studied metacognition for my PhD, with the goal of giving the same tools that helped me to other people. Metacognition is when the mind controls itself. But that's just a word for something we all do naturally. It's like using a sciencey word for something as simple as studying how your body moves. For example, do you routinely focus your attention? I bet you're focusing right now. How about this? Have you ever been working on something while trying to control an emotion? Have you ever resisted urges like, I really don't feel like doing this. I'd rather be scrolling through my phone, but no, I have to focus on this one important thing. Sound familiar? That's because controlling your mind is as normal as controlling your body. Unfortunately, it's not always that easy. But it is how we get the most important things done in life. And the better you are at it, the better you can achieve your goals and greater fulfillment. The neuroscientist Stephen Fleming showed that insight into your own mind, metacognition, can generate higher achievement in every domain. Growing evidence shows that this skill can improve human performance in sports, education, therapy, and even business. You name the field, and there are metacognitive techniques that can help you improve. How? Because of this general principle. Understanding your mind helps you direct it better. I'll repeat that. Understanding your mind helps you direct it better. And there's never been a more important time to learn metacognitive techniques. As you probably know from your personal experience, surviving and thriving in the modern world requires that you, in some way, control your own mind. Have you ever gone on an information diet? Right there, you're controlling your own mental input. Have you ever turned off your internet or resisted a distraction so you can focus? There again, you're controlling your emotions and your attention naturally. These days, people are finding it increasingly important to be deliberate about their own minds. And this is becoming more and more important because our brains were not built for modern times. Our primate brains evolved for a very different environment. And this has been called the problem of ancient brains in a high-tech world. One side effect of modern technology is that apps, games, social media, and online content can hijack the learning pathways of the human brain. And when this happens, people become captive to compulsive behaviors, attention, and emotional problems. The pandemic has been pouring gasoline on this mental health crisis. It has forced many people into social isolation and an even greater reliance on devices for socializing and entertainment. And this has added to a tsunami of debilitating mental health issues that affect over 500 million people worldwide, with a financial toll in the trillions. But there's good news. Decades of empirical research have shown that metacognition is effective at decreasing addictive behaviors and improving attention and emotional well-being. Because again, understanding your mind helps you direct it better. Understanding your mind helps you direct it better. For example, we can use metacognitive training to boost our mental performance. Metacognition is a skill we can all improve. and even become an expert at. First, the science shows that you can train your attention. Daily focus exercises and meditation actually do allow you to be more focused in general. Second, we can learn to better control our emotions. If you find yourself giving in to impulses, whether it's binging a whole box of cookies or checking that same web page repeatedly, there are practices that can increase your control over them. Third, you can train your memory and expand your ability to remember complex things more easily. Mental training is a lot like physical training. Anyone who spends a few minutes at the gym and then tries to flex in the mirror will be disappointed. You don't see results in a few days, but over weeks, you find the growth of new muscles you didn't have before. Like this, regular mental training helps you develop new and improved capabilities that allow you to think and act with greater control and clarity. We can all learn to be more deliberate with our thoughts, attention, and emotions. It's possible to have a toolkit of mental strategies that can help us flourish. And there's never been a more important time to understand your mind and learn to direct it better. Just as our physical health relies on being intelligent about our bodies, the future of our mental well-being depends on us getting smart about our own minds.
Metacognitive therapy is one of the newer treatment approaches within psychology, but is showing great promise in treating a variety of mental health issues. It's looking particularly effective for treating anxiety and depression. Metacognition is about becoming more aware and in control of our own thought processes. This can lead to better self-awareness and increased mental well-being. I'm Camilla, I'm a psychologist, and I'm on a mission to spread mental health awareness and make better mental well-being available to more people. I see many of my clients struggling with stress, anxiety, and depression, really benefiting from the principles from metacognitive therapy. Metacognitive therapy was developed by the clinical psychologist and professor Adrian Wells. Metacognition refers to our understanding and knowledge about our own thinking processes. It involves being aware of our thoughts, beliefs, and attitudes, as well as being able to reflect on and regulate our own thinking. This self-awareness and understanding of our own thinking can help us to better understand our own emotions and behaviors and our general mental well-being. We can say that our metacognition is the thinking about thinking. One of the key and unique aspects of metacognitive therapy is the concept of cognitive attentional syndrome, or CAS for short. CAS refers to a set of thinking habits that can lead to excessive worrying or negative emotions. This can be things like constantly monitoring and trying to control our own thoughts. In metacognitive therapy, these CAS patterns can be activated by what they call trigger thoughts. Trigger thoughts are different for different people, and it's really important to identify what your specific trigger thoughts are. These can sometimes be negative thoughts about ourselves, or they can be negative thoughts about what we're experiencing. For example, we might sometimes see a worry or worrying. This can look like, why am I worrying so much? Why am I never happy? Why do I get sad all the time? These could be examples of metacognitive trigger thoughts. These then activate the CAS pattern of thinking, leading to that excessive worrying and negative emotions. In metacognitive therapy, the goal is to help us understand the relationship between the trigger thought and the CAS pattern of thinking. This will help us learn to manage our thoughts and emotions more effectively. By learning to manage our trigger thoughts and adopt a healthier relationship with our thinking, we can experience less stress, anxiety, and negative emotions. One of the methods used in metacognitive therapy is detached mindfulness. Detached mindfulness is a mindfulness practice that involves us observing our thoughts and emotions without getting caught up in them. In detached mindfulness, we adopt an attitude of non-judgmental observation. We detach ourselves from our thoughts and emotions to be able to observe them, rather than trying to suppress, control, or change them. The goal of detached mindfulness is to increase our understanding of our thoughts and emotions so that we can have a healthier relationship with them. By understanding and becoming more aware of our thoughts and emotions, we can learn to respond to them in a more effective and balanced way, rather than becoming overly reactive and overwhelmed by them. Metacognitive therapy is different from the better-known cognitive behavioral therapy in a number of ways. Where cognitive behavioral therapy primarily focuses on changing negative and irrational thought patterns, metacognitive therapy focuses on changing the person's beliefs and attitude about thinking itself. So cognitive behavioral therapy focuses on specific thoughts and behaviors in the present moment, whereas metacognitive therapy takes a broader perspective, looking at the person's relationship with thinking as a whole. Both have been proven effective in treating stress, anxiety, and depression, and I really see that it comes down to individual differences and preferences what will work best for someone. We don't know what style of treatment will work best for us until we've tried them out. You'll find many psychologists and therapists that will exclusively choose to focus on one approach, but there are also many psychologists like myself who draw on many different psychological approaches to get the best effect. I find that combining the two approaches of metacognitive therapy and cognitive behavioral therapy, my clients can learn to manage their thoughts and feelings more effectively and to adopt a healthier relationship with their thinking. Cognitive behavioral therapy can provide practical strategies for changing specific thoughts and behaviors, while metacognitive therapy can provide a deeper understanding of the roles of our thoughts and emotions in our mental health. For example, a person with anxiety may benefit from a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy and metacognitive therapy. Cognitive behavioral therapy can help them to challenge and change negative thoughts that lead to anxiety, while metacognitive therapy can help them develop a more accepting and non-judgmental attitude towards their thoughts and feelings. I explain new psychological topics or concepts every week on this channel. Make sure to subscribe to not miss out on the next one. If there's any topic you'd like me to cover, please leave it in a comment and I'll look into it. Thank you for watching. I hope to see you next time. Take care and bye for now.
The ink dried in my hand. It's unthinkable. Like a bird that never learned to fly. I shouldn't ask you to try. It's unthinkable. But loving you was easy. See, when it was just you and me. Since you wanna leave it, then I'll pick up the pieces. Yeah, you said I'm out of second chances, and I know that I'm not perfect, and this probably sounds really selfish, but I hate that I'm not with you. I just wish that I could tell you that my this time is the truth. I lost the trust, I understand, but do I have to be that man? It's unthinkable. But loving you was easy. See, when it was just you and me. Since you wanna leave it, then I'll pick up the pieces. Yeah. Do you think about me? Are you thinking about me? Do you think about me? Are you thinking about me? Do you think about me? Are you thinking about me? Do you think about me? Are you thinking about me? Do you think about me? Was easy. Do you think about me? Do you think about me?
Hi, everybody, and welcome to this presentation on metacognitive strategies for happiness. Now, metacognition is a little bit different than regular cognition, hence the different word. But what we're really doing, instead of looking at specifically what we're thinking, we're looking at the type of thoughts that we're having. So instead of looking at the specific content of thoughts, we're looking to see if thoughts fall into certain categories like overgeneralized or negative or anxious. People with mental health issues often process information differently, and they may focus their thoughts and have a lot of thoughts that tend to be overgeneralized, thinking that all things always happen or nothing good ever happens. They may focus only on the negative instead of seeing both the positive and negative in situations, or recognize that this aspect of my life may not be going great, but these other aspects are going really well. People who are depressed, anxious, angry often only focus on the negative. Another thinking style that they often employ is personalization. They take other people's reactions and events that happen as having to do with them. So if somebody walks by them and gives them a dirty look in the hallway, they may think, oh my gosh, I wonder why Sally's mad at me. Instead of thinking, I wonder why Sally's having a bad day. That has nothing to do with me. Or if they are going through a checkout line and the cashier is in a really bad mood, they may think, oh, that person was so mean to me. They must dislike me for some reason. Instead of thinking, gee, I wonder what's going on in that person's life that had them in such a dark space today. We want to help people examine their thinking processes and figure out if they're using strategies and thinking strategies that are helpful, or thinking strategies that are maintaining their distress and their upsetness. Often, thinking patterns that maintain our distress are only based on a nugget of reality and don't consider the entire picture. And we really want people to be able to take a step back and recognize that, okay, this may be going bad, or this may have happened, but what else? An example, if you're presenting at a meeting, most people are listening, but one person is sitting there playing on their phone. This happens in just about every meeting, every class, wherever I've been. What is your thought process? If you're focusing on the negative and overgeneralizing, you might think, nobody was paying attention. My presentation must have been boring and they think I'm stupid. The consequence to having these thoughts is that I feel stupid and I may be afraid to present again because I think they don't want to hear from me. The next question is this thought pattern justified or helpful? Is thinking this way helping me in my job, since clearly I was presenting for a reason? And the answer is no. And it's also not valid when all the evidence is considered. What would be a more helpful thought pattern? To recognize the positive and the negative. There was this one person that wasn't paying attention, but there were 29 other people who were. So most people seem to be paying attention. Not everybody will like my ideas, and that's just reality. But that doesn't mean that they're stupid or wrong. It just means my ideas are different than some other people in the audience. What's the consequence of this thought pattern? Well, when I think this way, when I recognize that, okay, I walk out of a presentation and I say, most people paid attention. They seem to be following along. Not everybody seemed to agree, but that's okay. How do I feel? Well, I tend to feel like I did a good job. I tend to feel like it's a good thing, and I feel more positive, and I don't feel anxious and hopeless. Another example, you're depressed after getting a divorce. You may focus on the uncontrollability of things, focusing on all of the aspects of being in relationships that are not controllable or predictable. And that is really scary when you start thinking about being vulnerable, recognizing that it can go south. People can cheat, people can lie, bad things can happen. If you want to focus on all those uncontrollable things, then you can. But is that helping you feel more confident, or is that contributing to your misery? Rumination on all the things that went wrong in the relationship and how, quote, all relationships end badly, and, quote, nobody can be trusted. That's that overgeneralization again. Well, when I think that all relationships go bad and nobody can be trusted, then I don't want to engage with anybody else. I want to stay in my house and stay by myself because, all other people are threatening. That again contributes to my misery and unhappiness. When I'm evaluating for threat, I may be constantly on alert for signs of relationship problems in any relationship that I'm in, friendship, romantic, or otherwise. So I may be constantly looking at that person for microaggressions or for small indications that they may be bored, or if they look at somebody who walks by, I may be on alert and think, oh, that means they're cheating. All of those things, I'm mind reading when I'm doing that. When I'm constantly being on alert for signs of relationship problems, I'm assuming that I know what the other person is thinking. And I'm assuming that my interpretation of every event is accurate, that it indicates that the relationship is having problems. My partner or my date or whoever it is may have looked at somebody that walked by because they had toilet paper sticking to the bottom of their shoe. It may not have had to do with anything even remotely related to our relationship. It may have had to do with that person and the toilet paper. Unhelpful coping strategies in this sort of situation. I'm depressed after getting divorced. So when I get into new relationships, to prevent it from happening again, I may try to control that person. I may nag at them to make sure they do everything the way I want them to do. I may spy on them to make sure that they are not cheating, to make sure that they're not talking to anybody else. Is this helpful? Well, no. There's a really strong chance, I won't say all the time, but there is a really strong chance if you engage, no matter who you are, if you engage in these types of behaviors in relationships, that the other person is actually as a result, going to become unhappy. So the result of these unhelpful coping strategies is actually creating a self-fulfilling prophecy and creating problems in relationships. When we talk about uncontrollability in relationships and all those aspects that you can't control, asking the person or asking yourself, in what ways is this thought pattern helpful? Focusing on all the things that I can't do a daggum thing about. Probably not super helpful because I can't do a daggum thing about them. What would be a more helpful thought pattern? Well, focusing on aspects of relationships that are controllable, like my reaction to people and whether I spend time nurturing relationships and what I do in relationships, and identifying aspects about reactions to scary thoughts that are controllable. So when I have a scary thought that this person is going to leave me, or if this person leaves me, I couldn't survive, identifying aspects to those reactions that I can control. I can choose to keep having that thought and perseverating on it, or I can choose to think something else, and developing a plan for handling those scary thoughts that is empowering, and developing strategies that I have confidence will help me feel better is going to help me start addressing those types of thoughts. Rumination on all the things that went wrong in the relationship can be addressed by encouraging people to look at the evidence for their belief that nobody is trustworthy and relationships are dangerous. Show me the evidence. Yes, in this particular relationship, maybe this person wasn't trustworthy and this relationship caused me some pain because it ended. Let's look at other relationships and that I've had. And is anybody else in my life, is there anybody else that's trustworthy? Are all relationships dangerous? And looking at not just romantic relationships, but looking at friendships, other family members, relationships with children, those sorts of things. We want to help people examine the evidence for and against their overgeneralized beliefs. What would a more helpful thought pattern be? Instead of thinking all relationships end badly and nobody can be trusted, thinking this relationship ended badly and maybe this person can't be trusted, and learning from what happened in that particular situation. If other relationships have ended badly, looking at similarities between those relationships and going, okay, Well, I can see that there are some common themes here that maybe I need to look out for. But relationships that I have with other people that don't share those themes, like alcoholism, may be healthy and may not have these same characteristics. So maybe one of the things I need to learn is that getting in a relationship with people who have active addictions tends to end badly. And those people generally, when they're in active addiction, cannot be trusted. That's very different than all relationships end badly and nobody can be trusted. After a divorce, people are also often, when they get into new relationships, constantly being alert for signs of relationship problems. In what ways is this pattern helpful? Well, you can find indications that there are problems in the relationship if you look hard enough, because you can interpret things to fit your beliefs. Instead of looking at something objectively, you're going, I am looking for evidence that this person is cheating, so I am going to find evidence that this person is cheating, instead of looking for evidence that things are going well and finding evidence that things are going well. Another example, June is a teacher. Last semester, 40 of her students gave her 4s and 5s on her evaluation out of 5, so that's good. That's awesome. 3 of her students gave her 1s on her evaluation. June focuses on the 3 negative reviews instead of the 40 positive reviews. Sounds a lot like the first scenario that we talked about. June begins ruminating, thinking that she's a bad teacher, questioning her knowledge, questioning whether she should even be in the classroom. These thoughts make her anxious about teaching the next semester. She just doesn't even want to go into the classroom now. When she goes in to teach the next class, all she notices are the students who are distracted, sleeping, or have unhappy expressions on their faces. She's teaching at 7:30 in the morning, let's say. You know, there's going to be a lot of students who may love her, but just not be happy to be up at 7:30 in the morning. Since she's not noticing the reactions of the rest of the students, only the ones that are unhappy, she begins to believe that she is a bad teacher and that, quote, everyone hates her, and loses her confidence. So you can see how our interpretation of things and what we pay attention to can go a long way toward affecting our reactions and how we feel about life and what's going on. New strategies to address these thinking challenges. Become aware of your thinking patterns, including focusing on the negative and ignoring the positive. If you notice that something's going on and you check your thoughts and you're like, okay, the last 5 thoughts I had were negative, that's what we call a clue that you might be also ignoring the positive. So intentionally turning your attention to focus not only on the negative. I'm not saying you have to ignore the negative. I'm just saying also make sure that you're forcing yourself to also identify the positive. Also identify what's safe in that situation. Ruminating on the negative. If you notice that after something happens that's unpleasant, you tend to think about it and think about it and continue to think about it and flip it over and over and over in your head. Being aware of those thinking patterns and developing strategies to stop those thoughts, and using the acronym ACCEPTS or IMPROVES, which are common in dialectical behavior therapy, can help you get out of that ruminating mind, that emotional mind, and calm down. It helps you turn your attention to something else besides those thoughts. It says, okay, I'm just going to take those thoughts and I'm going to leave them on the shelf for a few minutes while I engage in some other activities, or I do something to contribute to society or to help a friend, or I do something that makes me happy, or I engage in actively thinking about something positive, or I use my senses, like my sense of smell, in order to trigger happy memories and help distract myself for a few minutes. So my adrenaline can calm down and I can get into that wise mind, that logical mind, where I can think a little bit more clearly. A lot of times, once you let that HPA axis, that threat response system, cool off a little bit, the ruminations will stop. The ruminations are only active when you are anxious or angry, kind of like popcorn. You know, as soon as you turn off the burner, the popcorn stops popping. Paying excessive attention to threats or waiting for the other shoe to drop is another thinking pattern that contributes to a lot of people being anxious or feeling helpless a lot of the time. Reminding yourself to pay attention to the safe aspects of the situation, and instead of expecting if something good happens, the other shoe's going to drop, or if something bad happens, something else bad's going to happen, focusing on being mindful in the moment of what's going right. And whatever's going to happen in the future, you have no control over. You can't plan or expect the future. So focus and revel in the moment. Identify the consequences of your unhelpful thinking patterns on your ability to be happy and have the things and people in your life that are important to you. Explore competing thought patterns and strategies. What else could I think? Or what else could I think about? Or how else could I approach this that would make me feel empowered and courageous and happy versus powerless and depressed and anxious? And monitor the effectiveness of the strategies you choose on your ability to be happy and have the things and people in your life that are important to you.
Trouble in your mind. Are you doing this just to test me? I'm bad at handling this type of thing. But I don't get it. You say it's a man thing. Babe, I wanna be alright. I just wanna make your heart sing.
Thank you for letting me ask you these questions. So first of all, I would like to ask you, what is, with your words, metacognitive therapy?
Okay, metacognitive therapy is an evidence-based treatment approach, and it's based on a particular model of psychological disorders. In this model, problems arise from overthinking, thinking too much, extended thinking. That often takes the form of worrying, ruminating, which is analyzing the past, analyzing feelings, and certain biases in attention. The question is, why are some people more prone to activate this pattern of thinking than other people? And we've discovered that this is linked to metacognitive beliefs. These are the beliefs people have about their own mental processes and beliefs about thinking. For instance, some people think that it's helpful to worry, to anticipate danger so they can avoid threats. And so they tend to run through life by anticipating threats and danger, worrying a lot, and that keeps anxiety going. But that's coupled with, in psychological problems, with also the sense that worrying is out of control and might itself be dangerous. Now that transforms the thinking process into something that's potentially harmful. And since you carry your thinking around with you, wherever you go, that means that something bad could happen at any time if you lose control of your mind. So in the metacognitive model, these metacognitions become biased and distorted, cause overthinking, negative thinking, which maintains emotional reactions and stress responses. And it's those things that we need to change in metacognitive therapy in order to aid recovery.
And how would you say it's different from other kind of therapies?
Well, if we contrast it with CBT, which is also an evidence-based therapy and is effective, in cognitive behavior therapy, the emphasis is on reality testing thoughts and beliefs, so challenging the idea, for instance, that somebody might be a failure or foolish. But the metacognitive therapist doesn't do that. Instead, the metacognitive therapist looks at the thinking processes around that idea and enables the patient to step outside of those thinking processes to control them. So to give you an example, a CBT therapist might ask a client, how much do you believe you're a failure? And is there any evidence to support that? To reality test that idea to see if it's true or not. Is it grounded in fact? But the metacognitive therapist would use a different set of questions, a different dialogue, and would ask, how much time do you spend analysing your failures? How much time do you analyse and think about being foolish? Is that an activity you can reduce? So in MCT, the aim is on changing thinking processes and bringing overthinking under control, rather than reality testing particular ideas.
So if you were suffering from anxiety, depression, or stress, why would you choose metacognitive therapy?
I think I'd choose metacognitive therapy because it's highly effective. Recent meta-analyses show that recovery rates are high in anxiety and depression, and the preliminary evidence is that it might be more effective than cognitive behaviour therapy. So it seems to me that's a good bet. I'd especially choose it if I've received CBT or some other evidence-based treatment, but I'm left with symptoms and I want to try something else. So perhaps MCT is a good approach under those circumstances.
Can I ask you one last question?
Sure.
Have you, how has the metacognitive mindset helped you personally in your life?
I think the principles of metacognitive therapy can apply to all of us. And in developing MCT, I've discovered that thoughts are perhaps not as important as I first thought that they were. But I began as a CBT therapist, and CBT places a great deal of emphasis on thoughts and beliefs. I guess that's encapsulated with old sayings like the power of positive thinking. But really, MCT has forced me to question whether thoughts are really that important and that meaningful. I think we can have valued and effective, happy, rewarding lives without analysing everything and embracing uncertainty and not anticipating what will happen in the future, just entering situations with an open mind and making the best of whatever transpires.
Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me ask you these questions.
Get through to you. If you let your guard down, baby, this is what I'll do. I'll do. Come on, baby. Love you, I will love you, I will love you like a queen. I would love to take you to a place you've never been. Love you, I will love you, I will love you like a queen. I would love to take you to a place you've never been. What is trouble in your mind? Baby, why can't you just tell me? I just wanna be your bride, wanna be. I wanna give our love away. So you're not letting me, get through to you. Yeah, if you let your guard down, baby, this is what I'll do. I'll do.
Try this again. Let's talk about marriage and family therapy. This video is so needed because there's a lot of confusion about what marriage and family therapy is, and understandably so. The first thing to know is that I don't only work with married people or families. So that's the number one thing we need to talk about today.
What's on your mind?
All right. Hi guys, my name is Stephanie Yates Anyabwile, Steph Anya for short. I'm a licensed associate marriage and family therapist, and this channel is for people who love therapy, people who are interested in becoming therapists, and people who are just looking to create their best lives. So let's dive in. Today we're talking specifically about what marriage and family therapy is. And I'll warn you guys, I'm a little bit of a nerd, but I'm going to try to bring it down to layman's terms so that you have a better understanding of why marriage and family therapy is different than other mental health professions. Not better necessarily, but definitely a better fit for me. So the first thing we've got to talk about is the misnomer marriage and family therapy. I so badly wish that it was called relationship therapy or systems therapy, because the marriage and family therapy makes it seem as though we only work with married people or only work with families, and that's just not the case. For my client load and for a lot of my colleagues, a majority of our clients are actually individuals. It has less to do with who we're seeing and more to do with how we view the problem that they're experiencing. Systems theory, I think, is the best way to kind of explain the difference in how we view the problem. So we don't look intrapsychically to figure out what's wrong with the person. We're not thinking necessarily that it's all thoughts or that it's all how they were raised. We're looking more interpersonally than intrapersonally. And that means that we look at this human being in context. I don't have my clients lay on a couch and ask them about their dreams. There is definitely validity to that approach, but I'm not as focused on what's happening in your mind as I am on what's happening in your life. So we're viewing things in context. Now, when it comes to problem and treatment assessment, we're not looking linear. So I'm not looking A leads to B. So for example, the overbearing mother. This is a very common trope where we look at this overbearing mother caused all of this harm or all of these frustrations for the client. And instead of looking at it so singular, we look at it through what we refer to as circular causality. So I don't say A equals B, I say A contributes to B, contributes back to A. And we don't know which came first. And usually it's not that simple. It's A, B, C, D, E. They all are contributing to this pattern. And as a therapist, what I'm constantly looking for are those patterns to identify what patterns contribute the most to what the client is saying is dysfunctional or unhealthy in their life. So we don't look for that one person or one thing to blame. We're looking for the pattern overall. So when I say system, I'm not only talking about a family system, even though that is commonly what I work with. I've also seen friends. Sometimes, of course, I'm seeing couples, and we're trying to understand how these people interact with each other. So if I have a family of 5, I'm not going to have all 5 of those people just come to me individually. I want to see what all 5 of them are like together. And that's very intimidating because you can have them in the room and have difficulty controlling the room or getting to the root of the issue. But from an observational standpoint, it's very important for me to see how they act when they are together. And also recognize that simply by me being present, I'm already changing the dynamics of that family. That's another very important thing to think about, is that you're never really seeing how these families function when they're on their own, because the very fact that you're there is going to modify the way that they interact with one another. But it's still really important to see that. So whenever I can, even when I have an individual, if they've got a friend or a family member in town, especially somebody that comes up a lot, I always encourage them to bring them into session. I say I'd love to meet them and learn more about you through their eyes. Sometimes you'll have a client who presents as very peaceful, very quiet and mild, and you bring the right person in the room and you see a completely different side of them. And that's what we mean when we say the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, because those 5 people individually it's going to give me a different picture than seeing them together. I'm not just looking at them as individuals, I'm looking at how this person interacts with that person, how they interact with that person, how these two interact, and then looking again at the family as a whole. I cannot understand an individual without understanding their system, and I really can't understand the system without understanding those individuals. Now, we also want to think about the concept of homeostasis. You might remember this concept from science in middle school. This concept that regardless of the external input, they try to get back to normal, okay? And families are the same. A lot of times we'll have a problem presented to us and we are not listening to, oh, this is the problem. We're thinking, now how does this problem serve a benefit in this system, okay? So I might have parents that bring me a child and they say, this child is acting so crazy, they're tearing up the room, they're getting in trouble at school. And through further investigation as marriage and family therapists, we're thinking, now what are the possible reasons why this child's behavior is actually serving some sort of benefit to the family? And sometimes, for example, it could be the parents don't even talk unless that child is acting up. And the child picks up on that when they are behaving badly, their parents become a team either against them or advocating for them so that they can get the resources to help the child. And so it can be something as simple as that, where we see that what is originally presented as a problem and that child is the identified patient, it actually is serving a dysfunctional system. And so we oftentimes think if we can just fix this one problem, life will be great. But sometimes when you take that problem out of the mix, we see other problems in the family. And that's because now without that problem intact, no one knows their roles anymore. So understanding that a family is going to try to get back to that sense of normal as you guys are making changes is a very critical aspect of marriage and family therapy as well, because you want to know, even if I'm seeing an individual, what are some of the possible outcomes of if this client starts improving? You know, am I gonna see possible issues in their romantic relationship? Are there gonna be issues at work? Maybe we're working on the client advocating for themselves and being a bit more assertive. Are we gonna see that people who are in their life now and are accustomed to them always bending, are those relationships going to start being more conflicting? Possibly. And you have to prepare the client for some of the negative outcomes of positive change. There are many different models of marriage and family therapy. I practice collaborative therapy. I know a lot of solution-focused therapists. You have some Bowenian therapists, and these are all very specific models. If you're interested in hearing about the different models, or if you practice a certain model and need some more resources, let me know that in the comments. But most of our interventions, regardless of model, they're aimed at trying to cultivate a change in that system. We're just literally looking to change that pattern and lead it to a healthier outcome. And it's important to recognize that even just by coming to therapy, that's a change in and of itself. And that change could just be the catalyst needed for the change that you're looking on a larger scale in your life. So what is marriage and family therapy? It's understanding people in context, recognizing the multifaceted way that we present to the world and the way that we present in these very small subsystems of our lives. I serve one role in my work system, I serve another role in my friend system, I serve a different role in my family system, but a lot of times there are commonalities. So by understanding how people act in context, how they act in relation to others, we have a much better understanding of, first, why the person is the way they are, and then also how the way they are impacts their system as a whole. So I'm not just looking, how does the system make this person? I'm thinking, how does this person contribute to the system as well? Again, that's circular causality. So that is a very, very watered down explanation of marriage and family therapy. Again, don't think only marriages and only families. Think about looking at problems in context and trying to understand how those problems serve a function within the family. That's my take on it. So let me know, are there other questions that you have about marriage and family therapy that I didn't answer? I'd love to hear those down below in the comments. I ask that you subscribe to my channel and also like this video if you found it to be informative. Again, I'm Stephanie Yates, Anyabwile, Steph Anya for short, and you're watching another What's on Your Mind segment. Thank you. What's on your mind? What's on your mind? Hi guys, welcome back to my channel, and if you're new, welcome to my channel. My name is Stephanie Yates, Anyabwile, and I'm a licensed associate marriage and family therapist. Today's video is for those who are considering becoming therapists or are in the process of becoming therapists, because we'll be doing another model review. Today, we'll be reviewing Bowen's Family Systems model. If you're interested or curious, stay tuned. Okay, so first I want to shout out my subscribers who've specifically requested models. I'm seeing all of your requests and they are in progress. Specifically shout out to the subscribers that requested the Bowen's Family Systems model. So we're gonna jump right into talking about what this model is about and why it was created. So Bowen's model goes by several different names. I remember in grad school not even being sure if we were talking about Bowen's models until we started getting into the concept. So it's known as extended family systems, intergenerational family therapy, family systems therapy. It has so many different names. I refer to it as Bowen's Family Systems model, and I hear a lot of people say Bowen when they're talking about his model, just to be clear about which model we're talking about. The first thing I want to do is talk a little bit about Bowen himself. Murray Bowen was one of the foundational leaders when it came to marriage and family therapy. He's credited for being one of the founders of systemic therapy, and his work was conducted primarily with parents of schizophrenic patients. This model was developed in the 1950s, and his working theory was that there were certain family dynamics that would persist throughout multiple generations and cultivate severe mental disorders such as schizophrenia. That is how he began his family therapy work. And this is really what brought us into examining the family as opposed to only examining the individual. So the other notable thing about Bowen's model is that it really boils down to 8 interrelated concepts. And if you can remember these concepts, then you're pretty much golden when it comes to any marriage and family therapy exam or paper when it comes to Bowen's model. The first and most important concept, and honestly my favorite aspect of this model, is the concept of differentiation. Differentiation, you can think of this as like the anchor of Bowen's model. This, if you hear it, if you see it on an exam, more than likely they're going to be referring to his model. So you think about differentiation from 2 different perspectives. You think about it interpersonally, and you think about it intrapsychically. What that means is that we are evaluating both the individual and their community or family. So interpersonal differentiation refers to one's ability to differentiate themselves from their family. So being able to have your own unique identity, opinions, feelings, outside of your family. Then intrapsychically, when we talk about differentiation, we're talking about being able to separate emotions from rationality. So if a person is undifferentiated, then they're probably going to make a lot of decisions from a purely emotional place without thinking about them logically. When you have families that were interpersonally undifferentiated, you would see what he described as an undifferentiated family ego mass. And this is where you have a family that is characterized by being highly emotional, and this is where you might see families that end up getting into a lot of fights or arguments or are over involved in one another's others' lives. And so Bowen did focus on making sure one tends to their rational side when making decisions. From Bowen's perspective, it's very important for your emotions not to be so high that you can't separate them from logical thoughts or separate yourself from your family. So that's what differentiation is. It is intrapsychic and interpersonal. The next concept is the nuclear family emotional system. His whole theory here is that people tend to choose partners that are similarly differentiated to them. So if you've got a partner who is lowly differentiated, they're probably going to find another partner who is lowly differentiated, which leads to an unstable family unit that's characterized by high emotions and dysfunction. Signs of this is if you see chronic marital conflict or psychological dysfunction in a child. The third concept is another concept that is, I would say, on the same level really as differentiation when it comes to identifying Bowen's model, is emotional triangles. When you are dealing with an unstable family unit, particularly you have two partners who've gotten together and neither of them is differentiated and able to separate their emotions from their thoughts, right? If you have this situation, one of the easiest ways that they deal with that lack of balance is by channeling or involving a third party. Often that third party is a child, but you can also see an emotional triangulation by a person focusing exclusively on work or taking up a hobby that takes up all of their attention. Basically having to bring in a third party to balance the unevenness or instability in the relationship. I always think about this in terms of if you have, for example, a couple of people who they really only connect through their dislike of another person, right? They don't really have anything in common. They don't enjoy being with each other except when it's geared towards this third party. Or it could be the opposite. You could have two parents who are devoting loving energy, affectionate energy to their child. They might not be able to work well together or communicate together except if they are talking about that child. So triangulation is really balancing the unevenness by bringing in a third leg, if you will. Imagine a table that typically can function on two legs, but it's a little bit wobbly, so you put a third one in so that it can be steady. That's what triangulation looks like. The fourth concept is the family projection process, which really just simply means that as we see these two people who are lowly differentiated get together and focus their attention on their child in order to deal with their instability, the child ultimately ends up being even less differentiated than the parent. So this is where we start seeing that multi-generational pattern happening all the way through to where you ultimately see a severe psychological disorder. Again, this is not proven. This is the theory that founds Bowen's model. Now keep in mind with the family projection process, depending on the time the child is born or the amount of stress in the family, that is going to highly impact how much more undifferentiated that child is than the parent. One of the understandings or theories that Bowen proposes that the most vulnerable child is going to be the child that is getting all of that additional attention. So it could be based on the child being younger, it could be based on the child being talented. It could be several different factors that would make that child be the one that gets that additional attention from the parents that actually lessens their differentiation over time. So speaking of sibling position, that is the fifth interrelated concept that Bowen talks about. So one of the most talked about sibling positions is the oldest child. The oldest child in a family typically takes on more responsibility for caring for their siblings, and they might again be that child that is getting the most attention from the parents or being leaned on the most heavily by the parents. My AATBS book that I talked about in my How I Passed the Marriage and Family Therapy exam, it really anchors me as I talk about these models, and it even talks about how if you have two older children who get together, then what ends up happening is that they can become very competitive with one another because they're both used to being the leader. The sibling position can really have a big impact on the child's likelihood for becoming well differentiated. Now, something that's really important to talk about is the sixth concept, which is the emotional cutoff. Emotional cutoff is really where you see a child maybe be fed up and actually run away from the family. They part from the family in an attempt to develop their own identity, but most of the time when the family is fused, just because they've run away does not mean that they are truly separate from the family or the family's ideologies. So please don't confuse having a client who's moved far away from their family or has cut off all ties or communication with their family as them becoming more differentiated, because it's really more of a sign of having an enmeshed or fused family than it is for being truly differentiated. The multi-generational transmission process, which is our seventh concept, is kind of similar to the family projection process. So I do want to say that in advance because it's going to be a little bit confusing. But here we're just emphasizing how generationally, when you see this over time, you have two parents who are lowly differentiated, they get together, they have a bunch of children. You have some children who are going to be receiving less attention from these lowly differentiated parents. They ultimately end up becoming more differentiated than their parents because they're not involved in their drama. Let's just leave it at that. Whereas you have the child who is very involved in their parents' distress, whether the parents are triangulating them in by giving them a lot of attention or leaning on them too heavily to pick a side. Anything where that child is brought into the parents' conflict in any way, whether the parents are being competitive or they're being nasty, whatever the case, that child getting attention ends up being less differentiated than the parents. Then that child pairs up, as we talked about before, with another lowly differentiated person. They have children, they focus on their child, that child becomes less differentiated, and multi-generationally we see less and less differentiation until the outcome is ultimately a severe mental disorder, psychotic disorder, such as schizophrenia. And this is just Bowen's theory. Again, I want to emphasize, this is not empirically proven. This is just the foundation of his theory. When we talk about why Bowen came up with this model and really why family therapy even exists is because someone like Bowen paid attention to the impact of the family on the outcome of the individual. Now, the eighth principle. I love that Bowen took the lens all the way further back, right? Because we started with the individual. Then we talk about that individual pairing up with someone similarly differentiated. Then we talk about them having children and how they might focus on one child who becomes less differentiated. Then we talk about what it looks like through multiple generations. And lastly, Bowen's pulling it all the way back and saying, now let's look at society as a whole. Okay, he connects differentiation with societal regression. So he doesn't blame it all on the family. Certain societal factors can play a huge factor into the differentiation of an individual, family, or person. We talk about natural disasters or wars, political traumas. These things can contribute to lower differentiation at the individual or family or generational level. Okay, we talk about genocide, for example, how that impacts families through multiple generations. Some of the factors in society that contribute to lower differentiation or vice versa, when we think systemic, it's never A leads to B. It's always A leads to B, leads back to A. So we see that low differentiation also can contribute to the societal regression. Now, if you're looking for some signs of societal regression, and this is really profound to me because honestly, I see a lot of this in today's society: increased rates of violence, drug abuse, crime and divorce, and greater tension between majority and minority groups. And the last one is less principled decision-making by leaders. This is directly from, again, my AATBS book, and that I thought was really important to think about the connection between our society and the individual family and vice versa. So what's the goal of Bowen's model? It's really just to decrease anxiety and to increase the individual levels differentiation within the family members. I will say that one of the disadvantages to Bowen's model is that it's highly theoretical, and a lot of the earliest models of family therapy were, because the idea was working with the family. That's the radical idea, is to work with the family instead of just the individual. But there aren't a ton of techniques to support the theory. So we ask, how do we make a person more differentiated? There's still a lot of questions around that. But I will share with you some of the techniques that he proposed in his work. So the first thing is the genogram, which is something that if you are even brand new in your marriage and family therapy program, you've probably heard of. A genogram is basically outlining the family tree and looking at the relationship between family members. So you might note that you have an estranged relationship between this person and this person, or a death, or a miscarriage. A genogram is really showing that family history and trying to bring to light any milestones, family trauma, or conflict that could contribute to issues with differentiation. With the genogram, you want to make sure that you are incorporating at least the last 3 generations, just to get the best idea of that multi-generational transmission process that we talked about earlier. Now, I want to talk about the difference between a modern or classic model or a postmodern model. This model being developed in the 50s is absolutely a classic model in marriage and family therapy. And what that means to me is that there was still a belief at that time that the therapist could be objective or neutral. His research initiated by working with the parents of adult schizophrenic patients. So he would often be meeting with the couple. And what he would do is try to become that third leg in the wobbly or unstable table. He would purposefully triangulate himself into the unit. So the theory as to why he did that is because he believed that as long as the therapist was neutral and unbiased, then they would be able to help relieve some of the conflict or tension between the couple or the family as a whole, and they'd be able to work through that. The problem with that, if you look at it through a postmodern lens, is how can a therapist truly be unemotionally involved and not have an opinion and be biased? I mean, we come into therapy with our own experiences that are going to shape the way we talk with the clients too. Therapists aren't robots. Any 2, 3, 4 therapists are going to ask different questions, pick up on different things, and yes, sometimes side with different people within the family based on their own experiences. So I do want to mention that through a postmodern lens, this approach is really unrealistic, but it is important to mention that this is one of the techniques that Bowen proposed for helping family members become more differentiated. Now, alternatively, and this is what I hear more often, if he's not working with the couple, he would want to work with the most differentiated member of the family. And that often would be, like we talked about earlier, if you have 2 parents who are lowly differentiated and they have a group of children, the child who gets the least attention from them or is the least involved with them tends to be the most differentiated. So Bowen would propose working with that individual, assuming that as they increase their differentiation, which is already higher than that of their other family members, it would motivate the other family members to become more differentiated as well. So in the modern models, these classic models, the therapist is viewed as an expert, as I talk about in my structural therapy video. When you are viewed as the expert, you're taking on the role not really as a collaborator as you would see in some of the later models that we can talk about in other videos, such as my narrative family therapy video. I'll put the card there if you want to check that one out. So the role of the therapist is being like an educator, maybe sometimes taking on the role of a parent, taking control of the room, essentially. Another way that Bowen proposed increasing differentiation and reducing conflict in the family is by having family members talk specifically to the therapist instead of talking to one another. It's interesting to think about that now, especially when having active and healthy communication amongst family members is so important. One critique of Bowen's model is that the therapist is too involved in trying to reduce the conflict in the family. And if you take the family outside of the situation with that therapist, then they're going to just revert back to their typical style of communication. Another thing that Bowen proposed would be process questions. And I think of this kind of like meta communication, really assessing not just how you feel, but communicating how you feel instead of only reacting to how you feel. So to give you an example, it would be like if you had a pair of siblings in the room and you have siblings who are talking about, for example, one of them took the other one's shirt. So instead of allowing them to get really heated and argue about, it's my shirt, you say, how did you feel when your sister took your shirt? And then now the client has to tap into their logic and reasoning to express how they feel instead of just displaying how they feel. And this is how we contribute to helping with that intrapsychic differentiation. We're separating thoughts from feelings, but at the same time, we're joining them together. So you don't have to be overly emotional and responding. You can share how it made you feel. Then you could even ask the sibling, now hearing that, how do you feel hearing how you impacted your sister emotionally when you took her shirt? So you're asking questions that create a space for people to process and pay more attention to what they're doing and how they're feeling about it, instead of allowing people to let their emotions take the forefront and just respond from a place of hurt instead of a place of rationality. Another technique that Bowen would use are like stories. So he would share, probably not stories about himself. When you're talking about being an expert in the room, usually self-disclosure is not the way you do that. So when Bowen is sharing stories with his families, it's probably more about him sharing stories that other clients have shared with him to help the clients envision being able to get to the other side of their conflict or to not feel alone in the tension and conflict that they're having. Another way that Bowen would address differentiation issues, and this is more the interpersonal differentiation, is by encouraging the clients to take the I position. So instead of talking on behalf of a person, saying, oh, well, they think that I'm dumb, you say instead, I feel that they think I am dumb. Or you say, I feel dumb, okay? Because most of the time when we expedite the process, we're projecting our own feelings onto others, but that's not part of Bowen's model. It's just about taking ownership for how you feel and what you've said instead of trying to place blame or speak for someone else within the family. The last technique is home visits. And I find this is used most often when we have a client who has emotionally cut off from their family. They may think that by running away from their family, they're running away from their family drama or conflict, but those things typically will still stay with you. You still feel hurt and you're still triggered often. So what Bowen would suggest are home visits, where you either write letters to your family of origin, you call them, you might go back. Because often what he would see is that when people, even if they feel that they've made all this progress, when they were back in the position of being with their family of origin, they would revert back to the same level of differentiation that they had before being in treatment. So it is important to make sure that there is progress even in a very triggering space, so that you can positively influence the rest of your family members and see their differentiation increase as well. So I hope that you found this useful. Again, I used my AATBS materials to help me fully understand this model. If you want to get it yourself, I will have a link for it below in the description box. I just don't want to take credit when it's really been so useful for me and helped me pass my exam. And so if you have any other questions about Bowen's model or any other ideas that might help other people understand it better, please put them in the comments below. I appreciate you for watching. I hope you found this helpful. Again, my name is Stephanie Yates Anyabwile, Steph Anya for short. I thank you so much for watching until the end of the video. That really, really helps me. Thank you.
What's on your
I've been feeling emotional, thinking about you, babe. What can we focus on? What we should do? Tell me the truth, 'cause I don't wanna see you with somebody else. And I've been feeling lonely in this king-size bed. I'm trying not to worry about the things you say. I ain't got the time, you're always on my mind. Baby, why you...
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel, and if you're new, welcome to my channel. My name is Stephanie Yates, Anyabwile, Steph Anya for short, and I'm a licensed associate marriage and family therapist. This video today is for my fellow therapists or those who are in the process of becoming marriage and family therapists. We'll be doing another model review. Today we're going to be reviewing Jay Haley's Strategic Family Therapy. If you're curious, stay tuned. As always, I want to thank you all for making suggestions and requests for me when it comes to these models or any types of videos. It really helps me know what you all are wanting to see on the channel. So big shout out to those who have specifically requested strategic therapy, and to those who answered this poll, letting me know that strategic is your model of choice. But don't worry, we will be getting to the rest of the models, you guys. I am really working on it, but I want the videos to be thorough and have high quality for you. So let me know the next model that I should cover in the comments. If you like these kind of videos and you find these helpful, please give me a thumbs up so that I know you're wanting more of them. It helps me be able to plan for the channel and give you guys the videos that you're really wanting to see. Okay, so let's jump right in. As usual, I like to start by talking a little bit about the theorists who create the models. The primary creator for strategic family therapy is Jay Haley. Jay Haley is hugely significant in the marriage and family therapy community and the history of family therapy as a whole. He was part of the MRI group, the Mental Research Institute, that if you have had any training whatsoever in marriage and family therapy, you have definitely heard of this group. Something interesting that I saw about Haley is that he actually went to Stanford to study communications early on in his career. So that lets you know that he has a background in communication, and that is actually an emphasis of the strategic model. Jay Haley worked with all of the big dogs that you will hear about in family therapy. He worked on the Bateson Project. Like I said, he worked at the Mental Research Institute that you'll always hear about. And this is one of those things where I could say a lot about MRI, the Mental Research Institute, but it's kind of too much to talk about in a video focused on strategic therapy. So if you want me to talk about MRI, be sure to let me know that in the comments as well. While he was working at MRI, he worked along other pioneers like John Weekland, Don Jackson, Salvador Minuchin, who we talk about in our structural family therapy video. If you haven't seen that one, be sure to check it out. I'll put it in the cards if you can see that, and I'll try to remember to put it in the description box, but you guys know I'm really bad about that. If you ever see a video where I said I was gonna put something in the description box and I didn't, be sure to let me know. And ultimately, after working at MRI, he ended up working with his wife Chloe Maddens. I'm not sure of how to pronounce her name, but they worked together and helped develop strategic family therapy. So without further ado, let's jump right into what that model is. So the main things I want you to remember about strategic family therapy is where it gets its name from. So the reason that he calls it strategic is because this model is a foundation of brief therapy, right? So his whole thing was about being able to help a client quickly see results of therapy. So he didn't focus a lot on insight, as you'll see with a lot of other models. He definitely focused on symptom relief. So he was trying to do whatever he could to see whatever symptoms the client was complaining about, to see those reduced significantly. That is the focus of strategic therapy. It's not like psychodynamic theory, for example, where it's very important to see what's being repressed or understanding how their mind works, unpacking their dreams, things like that. was not a focus in strategic therapy. He wants to know what problems are you experiencing, and then he thinks about, okay, now how can we fix those problems, right, as quick as possible. So that's why it's called strategic therapy. This model is one of the first models of family therapy. It was developed in the 60s, and he'd been working in family therapy and helping develop it through the late 50s into the early 60s. So this is going to be one of those models where, as we've talked about before, it's a classic model, a traditional model, which I like to think of in terms of, okay, if it's a classic model, they probably view the therapist in the room as an expert. And so they believe it's possible for a therapist to be unbiased, and they all had very specific understandings of what a healthy family would look like. So as opposed to postmodern models that we talk about in like my video for narrative family therapy and other videos to come, postmodern models are characterized by social constructionism, meaning that we all live different realities and truths. Our experiences, our communities all shape the way we see the world and what we experience. But these classic or traditional models really view the therapist as like an authority or expert or teacher. They have the determination of what health looks like within a family or within a person. So now that we have that overview out of the way, let's jump into the nitty-gritty of this model. Let's talk about the main concepts. Let's talk about the view of the problem, the goal of therapy, and let's talk about the techniques that Haley would use to achieve those goals. One of the most important relationships that Haley developed at MRI is Milton Erickson, who is well known for his hypnosis techniques as well as using paradoxical interventions. We'll talk a little bit more about paradoxical interventions when we talk about the techniques used in Haley's model. As we talked about earlier, Haley studied communication at Stanford, and it is definitely a core component of his model. Haley viewed communication really as a source of power. Haley thought of power as basically a person's ability to determine the nature or structure of their relationship with another person. And as we saw in Minuchin's model, structural therapy, like I said, they did know each other and work together for a while. There are a lot of similarities between the models. In Haley's strategic family therapy, he thought that parents, of course, should have more power than children when we're looking at the family hierarchy. When we talk of some of the main concepts of the strategic model, one of the first main concepts is that of circular causality. And if you saw my video, What is Marriage and Family Therapy, and I've talked about it in other videos as well, circular causality is the understanding that we can't look for one root cause for all the family issues, right? And that's typically what we do. We look for a reason, a thing, a person to blame for the problems. And in marriage and family therapy, we normally refer to that person as the identified patient. That's the person that the family is blaming all of the issues on, or the event that the family blames all of the issues on. But circular causality instead looks for a disruptive or maladaptive pattern that exists between family members that contributes to the dysfunction. So sure, you might have a child acting out, and that could be a source of a lot of tension in the family, but maybe the child is acting out because the parents are always arguing and fighting. So the parents always argue and fight, it leads to the child acting out. Then parents come together to discipline the child, which maybe for the child is a benefit to see their parents working together. Then the parents end up ultimately disagreeing, arguing again, child acts out, right? So at any point in that circle, we're seeing there's actually a maladaptive pattern happening within the family. The only issue is not just the child acting out. There's actually a system and roles that everyone is playing that contributes to the dysfunction within the family. So strategic family therapy is recognized as one of the models that really first kind of introduced that concept. And we'll see circular causality being a concept that is emphasized in many marriage and family therapy models. The next main concept that we want to talk about is the concept of first and second order change. This is a concept that I get questions about all the time. Most systemic models are looking to create second order change. So first order change is where there is a change in the system, but think of it as like a superficial change that doesn't really impact the rules of the family. So let's go back to our example of the conflicting parents. Then we see a child acting out, the parents come back together, and then they're arguing again, right? So you could view those parents coming together and working as a team to discipline that child as, okay, we're in therapy, now they're working together, they're not arguing anymore, everything, the problem is fixed. But if we really pay attention, that's already a part of the rules and the pattern within the family. We need to continue seeing the family so that we can see if they end up getting back into a place of arguing and having a lot of conflict, right? We need to monitor that part of the system as well. We can't just see that they're getting along for a few weeks and say, okay, everything's fixed, everything is better, because when we are just meeting a family, that might already be a well-established pattern that they have developed. That's an example of first order change. There's going to be symptom relief for a while the parents are getting along and the child is not acting out. But once they get back to that next stage where they are once again conflicting, we need to figure out what's happening in between there so that we can understand the rules of the family and help to disrupt those rules. Second order change is where we are changing the fundamental rules of the system. This is where we can see lasting change. And it's really hard to accomplish, and it's really hard to know if you've done it. But if we can understand, for example, what's happening between mom and dad when they are working as a team to take care of the child, and then when they end up conflicting and arguing again, and then that child's acting out because they know subconsciously that their parents only get along when they're disciplining them, then we can understand a little bit more about how to change those rules. And the way you do it is really helping to establish new perspectives between both people. So if we can use some sort of techniques or interventions that will be targeted at those parents' behaviors, we need to understand more about the family rules so we can target the specific behaviors that are creating this cycle within the family. We'll get more to how to do that when we move into the interventions or techniques of this model. But the most important thing to remember between first order and second order change is that first order is more superficial, where we might see a change, but it's not lasting because the rules are the same, right? Maybe you have a couple of people switch, but the same two roles are being performed that create the dysfunction. What we want to do is change the rules altogether within the family for areas that are bringing about dysfunction, and that is second order change. It's confusing, I know, but hopefully as we get into the techniques, it'll make a bit more sense. So now let's talk about how he views the problem. So a symptom, according to strategic family therapy, is an attempt to create power when all other strategies to create power and define a relationship have failed, right? So that child acting out, for example, that is that child using a strategy or tactic to exert some control over their family dynamic, right? They control a bit of their parents' relationship with them, and they can actually help control the parents' relationship because they team together to help discipline them. So that is a symptom. And what strategic family therapy is hoping to do, the goal is to relieve the symptoms. The focus is not on insight and learning more about your hopes and dreams as we see with other models, but it is more focused on how can we relieve the symptoms that the family is experiencing. In this case, it would be probably mom and dad arguing, as well as the child lashing out or misbehaving. So with that being the main therapy goal, relieving the symptoms, the way that Haley proposes that we do this is by altering the family's transactions and organization, thinking about the hierarchy and any boundaries that might not be properly serving the family at this point. This is where it starts sounding pretty similar to structural family therapy, because you'll remember in that video, one of the main things we talked about are the boundaries between family members and how there is a certain balance between how rigid they are and how flexible they are to be perfect for the family. So strategic is similar in that it's trying to address any behaviors that might be indicative of a poor hierarchy and boundaries within the family. Now we're going to jump into the techniques of Haley's model. This is what really separates Haley's model from Minuchin's model. So strategic and structural, like I said, they have a lot of similarities. They both talk about boundaries. They both talk about the family hierarchy. But when we get down to the interventions and techniques between these two models, they are very different. So we're going to talk first about how Haley envisions the process of therapy going, because he believes that the first session has a huge impact on how the treatment goes, because there are 4 essential parts to that session that he likes to address. So first, you have the social stage. During this stage of the first session, the therapist is more observant. They are seeing how the family naturally interacts, and they want to make sure that each family member is participating. The second part is the problem stage, and this is pretty simple. The therapist wants to know what brings the family into therapy. The third stage is the interaction stage. I think of this as kind of a combination of the first 2 stages, because the therapist is observing the family talking about the problem, interacting with one another, and seeing how they view the problem, and maybe even any differences in how they view the problem. This can be very informational for the therapist to pick up on and pay attention to. And then the last step is goal setting. And this is where we really get into the strategic part of the strategic model. This is where the therapist actually works with the family to define what the treatment goals are. They actually sign a contract to say this is what we're going to work on, and a plan for how they're going to accomplish it. And this is where the therapist will assign a directive, or think of it as a task, or sometimes we'll say homework, for the family to complete outside of the session at home. With the strategic model being such an early model, I really like that Haley wanted to work in collaboration with the family, whereas a lot of the other models, it was a bit more focused on the therapist's view of the problem, and the therapist took on a lot of responsibility for fixing those problems. Haley works a bit more in collaboration and actually trusts the clients to do some of the work at home. And as a collaborative therapist myself, postmodern collaborative therapist, it is very important. I mean, we only see our clients once, maybe twice a week. And so it's nice to know that your family or your client is doing a lot of work outside of the session, where that's where a vast majority of their real life is happening. So the goal setting part is a critical aspect of those first 4 stages in the first session. And it is important to talk a little bit about the therapist's role, because even though the therapist is including the family, in the strategic model, as we'll see with most of the traditional classic models, the therapist is like taking charge, right? They're assigning homework to the family. They are observing the family. They are not viewing themselves as a part of the unit. They view themselves as separate from the unit and affecting change. So I don't want there to be any confusion. Just because there is some collaboration, this is still very different from what we'll see with the postmodern models. A directive is usually something pretty straightforward, and usually it's something that the family can clearly see is in direct alignment with the problem that they've presented. So you're going to say something like, let's say in our example where we have the kid acting out and the parents always conflicting, we'll say something like, whenever the child gets in trouble, only one of you is allowed to go in and talk with the child at that time. So even though you think, well, it's good for the child to see the parents working together, if we have suspicions that the child might be using acting out and misbehaving as a form of control to see their parents working together, let's test it out and experiment to see if those behaviors, if they know that they're not going to lead to seeing their parents together necessarily, if we see any sort of change in the family dynamics. So that's what I mean when we say we're targeting the behaviors to see how can we address those family rules that we're looking to change. Another type of intervention that the strategic family therapy model is very well known for are paradoxical interventions or directives, where basically we're prescribing the opposite to the family. You do want to be very careful with this, and it's one of those things where I would say if you are a student therapist, you might want to stay away from this unless you're, definitely consulting with your supervisor, letting them know what you're intending to do, because you could ultimately put the families at risk if you're not clear on why you are prescribing the opposite or how you plan to help the family bounce back or rebound from prescribing the opposite. So an example of a paradoxical intervention, prescribing the symptom. This is a very simple thing to understand. If you have a couple who is always arguing, you tell them, every day at 7 o'clock, I want you to argue. You're asking them to do more of the thing that they're telling you they want to change. And we're doing that so we can help them see that they actually have some control over how often this is happening. The parents might actually end up being more hostile. It might lead to a physical fight. So that's why I say you need to be very, very careful when you are prescribing paradoxical interventions, because they can be really tricky to rebound from. You need to be really clear and certain that you're going to be able to help them see the problem through a different lens and actually improve through this intervention. And our ultimate goal for something like this would be seeing them just not want to do it. You know, we tell them argue every day at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. rolls around and they're like, I really don't want to argue. Like, we're having a good day, I'm enjoying you. And that is a success, right? Because the whole goal, remember, is to relieve the symptoms. So if we tell them, hey, do more of this, and that actually makes them abandon it altogether, that is a success. But again, be very careful. Another technique in strategic family therapy that I absolutely love are ordeals. This is where we pair an unpleasant task with the symptom, right? So if the parents are always arguing and the kid is always misbehaving, then maybe we say whenever the parents argue, they have to buy each other a gift over $100. Whenever the kid misbehaves, he has to babysit his sister, something that they don't want to do. By assigning these ordeals, you're basically saying, okay, sure, you can continue doing the symptomatic behavior, but you're going to have to also do this thing you don't want to do every time you do that. It's kind of like the swear jar, right? Okay, you curse, but you got to put some money into this jar. You're losing money because you said something you shouldn't have said. That's really what an ordeal is. Some other interventions or techniques used in this model are things like restraining, like telling the family members not to change, saying, you guys are always arguing, he's always misbehaving, but the last thing you want to do is stop something that's already working well, right? That's obviously not true, and it's almost sarcastic. Just another type of paradoxical intervention. You're telling them to do something that you really don't want them to do. So by telling them you shouldn't change, whatever you do not stop arguing, do not stop misbehaving, again, they might recognize their power to actually be able to stop doing these things in rebellion of the task that you are recommending to them. Positioning is when you are exaggerating the severity of a symptom. So you might say something like, yeah, when you guys are arguing because you hate each other, and they're like, whoa, we don't hate each other, right? So you are exaggerating it so they can actually see that maybe it's not as big as they're making it seem. Reframing, which is something we already talked about in the narrative family therapy video. Reframing is something you'll see pretty much in most therapy models, regardless of marriage and family therapy. You take a symptom and you try to view it as more positive. So for example, if we talk about a child that's misbehaving, let's say their misbehavior is writing on the walls, right? We might say, it's so amazing that your child feels comfortable enough to express themselves creatively in your home. This is their safe space where they can do these things and allow their mind to process their thoughts in these drawings that they're putting in your home, right? So they don't see it as such a terrible thing. You know, it can be viewed as paradoxical if you don't really believe it, but I like to think of reframing as being genuine and authentic and looking at something differently. Like if you have the overbearing mother, for example, you know, I see a lot of mother-daughter dyads. I talked about in my MFT Q&A video, that being one of my preferred populations, you know, to see that overbearing mother behavior as while your mom seems very concerned about your well-being, pays a lot of attention to you and cares about what's happening in your safety, right? So just relabeling something that could be viewed as a problem as actually maybe a benefit or reward. So these are all some more specific examples of paradoxical interventions. So that is our overview of strategic family therapy. I hope you found it useful. I hope questions that you had were answered. If you have other questions, please feel free to put those in the comments below. If you did find it useful, I ask that you please like this video. I ask that you subscribe to my channel if you'd like to see more content like this. And you can find me on Facebook if you'd like to, or Instagram. Again, my name is Stephanie Bwile, Steph Anya for short. Thank you for watching all the way until the end of the video. That really helps me. I appreciate you.
Trying to be patient with you now. I'll never be sober if you don't pull me closer. Look me in my eyes and tell me how. I'm hypnotized. I'm hypnotized. I've been feeling delusional. Thinking about us, babe. Your body's so beautiful. All I want is your love, can't get enough. Cause I don't wanna see you with somebody else. And I've been feeling lonely in this king-size bed. I'm trying not to worry.
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel, and if you're new, welcome to my channel. My name is Stephanie Bwile, Steph Anya for short, and I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. In today's video, I'm going to be talking all about experiential therapy. If you're curious, stay tuned.
What's on your mind?
So as usual, we're going to be using AATBS as the guide to talk about key concepts, to talk about the view of the problem, to talk about the goals of therapy, as well as interventions and techniques that you would incorporate if you are using experiential therapy. Let's jump right in. Experiential models, there are two that we are very familiar with, and I thank everybody who has suggested that I tackle this model. These two models were developed, one by Carl Whitaker and one by Virginia Satir. Virginia Satir's model is also known as the human validation model, human validation process, human growth model, that has a few different names. And the reason why I'm talking about these two together is because they have a lot of similarities. They're both based in humanistic psychology, and there are a few assumptions in both that are relevant to what we think of when we talk about experiential therapy today. These are some of the concepts that exist throughout both experiential models, both Carl Whitaker's version and Virginia Satir's version. So the first thing to remember with experiential therapy is that the relationship between the therapist and client is extremely important for catalyzing change. The experiential models take into consideration the actual experience of therapy, including the relationship, a lot more than other models that you'll see, especially within family therapy. Number two, because the relationship between therapist and client is so important and critical for change, it is extremely important that therapists focus on being very authentic and congruent in their work with their clients. And so it's really important for therapists to be congruent with their desires, with their truths, with their areas that they need to improve on or work through in order for there to be effective change for the client. So this is another thing that is not really talked about in other models, which is that emphasis on the growth of the therapist and the authenticity of the therapist. Lastly, all people have the capacity for self-fulfillment, self-actualization. With that understanding, then we bring in a certain hopefulness into therapy, especially when using the experiential model. Those are three assumptions within the experiential models that really make these models more similar than different. In Satir's human validation process model, there are really three key concepts that we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about growth and development, we're going to talk about communication, and we're also going to talk about the family system, of course, because this is a family systems theory. So you guys know I love to talk with you a little bit about the creators of the models to help you kind of make sense and remember why certain creators are associated with certain models, and maybe what even led them to creating the model. Virginia Satir was very much ahead of her time. I even had a comment that said that, and I was like, I'm so glad somebody is saying that, because she was. The thing about talking about her models is that her version of experiential therapy, the human validation process, it's a very postmodern concept. And you have to consider the fact that she is one of the only canonized female theorists, lets you know that she was definitely ahead of her time. So whenever you think about certain concepts that really like align more, when I talk about postmodern models, which are view the therapist as less objective, views the therapist as basically a human being, not some observer just watching the family, those are going to be like a little bit more of your postmodern models. But technically, this model was before postmodern. So we're like right before the postmodern era. And I think that she kind of introduced a lot of these ideas into the postmodern era. She was very much ahead of her time with a lot of her concepts. So we'll start with the concept of growth and development. So something unique about Satir's human validation process is that she really emphasized the importance of growth and development. And she is one of the first theorists to make a connection between growth and self-esteem. And she took it even a step further in family therapy, saying that the self-esteem of each individual family member needs to be increased for a family's interactions to improve. So she was making a direct connection between family dysfunction or struggle and the individual self-esteem of each member. These are concepts that we hear about a lot now, even in popular culture, you know, where somebody is really toxic, like we'll say now. A lot of times we are very comfortable saying that, you know, they have certain insecurities or things that are leading them to behave in these toxic ways. But back then in the early 90s and the late 80s, these weren't necessarily topics that were just discussed by your average person. So again, Virginia Satir was very ahead of her time in making that connection between self-esteem and growth and development. The next concept is family system. Of course, these are family systems models, or else me as a marriage and family therapist, I wouldn't be talking about it. But Satir really makes it clear in her model the importance of the family system, and that within every family system, there are certain roles and expectations that happen within the system, and that there can be problems created through those roles and expectations. Some of the roles that she listed that can be very problematic within a family are like the roles of the martyr. You know, we'll see the person in a family who feels they have to take on all of the struggle, all of the pain for the family. We've got the good child, the bad child, the victim, the rescuer. There are a lot of different roles that Satir identified within the family system that can contribute to some of the problems that we'll see within a family. And again, linking that to the first concept about self-esteem and adding my own perspective on that, what I see a lot of times is that connection between self-esteem a lot of times lead to those roles. So for example, if you are working with a client, or if you are the person who feels that it's your responsibility to nurture and take care of the family to your own demise, right? You're not eating, you're not getting sleep so you can take care of everyone else. There might be an issue there with self-worth, not feeling that you're worthy of the same attention and time that you are pouring into other people. So that's a very direct example of how that self-esteem and the family system can work hand in hand. And lastly, communication. This is something that Satir is actually very well known for, are her communication stances. I have a video all about communication stances if you want to look more into which one applies to you or someone that you know. Just for brevity purposes though, so we can get through the video, I'm just going to talk about this just a little bit. Satir really emphasized communication, and again, we see that way more in the postmodern models like narrative therapy, collaborative therapy, than we would in the models that were coming out around the time when Satir was creating her model. So she again was a little bit ahead of her time when she talks about the importance of communication. She says that communication is the single factor that creates the type of relationships that we have. So it's extremely important for us to recognize how we're communicating and why we communicate the way that we do. She talks about some communication stances that people may adopt, especially in stressful situations. 4 of them are maladaptive and 1 of them is good. That's the congruent communication style. So we're going to focus, of course, on the 4 that are maladaptive. The first being placating, the second being blaming, third being computing, and the 4th being distracting. So placating is when you are essentially agreeing to everything. And the reason for doing that could be tied to fear. It could be tied to overcommitment to being agreeable. It could be fighting for love and feeling like the more agreeable you are, the more a person will love you. So placating is a default response some people may have in a stressful family situation. The second one is blaming. That's the person who, when we talk about communication stances, Virginia Satir was really also big on body language. Again, very ahead of her time. So when she talks about blaming, it's the person in the session that's always pointing the finger. Oh, well, you did that and you did that. That's a way of, totally rejecting accountability and finding a way to acknowledge that there is a problem within the family without also looking for opportunities to help decrease it through your own actions. So blaming is another stress response within the family that Virginia Satir highlighted. The next one is computing. This is one that is going to surprise a lot of people because another word for it is being super reasonable. And that is essentially where you try to over-intellectualize in communication. This is actually also a defense mechanism. Defense mechanisms is not a concept really talked much about Satir, but it's interesting to note that intellectualization is actually a defense mechanism. And when we are overly reliant on our rationality in stressful situations, sometimes we ignore our true desires and wants because maybe those things don't seem rational to us. So if someone is telling you, I feel awful, or I feel so guilty, and you start listing through all the reasons why they shouldn't feel guilty, you're not accepting or recognizing how they're feeling, to just say, that's awful to feel that amount of guilt. I can't imagine what it's like to be in that position. That can be a way to make sure that people within your family feel seen. So over-rationalizing, through computing, Virginia Satir actually highlights as a maladaptive communication stance. And last, we're talking about distracting. This is when we think about the class clown, the jester, the person in the family who can't take anything seriously. A lot of times they do that because the tension is so high that they're just looking to break up that tension by any means necessary. So the way that they'll do that a lot of times is by doing something that's completely irrelevant in order to help break up that tension. And it probably is successful a lot of times. Kids even do this. Babies even do this. If a toddler is picking up on certain dynamics, they might do something goofy. They might go throw something on the ground. And that's why we talk a lot about how children actually are a lot more aware than we give them credit for maybe the social atmosphere and environment that they are within. So a distractor is a person who cannot deal with the tension or conflict happening within the family. So they do something to completely distract the family from that tension and stress. And the positive one, the one we also strive towards, is congruent communication. That's basically being straightforward and honest with yourself and with your family and others. So we all should be striving for congruent communication because it's the most genuine form of expressing our feelings to the people who matter to us most and to just even the regular average person. This is what we should be striving toward with our communication style. So the view of maladaptive behavior is really just a summation of everything we just talked about. You've got low self-esteem, poor communication, poor functioning within the family system, maybe some of those maladaptive roles that we talked about. So when we're looking for problems within the family, it's probably going to be some combination of these things. So we need to address all of these things individually almost. We need to help build self-esteem in the individuals. We need to help improve communication, help be more genuine and straightforward. We also need to acknowledge the roles that people are taking on and kind of challenge those a bit if they are maladaptive. Because the overall goal of experiential therapy, especially the human validation model, is to enhance or catalyze the growth potential. And we do that again through helping to build self-esteem, helping to teach and illustrate proper communication, and of course, solve their problems that are causing the stress more effectively. So now let's talk about like the process and interventions of Satir's model. So there are 6 stages that she highlights within the model. So the first stage is the status quo. This is where the family has homeostasis. If you've been in any science class, even in middle school, you know homeostasis is basically the point of stabilization within any system. So we're talking specifically about a family system. And homeostasis means this is the status quo. This is what the family does on a regular basis. And at least one of the family members is what they refer to as symptomatic. In marriage and family therapy and other models as well, we refer to this as the identified patient, the person that the family might be blaming all the problems on, but sometimes families are aware enough to know that it's not just one person, but often that's not the case. So then we have the next stage, which is the introduction of a foreign element. Most of the time, this is going to be the therapist, right? That is the one new thing that is disrupting this family's status quo. The next stage is chaos. So naturally, if you have been surviving with your family, doing this status quo, this person has the problem, this is how this person reacts to the problem, and now you throw this new person into the situation, it's going to result in chaos, right? It's going to be tension, stress, anxiety, because everybody's trying to reconfigure their roles and understand what do they do now with this new dynamic. So this disequilibrium is what actually leads to a new homeostasis. And so that's why we are disrupting things, because whatever homeostasis was before, whatever status quo was before, clearly was not working, which is what brought them into therapy. Then you have the integration of new possibilities. As the family is restructuring and establishing a new status quo, they are starting to look at the world in a different way. They have new perspectives. They're allowing that foreign element, again, the therapist, or maybe they're in a new city, whatever the situation may be, they're allowing themselves to open their mind up to new possibilities, new ways of engaging with one another, new ways of communicating, for example. And then we move into the stage of practice. They need to continue practicing these new things that they are learning. For example, if you have now found out more information about why your mom is the way she is, learning how to maintain a certain sense of grace when it comes to her, and understanding what your triggers are, for example, could be a great way for you to practice this new understanding. And then lastly, you have the new status quo. This is where there is no more problematic or symptomatic family members, family system. And so don't think of this as you graduate from one stage to the next. These 6 stages, Virginia Satir was very cognizant that progress is not linear, right? So you might go here, go back, go here, go back, you know, especially when we talk about moving, you know, having that new foreign element and then practicing. A lot of times, certain triggers that we haven't had to deal with in a while, let's say there might be a family death happens, and we might revert back to that original status quo because the stress is too great for us to also worry about the tension and anxiety of the foreign element. So recognize that this is not a linear process, and these stages just give you some sort of guide to see where your family that you're working with is right now, without also feeling like there's pressure to just keep moving forward and only moving forward. Satir viewed the most important intervention as the therapist use of self, right? So the therapist takes on a lot of different roles in Satir's model. They could be a teacher, they could be a mediator, an advocate. If you have somebody in the family who, you know, it seems like they never have a voice, maybe the therapist helps that person to have a voice and speak with the family. You know, the therapist is taking on a lot of different roles. She was extremely creative in her work. You know, sometimes I've seen videos where Satir would literally have the family stand in order of their communication stance. Like, okay, so you're the placater, you're the person that's agreeable, so you stand this way. Okay, you're the blamer, so you stand this way. You know, you're the irrelevant person, you're the jokester, you know, so you look away over here because you're not really engaged in whatever is happening with the family. That's called family sculpting. So she's very, very directive and creative in her work with clients. Again, very forward thinking, you know, doing things that were not the traditional style of therapy. And she also would do role plays, reenactment. She would even do a family reconstruction. It was basically like a psychodrama where she will take the family through different eras or phases of their lives, have them replay them. That way you could see your old way of saying things. If we're talking about gaining and garnering new understanding, it's really important to distinguish the new way you're thinking from the old way you were thinking. And ultimately, Satir wanted to help the families individually learn more about themselves, develop their own personhood, become comfortable not having their entire identity be wrapped up in their role within the family. This is what helps increase self-esteem, and this is what helps increase the dynamics and functioning of the family. So that is the last thing I'll talk about with this model. I hope you guys found this useful. I personally love seeing people practice this model. I think every therapist these days is incorporating some experiential techniques into their work, because we're more aware than ever about the importance of therapists working on themselves too. We always say therapists need to have their own therapist, because it's so important that you're able to fully bring yourself into the room with your clients, be honest with yourself, and be able to recognize in them maybe areas that you've even struggled with or are struggling with currently. So I hope you guys enjoyed learning more about this model. If you have more questions, please feel free to put them into the comments below. And if you have requests for other models that you would like me to review, please let me know that. I appreciate you for watching all the way until the end of the video. I ask that you like this video, subscribe to my channel, share it with a friend, share it with your cohort, share it with your class professor. If you found it useful, I thank you guys so much for sharing this channel. It's really what helps the channel grow. So I appreciate you all from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Right under our distressing ways of being, there's a version of us that has amazing capacity and care. Unlocking that capacity and care and using it in our healing work is what IFS therapy is all about. One thing that is amazing and very unique about internal family systems therapy, or IFS, is that it teaches us as the client how to become our own therapist in a way, our own healer. They might use the term leader. It does so through putting us in contact with this somewhat hidden potential self, what you might think of as our best self or our deeper self, right from the beginning, without taking years to develop. Getting in touch with that deeper part of ourselves is so invaluable and is an amazing part of the IFS model. In other words, it doesn't just undo a disorder and help us come function at a baseline. It goes beyond that to this really resource state. This state, and now I'm going to sound a bit out there, but I think of it as like an enlightened version of ourselves. Now, if you're thinking, believe me, I'm not an enlightened person. I drink too much, I have a really hot temper, I'm really insecure. That's just who I really am. That's the only me I've ever known. Well, it's not like in IFS we would say, no, all those problematic behaviors are just an illusion. In fact, we really start with direct focus upon the parts of ourselves that we struggle with. The difference is we approach those parts as just that, as parts, not the whole. But before we really explore why it is absolutely more accurate to think in terms of parts, I just want to start with appreciating why it is also more respectful. I teach my students to think in terms of parts, even if they never use parts language with their clients. Like I'll tell them, please don't say, my client is a drinker or a cutter. No, they are not a drinker. They are a complex human being who has a part of them that feels compelled to drink. A part of them. That part is not the totality of their selfhood or define who they are. But what does this concept of parts have to do with that enlightened version of ourselves I was mentioning? Well, in IFS, when we can understand these aspects of our identity that we struggle with, the moment we realize they are just one facet of ourselves, it allows us to step back in a way and to be able to finally actually see this part more clearly, and more importantly, to approach it with compassion and curiosity. That's what we're going to talk about in these videos. So I think most people are aware that we all have different parts of our personality. What I think most people don't fully appreciate is how distinct these parts can be. So much so that we aren't just like one person in a way. Not that we have multiple personalities in some pathological sense. It's just actually normal and adaptive to have various aspects of our personality or parts that sort of take the lead at different moments. As in, a part of me wants to go for that promotion, but another part of me wants to turn it down and is pushing me to stay invisible. Or part of me does believe I'm a good person, but another part is always telling me I'm bad, or I feel this inner sense of badness. You may even be aware that you have some parts of yourself that you like, others you hate and sort of internally scapegoat, like I hate the part of me that overeats or rages. Some parts you might even be scared of, like your inner critic. Like, I really better not make a mistake because I don't want that to trigger my inner critic. I'm really frightened of that part. Now, I feel like the idea of parts is pretty intuitive and user-friendly for most people, but there are a small group of people for whom the idea of having parts sounds really hokey or new agey or just hard to take seriously, as if it's not scientific or something. But I can tell you there's nothing more scientific than the concept of parts. It's not a question of whether our brain works this way, it's a proven fact that the brain works this way in terms of multiplicity. If you wanted to put it into computer language, you would say our brains are parallel processors. So let me just give you the quick science download of that. If you've watched my other videos about schemas, this concept will be familiar to you, but I'll give it another go here. For a moment, it will seem like I'm changing the subject because I need to speak with you about implicit memory. Okay, so most of our psychology, from how we experience the world to how we respond to it, is really based on learning. But not conscious explicit memory type learning like 1 + 1 = 2, but the learning that exists in what's called implicit memory. In implicit memory, particularly a type we might call procedural memory, we learn how to be, how to do. It's not remembering facts, it's embodied memory. In fact, often I hear people use the word muscle memory. But of course, even muscle memory isn't actually stored in our muscles. It's just that deeper parts of our brain are able to do such sophisticated calculations really quickly and feed that information to us for immediate use. It's the most obvious in the case of learning physical movements because we really can feel how it's as if our muscles are remembering what to do and can execute those commands without intervention from our conscious thoughts or logic. But honestly, that's just how most of our brain works in regard to most of our learning around not just physical movements, but what I think of as our psychological movements. In the same way you wouldn't be able to return a tennis ball or ride a bike through logical calculations, you wouldn't be able to be a successful human through logical calculation either. We need most of our psychological movements to happen automatically in a manner akin to muscle memory. So in the riding a bike example, a slight little vibration that hits me in this exact way may cue me to lean almost imperceptibly to the left with the goal of helping me stay upright. Well, psychologically, we're trying to keep upright as well. Really, our brain's main job is to make sure we survive, so upright means well-fed, well-rested, and connected to the group, because we die without the group. The connected to the group one is where our psychologies really come in. So if we try to go for something, but we get a shaming look from our mother, we pull back because we need that relationship to be back upright. Or we go this way and get abuse, we come back. Or this way and it seems to hurt somebody else, we might pull back. And in fact, we learn in almost muscle memory way, don't do that again. I know I just gave a lot of examples of sort of pulling back or inhibiting, and the truth is most of our conditioning is around inhibiting ourselves. But we could also learn that the only way to get any attention in our family is to demand and scream and yell, so maybe leaning in is what is learned. I'm also realizing I'm giving a lot of examples of what we might learn around stress, but of course there are things we might learn having to do with safety. Like maybe I've learned that if I lean in with some vulnerability, my wife will help me feel safe and understand what's going on, and we bond and learn and come back together in a better place than even before I felt shaky, right? So that's a more healing type of learning. But either way, whether more traumatizing learnings or healing learnings, the bottom line is our brain learns through experience how to survive, what will return me to homeostasis. And then we repeat that thing we learned to do, almost in an instinctive way in the future. This is doing through memory, not through logic. That's why most of what we do isn't conscious or cognitive. It's kind of like we don't sit there and try to cognitively figure out how to ride a bike. We remember how to ride a bike. It isn't about rationality. This is a really important point because I know we all think we're making choices based on rational thought, but honestly, most of the ways we move through the world is really just psychological muscle memory. I know I give examples from our interpersonal world, but equally through our inner world. Like, oh, I felt this sadness, but then I got overwhelmed, so I better not feel that again. Now, if you get the idea that we develop these instinctual ways of being, where we really aren't even that conscious sometimes why we are driven to respond like we are responding, the next thing to realize is we don't just develop one way of responding or being, one personality. We develop different ways of being in different contexts, or around different needs, around different dangers, even around different types of people, for instance. How should I be around a white person or an authority figure? Why? Because different contexts might require a different strategy. So let's just take time to walk through a very clear example of that so this can really hit home. Let's say your parents are divorced, and when you would go stay with your mom as a child, she was very critical. So your whole body learned to sort of tense up in that house as if reminding you to walk on eggshells and hold things in. Maybe she was also threatened by your intelligence and needed to be like the one who knows more. So your brain learned, around mom, I should drop 20 IQ points. While your mom was critical, let's say your dad was very relaxed and unthreatened by you. So you could just be yourself. So at his house, your shoulders would relax more, you were standing taller, you just felt different in your body and certainly in your emotions. Maybe your dad actually enjoys your witty humor and you find that playful part of you really coming online and being developed. Now remember, these are learnings, learned ways of being, and they aren't learned in order to be forgotten, they are learned in order to be remembered, in implicit memory. Why do we need to remember them? Well, so the next moment you walk into your mom's house, you won't forget how to be. The smell, the sights, the sound of her voice, and bam, that learning kicks in to protect you, and suddenly when that muscle memory is triggered, which is really just like a pattern of neural firing, that's what a memory is, it's a pattern of neural firing. When that pattern fires, it's really as if you are a different person because you need to be a different person with mom. For instance, even if you made the conscious choice, I'm going to be funny around mom, nothing funny would come to mind. That funny, playful part of you, that net that knows it's safe and remembers how to be funny, is not online. It exists somewhere else still because it will come on in dad's house. Remember, the brain's a parallel processor. But in that moment, it's not sort of like the track you are on neurologically, if that makes sense. So hopefully this example gives you a sense of how we develop different parts of our personality that are really pretty different. The person you learned to be or were allowed to be with mom was pretty different than the person you learned to be or were allowed to be with dad. And hopefully it is clear now why these patterns would need to be stored in memory, in the same way you might have a how to ride a bike memory file. That kind of file sort of comes online without even trying to remember, for instance, how to ride a bike. The way you'd remember, like, what did I have for lunch yesterday? No, it's muscle memory. It just opens automatically with the sensation of getting on the bike or walking into mom's house. Now, the next thing to understand is that the person you learn to be with mom, it generalizes to other similar contexts. So it isn't just learning how to be around mom, it's really learning how to be around people like mom. So even when you're an adult, when you are with someone who's critical, well, that part of you will come out to protect you. Maybe your boss kind of reminds you of your mom, and when she's around, you suddenly do that thing where you drop 20 IQ points, which is obviously not ideal. And that is the next point to make. And that is that there is a cost to the fact that our brain works this way. The fact that we develop these parts or patterns contributes to a huge portion of human suffering. Not all suffering comes from parts. If your child dies, you will suffer. If you experience racial oppression, you will suffer. But that suffering that comes from what we think of as our issues, that is really explained mainly by the fact that we are wired to have parts. There's a certain inflexibility and even lack of control that comes into play when our parts take over. That leads to what we call being triggered. To have that cascade of thoughts or feelings or behaviors just open up like that in an automatic way, that can be very disempowering. Particularly if those parts have learned to protect us by drinking or cutting or raging or starving ourselves or attacking us through an inner critic. That being said, while parts can produce suffering for us, which is of course why we work with them in therapy, there is a very foundational, philosophical, but I would also argue scientific, stance that IFS takes toward parts. And that is the statement, there are no bad parts. In fact, in IFS, they call this particular type of part I've been describing today protectors, because these parts come online or learn to do what they do, the roles they take on in order to protect us. Remember, to kind of keep us upright. So even parts that seem self-sabotaging, like our inner critic, for instance, really has learned that we will be better off with that criticism than without it. Every part of us is just trying to do its job to keep us safe. So if we combat any part of us, even a part that hurts others, like maybe yells at our kids, it's just going to be more confused and scared and probably fight back harder. But if we respect every part of our mind, slow down, listen to it, speak with it, mentor it, relate to it with compassion, things can actually change. When our parts can feel the more conscious adult version of our mind taking notice of it and kindly trying to help it, they can step out of the leadership position because they finally feel there is something greater to surrender to. And it allows the parts to finally be a bit free of the burdensome job they had to protect us. And that is what IFS is all about. Learning to slow down and mindfully track, explore, and converse with aspects of our personality that we find troubling. Really thinking of them as parts, not the whole of who we are. They took on their unique way of being in order to help us survive. And while on the surface we might not understand why they needed to do that particular thing in order to protect us, if we track it down and actually listen to the part, the story can unfold. How it learned what it learned, the history of that. And I use the word history here purposely because Schwartz talks about how each part has its own secret history. And he's drawing from a poem by Longfellow that reads, "If we could read the secret history of our enemies, we should find in each man's life sorrow and suffering enough to disarm all hostility." I think that is such a powerful line in terms of not judging others because we don't know how they've suffered. But in truth, we often don't really know how we've suffered and how we had to adapt in order to survive. We haven't let ourselves put the dots together on it. Internally, each part of our heart, whether a jealous part or a scared part, has its own secret history, one that only our parts can truly reveal to us. And when we can discover those histories and approach our parts with compassion, it changes everything. Why? Because when understanding and compassion are given to our parts, it allows for some really deep healing work, some real transformational work, where our parts can finally feel safe enough to relax, to come out of this almost trauma drive to control us, and instead let our inner adult take charge. It is almost like through our love toward them that they can realize they aren't in the trauma scene anymore. By the way, the sciencey way of saying this is that we are working to change implicit memory. And yes, if you've watched my video on memory reconsolidation, which I'll link to below, I do believe that IFS is one of the therapies that works because it changes implicit memory through the process of memory reconsolidation. That being said, while I think that's intellectually interesting, and I know I use the word schema in other videos, there's something important about not only thinking about or approaching our parts as neural firing patterns or conditioning or schemas, but rather visualizing them as like human, because there's a way we are dealing with human consciousness. It's a human story. It's not a what, it's a who. When I have a client who is depressed, I'm not thinking, what is this depression? Is it a chemical imbalance? Is it a coping strategy? How do I get rid of it? I'm thinking, who in there is depressed? Who in there gave up hope and why? Who in there got so punished for the anger that they learned to shut down instead? That part needs someone to find it and build a relationship to it, to listen to it. Because, just like with humans, a part will only be able to change, be able to learn and shift once it feels heard first, once its secret history is known and its fears addressed. That's how safety is established, right? Just like with all of us. Feeling heard, especially around our fears, is the first step always. You know, I hope in this way of talking with you, I've begun to capture some of the ethos of internal family systems work. In the same way I've tried to capture, the ethos of ADP in the video on ADP and the other experiential forms of therapy I'm trying to cover on my channel. That being said, there are actually a number of interesting pieces in IFS that we haven't addressed yet that I think are worth exploring, which is why I chose to make this series a whole series rather than just one video. Because if I were you watching this one video, I might be left wondering, well, if I'm just a collection of various learned ways of being, then which part of me is the real me? Who am I then? Turns out that IFS has a very clear and very inspiring answer to that question. And that answer is a key piece of what is so healing about IFS. So let's go there next. Thank you for watching. I hope you found this video helpful, and if you did, you can help me out by liking and subscribing. Or if you're a therapist who would like to train with me while earning CEUs, you can visit my website at toriolds.com.
It's not easy, believe me, it's good.
Think I might be over my troubles since you came around. Something struck me. Oh, lately I've been caught up in my mind. Oh, it's not hard to see. I was feeling that you saw right through it all. Oh, I could not fake it, no matter how I tried. Ooh, you cured my aching heart when you came around. I saw a million signs. I must be over it by now. There's a reason why. I think I might be over my troubles. Yeah, they've been there for so long now. 'Cause suddenly I think of tomorrow. Yeah, since you came around. Feel like the only one who found out the reason why. Oh, I was just lonely. But since you came around, all I see is tomorrow. When you hear me calling, oh, it's you I need. Ooh, yeah, 'cause I cannot fake it, no matter how I feel. Yeah, 'cause you heal my aching heart when you come around. way. But since you came around, all I see is tomorrow.
Compassion has become a major focus for research over the last 20 years, with lots of evidence supporting its benefits for mental and physical health. Giving and receiving compassion is good for us. Knowing this, a number of compassion-based interventions and psychotherapies aimed at cultivating compassion have been developed and found to be effective. Hi, I'm Dr. Stan Steindl. I was third author on a 2017 paper along with Dr. James Kirby and Dr. Cassie Telligent, titled A Meta-Analysis of Compassion-Based Interventions, Current State of Knowledge and Future Directions in the journal Behaviour Therapy, in which we found that compassion-based interventions increased compassion, self-compassion and mindfulness, decreased depression, anxiety and psychological distress, and improved well-being. If you're interested in more details about the effectiveness of compassion-based interventions, take a look at this paper. I will include a link to the paper's abstract in the description below. One of the interventions included in our paper was compassion-focused therapy, or CFT, developed by Professor Paul Gilbert from University of Derby and Compassionate Mind Foundation. Check out his seminal book on the topic, The Compassionate Mind, from 2010. I'll put a link to that book in the description below as well. CFT was specifically developed to work with people who have high levels of self-criticism and shame. Paul Gilbert, a master therapist himself, as well as a researcher, noticed that people who were depressed or anxious and highly self-critical were often able to challenge their negative thoughts, but still in a very critical way. Don't be ridiculous, of course some people like you. Not necessarily helpful. So Paul started to help people bring a different tone, a warmer, friendlier, more compassionate tone, and used compassionate imagery to help with this. And so CFT was conceived. His book, Overcoming Depression, from the year 2000, is now in its third edition and an invaluable resource for working with depression. I'll put a link to this book in the description below too. CFT is an integrative therapeutic approach. This just means that CFT draws on and integrates several branches of thought: evolutionary psychology, attachment theory, neuroscience, and clinical and social psychology. This is where Paul Gilbert is so brilliant, being able to encompass all of these areas and distill them down to key ingredients that can be helpful. In CFT, we see compassion in humans as an innate motivation, evolved out of the caring motivations we share with other mammals, but enhanced by higher order brain functions such as social and emotional intelligence, empathy and intentionality, and that orients us to be sensitive to suffering in oneself and others, with a commitment to try to alleviate and prevent that suffering. There are two psychologies of compassion. The first psychology is the motivation to engage with suffering, and the second psychology is focused on taking helpful action. We can work on both, developing the skills and competencies we need for compassionate engagement and action. Given all that, CFT often starts with psychoeducation on the way the human brain has evolved and how it works. In CFT, emotions arise out of three important evolved emotion regulation systems. The threat self-protection system is linked to emotions like anxiety, anger, and disgust, helping us quickly identify and respond to threats with fight, flight, freeze. The drive excitement system is linked to emotions of excitement and joy and drives us to seek and obtain resources such as food, status, and finding a mate. CFT highlights how we can become trapped between the threat and drive systems, which often gives rise to feelings of failure, as well as self-criticism and shame. The soothing affiliative system is linked to feelings of calmness, contentment, and safeness, and helps us to engage in periods of rest when the threats are gone and our tummies are full. This system orients us to give and receive care. The soothing system plays a crucial role in regulating our threat and drive systems. According to CFT, compassion can actually be textured by emotions arising from each of these three systems. Compassion is triggered by suffering, and so how we feel alongside our compassion can depend on the context. For example, Paul Gilbert often describes differing compassion-related scenarios. The firefighter entering the smoke-filled house to save people might experience anxiety and feelings of urgency. Someone witnessing an injustice, such as bullying or harassment, might feel angry. Or a mother soothing her child after a nightmare might be filled with tenderness. Okay, so the threat system is associated with physiological arousal through sympathetic nervous system activation, the brain's accelerator, and this can interfere with thinking clearly. On the other hand, the soothing affiliative system is associated with parasympathetic nervous system activation, the brain's brake, which supports calmness, groundedness, and creates feelings of safeness, allowing us to connect with and understand others, and regulate our emotions. After this psychoeducation phase of the tricky brain, CFT moves into skills building using breathing practices, friendly voice tones, facial expressions and body postures, and imagery practices that activate and develop the soothing affiliative system, that is, parasympathetic nervous system, to down-regulate the threat system and help soothe and calm us when we're distressed. The evolved human brain, as powerful as it is, also makes us vulnerable to negativity bias, self-critical self-monitoring, fearful imagining, and rumination. None of that's our fault. It's just how the brain works. So CFT works towards de-blaming and de-shaming the self for these difficulties and starting to work with them compassionately. So from there, CFT starts to put compassion to work. We use compassionate mind training techniques to create an ideal compassionate other and ultimately an ideal compassionate self in order to bring our compassionate self to our other parts, such as our angry, anxious or sad selves, but also our critical self and perhaps our shamed self. The compassionate self becomes that part of ourselves that can work with our own suffering, as well as the suffering of others. And CFT uses a range of techniques to learn, practice, and ultimately embody our compassionate selves. Altogether, CFT helps us develop the physical and mental skills that facilitate self-grounding, mind awareness, the ability to slow down and take a compassionate focus and orientation to ourselves and others, and to help balance different types of emotions and work with life's difficulties. Of course, compassion isn't easy, and sometimes people can experience certain reservations, known in CFT as fears, blocks and resistances to compassion, and self-compassion. Very reasonable. And a big part of CFT is to explore these fears, blocks and resistances so that people can feel comfortable that a compassion-focused approach is right for them. You can learn more about all this from one of my very early videos, Fears, Blocks and Resistances to Compassion. No doubt I'll speak about them again, as this is a super important part of CFT and helping people suffer less. But for now, I hope this brief description of CFT has been helpful. Please subscribe to my channel if you'd like to know more. And in the meantime, I wish you all the very best on your compassionate journey.
starting to come out, starting to come out. I've been holding it in for too long, yeah, it's starting to come out, starting to come out, and I can't pretend anymore.
10 years ago, I had no idea about the soothing affiliative system of the brain. But through compassion-focused therapy and the work of Professor Paul Gilbert, I've learnt that there are 3 key systems of our evolved brains that regulate our emotions: threat, drive, and soothing. The threat system is focused on threat protection. It's the fight, flight, freeze, appease part of the brain, and it's textured with feelings of anger, anxiety and disgust. It's the dominant system and needs to be from an evolutionary point of view, ensuring the survival of our species. But it's tricky. The threat system is activated by physical threats, but also social threats. We are most concerned about disapproval, rejection, exclusion and isolation from others, all of which meant certain death for the prehistoric human. The drive system is energizing, activating, and motivates us towards seeking and obtaining resources, food, sex, material possession, and social status. And it comes along with excitement, pleasure, joy, and a sense of striving and achievement. This system is tricky too. It can be unrelenting, insatiable, always striving for more or better, falling into perfectionism and sensation-seeking. We can experience threat-based drive or insecure striving, which is exhausting and can lead to disappointment, failure, and self-criticism. But it's the third system, the soothing affiliative system, that intrigued me when I encountered CFT. We are a vulnerable species, not big and strong and able to fight off threats. Nor are we quick and able to run away, but we had each other, and this is the soothing affiliative system, our tendency to look after each other, especially vulnerable others, to care for, nurture, protect each other, and to feel safe and soothed when we're close and connected with others. When the soothing system is activated, we feel calm and content, a sense of warmth, friendliness and kindness, and a sense of well-being. We survived by being able to give and receive care. In CFT, we work hard to develop skills to bring these 3 systems into balance. We don't want to get rid of threat or drive, they're important too, but we do want to develop our soothing affiliative system. It's not easy. And sometimes life experiences can make activating our soothing affiliative system difficult. But over time, we can start to develop a soothing system that is a safe haven for down-regulating our threat system and a secure base from which to move into healthy drive.
some time. And I don't know if you have heard that in my world you're the light. Yeah, yeah. So buy me time. Oh, buy me time, baby. Oh, I know it's in the late hour. I've crossed the line too many times. Can I ask you for one more chance? 'Cause baby, you're on my world. I know all the times that I've let you down, but baby, you're on my world, my world. Yeah, I'm begging you, please don't leave me out. Oh, it's true. Everybody knows how I feel now. No secret. It's all you. And even though I don't always show, you're the light. Yeah. So buy me time. Yeah, buy me time, baby. I'm still waiting in the late hour. I've crossed the line now, oh, too many times. But can I ask you for one more chance? 'Cause baby, you're on my world, my world. Yeah. I know all the times that I've let you down, but baby, you're on my world, my world. Ooh, I'm begging you, please don't leave me out. No, don't leave me out. You know they say love don't cost a thing. There's hearts for cards, but cash is king. Fancy cars and diamond rings. I won't get caught in all that greed. So come and take a walk in peace. There's all the freedom you need. And go spread your love for the people's greater needs. Take a walk in peace and hear what I'm saying now. The world is obsessed with material things. It's time to throw away your selfish needs. Let's let your words agree with how your actions speak. I'm here to talk, not trying to preach. So come and take a walk in peace. There's all the freedom you need. And go spread your love for the people's greater needs. Oh, yeah.
I could just carry on, loving you without no trouble like we used to do. Oh, these change the color and fall is closing in. Break my heart yet once again. Wish I could slow down. Just wish I could. Wish I could stop time. Stop time. Wish I could stop time. Wish I could slow down. 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 When the leaves change their colors, you will break my heart just once again. Wish I could slow down. Wish I could stop. Wish I could stop time. Wish I could slow down. Wish I could slow time. Wish I could slow down. Wish I could stop time. Wish I could stop time. Wish I could stop time.
The most important thing to know is that there's a difference between trauma and stress. As I like to say to people, life sucks a good amount of the time. We all have jobs and situations that are really unpleasant. But the moment that situation is over, it's over. The problem with trauma is that when it's over, your body continues to relive it. My name is Bessel van der Kolk. I'm a psychiatrist, neuroscientist, and author of the book The Body Keeps the Score. I got interested in trauma on my first day working at the Veterans Administration. 1978 was the year, and the Vietnam War was over by about 6 or 7 years. The very first day that I met Vietnam veterans, I was just blown away. These were guys who were my age, who were clearly smart and competent and athletic, and they clearly were just a shadow of their former self. Their bodies were clearly affected by trauma, and they had a very hard time connecting with new people after the war. Around that time, a group of us started to define what trauma is. And in the definition of PTSD, we write, these people have been exposed to an extraordinary event that is outside of normal human experience. In retrospect, that shows us how ignorant and narrow-minded we were, because it turned out that this is not an unusual experience at all. People usually think about the military when they talk about trauma, but at least 1 out of 8 kids in America witness physical violence between their parents. A larger number of kids get beaten very hard by their own caregivers. A very large number of people in general, but women in particular, have sexual experiences that were clearly unwanted and that left them confused and enraged. So, unlike what we first thought, trauma is actually extremely common. There's a lot of debate of what a trauma is to this day. But basically, trauma is something that happens to you that makes you so upset that it overwhelms you. There is nothing you can do to stave off the inevitable. You basically collapse in a state of confusion, maybe rage, because you are unable to function in the face of this particular threat. But the trauma is not the event that happens, the trauma is how you respond to it. One of the largest mitigating factors against getting traumatized is who is there for you at that particular time. when, as a kid, you get bitten by a dog. It's really very scary and very nasty. But if your parents pick you up and say, "Oh, I see that you're really in bad shape, let me help you," that dog bite doesn't become a big issue because the foundation of your safety has not been destroyed. We are profoundly interdependent people, and as long as our relationships are intact, by and large, we're pretty good with trauma. It's a subjective experience, and what may be traumatic for you may not be traumatic for me, depending on our personality and our prior experiences. The problem with trauma is that it starts off with something that happens to us, but that's not where it stops, because it changes your brain. Much of the imprint of trauma is in that very primitive survival part of your brain that I like to call the cockroach brain. There's a part of you that just picks up what's dangerous and what's safe. And when you're traumatized, that little part of your brain, which is usually very quiet, continues to just send messages. I'm in danger. I'm not safe. That event itself is over, but you continue to react to things as if you're in danger. We are talking about survival. We are talking about staying alive. And so some people go into fight-flight, or on a more primitive level, people's brain shuts down and they collapse. You have these automatic responses that are not a product of your cognitive assessment, they're a product of your animal brain trying to stay alive in the face of something that part of your brain interprets as a life threat. And the problem then becomes that you are not able to engage, or to learn, or to see other people's point of view, or to coordinate your feelings with your thinking. Traumatized people have a tremendous problem experiencing pleasure and joy. But the core issue is our hormones and our physiological impulses that have to do with survival. Your body keeps mobilizing itself to fight. You have all kinds of immunological abnormalities, endocrine abnormalities, and that really devastates your physical health also. Oftentimes the physical problems are longer lasting than the mental problems. And the other thing that is terribly important is the impact of poverty, or the impact of racism, or the impact of unemployment. There's other societies that are much more trauma savvy than we are, where there is not an enormous amount of income inequality. Healthcare is universal, childcare is universal. A culture like that really looks at what are the antecedents for certain forms of pathology. So the big issue is a political issue. How do we rearrange our society to really know about trauma so that people who grow up under extreme adverse conditions can become full-fledged members of society? The sense of community and people being there for each other is a critical part of surviving and thriving.
Get smarter faster with new videos every week from the world's biggest thinkers.
I was raised in the mainstream culture where if you feel bad, you take something to make that feeling go away. Around that time that I first started to work for the VA, I looked at the treatments that we have. I did the first study on Prozac for PTSD, the first study for Zoloft for PTSD, and a number of other conventional drugs. What we found is that it didn't work very well. Our conventional way of thinking about it is not working. I thought, okay, if it doesn't work, let's see what else can work. My name is Bessel van der Kolk. I am a physician, I'm a psychiatrist. I have been studying trauma for about 50 years now. The nature of trauma is that something happens to you, your survival brain makes the first interpretation and says, is this dangerous or is this safe? So it's very important to really be aware that these reactions emanate from your body. And so the big challenge of treating trauma is how do we help people to live in bodies that feel fundamentally safe? What was very clear is that very good psychotherapy is actually quite helpful. Not to fix people, but helping people to acknowledge like, oh my God, that was terrible what happened to me. And I need to take care of the wounds that I'm carrying inside of myself. This issue of self-compassion and really knowing that your reactions are understandable is a terribly important part of beginning to recover from trauma. Can I talk about something else before we talk about MDMA? Because MDMA is so sexy. Okay. For me, the opening to a new world came when some people in my clinic started to do something very strange called EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. You ask people to call up the memory of what you saw back then, what you felt back then. And then what you do is that you ask people to follow your fingers as you move your fingers from side to side. And my first reaction is like, man, stop this crazy nonsense. This is a crazy method. And then I got to see some of the results. I go like, wow, this is interesting. Wiggling your fingers in front of people's eyes as they think about the trauma made the trauma go away. This crazy eye movement desensitization actually changed the circuitry of the brain to interpret your current reality from a different angle. This had amazing effects on people being able to let go of what happened and say, yes, that's what happened to me, and it happened a long time ago. It's not happening right now. That was the first time that I saw a non-conventional technique have a very profound effect. And then we studied yoga. Maybe if you do yoga, you can open up your relationship to your body. You learn how to breathe calmly. You learn to pay attention to yourself. You get to see how different movements and different postures affect you. And so you form a deep relationship to your internal sensory system. Yoga at the end was a more effective treatment for PTSD than any of the drugs we had studied. But I've yet to see a psychopharmacology clinic being transformed to a yoga studio. The next thing that we studied was theater and movement. And it turns out that playing different roles in your body helps you to feel that your body can feel differently depending on how you organize your relationship to yourself. When my voice gets too gravelly, let me know and I'll drink some water.
It's feeling a little gravelly, so why don't we...
Okay. Let's go. All right. So I live in the Berkshires, and we have a great program here called Shakespeare in the Courts, where if you're a juvenile delinquent in this county, you have a 50% chance that the judge will condemn you to become a Shakespearean actor. That's civilization. Huh? The Shakespeare program is enormously helpful because it helps people to feel their bodies and to feel what it feels like to be a king and it feels like to be a warrior. And you get to really have a deep experience of yourself in different possibilities. The next piece that I studied is that you can actually put electrodes on your skull so that when you make brainwaves that help you to be calm and focused, you get a little reward. We did very well with neurofeedback, so we can shape your brain to actually have a different configuration to be open to new experiences. And then, about 15 years ago, two guys came to talk to me, and they said, Bessel, you know a lot about trauma. What do you think about this idea? we are thinking about psychedelics. What do you think about psychedelics for trauma? And I go like, wow. You're speaking from my heart. Because of course I'm a child of the 60s and we dabbled in LSD and psychedelic substances. Wouldn't it be great if we could do psychedelic substances to see if these substances can open up people's minds, to see that the reality that they live in is just a small part of the reality that there is. But I said, don't do it. It will destroy your career. These drugs are illegal. And they said, thank you very much for your opinion. We'll try it anyway. They got permission to do a study of MDMA, also known as ecstasy or Molly, for trauma. And it worked out pretty well. And they were able to collect a large amount of money to do a very large and extremely expensive study. Lots of different sites around the US, one in Israel, one in Canada. So let me tell you how the study is set up. After all the preparation, you have a whole day of taking ecstasy while you lie on the bed, 2 therapists in your room for 8 hours. What we see in the people who get the drug is amazing. People are able to go to places they have never felt safe to go to. This is not a picnic. They see the horrible things that happen to them. But MDMA allows people to see themselves with compassion. All these measures we have about self-perception and self-awareness just shoot up. And rather than blaming themselves, they're able to say, yes, this will happen to me, but it's over. Part of what has kept me so busy all these years is how can we find a treatment that allows that basic sense of defectiveness and self-loathing to be controlled. And now it looks like we have found something that causes a very substantial drop in PTSD. Probably more than just about anything else we have studied. But what's important here is that one size doesn't fit all. Different people need very different things. What worked for my last patient very well may not work for you. Everything is an experiment in life. And healing from trauma is an experiment.
Get smarter, faster with videos from the world's biggest thinkers. And to learn even more from the world's biggest thinkers, get Big Think Plus for your business.
Wish I could slow down, wish I could stop time.
We stayed up till the morning, talking till the first light of dawn. Just like fate without no warning, it hit me so hard. Oh, I'm so sorry, girl, I didn't mean to. I done messed it up again. Yeah, I'm sorry if I crossed the line. What am I supposed to do right now? Baby, I'm falling for you. What I would do for you to love me too. No, I can't hide it no more. What I would do for you to love me too. I try to tell what you were thinking, what you might feel for me. And I know that we've been out drinking. Maybe this ain't for real. Oh, I'm so sorry, girl, I didn't mean to.
So tell your good night, 'cause I'll buy no matter what. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies. Ooh, so tell your good night, 'cause I'll buy no matter what. Ooh, susceptible now before the moment flies. It's not a problem, no, 'cause I know what I'm getting into. Yes. Yeah, and nothing can stop me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll buy no matter what. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies. Before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll buy no matter what. Susceptible now before the moment flies.
It's a sour taste in it. It's a sour taste. To be fooled again, honey. To be fooled again. Stole my heart and ripped it into pieces. Yes, you did. You know it's not the way I planned. No, it's not the way I want it. No, it's not the things I meant. Know that I'm not being honest. Not the way I wanted us to make sense. I just wanna be the one who loves you. I just wanna be the one. Face the heat and maybe make a promise and make it through all our flaws, 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 all our flaws. It's a cold embrace, ain't it? It's a big mistake to be falling back to the stuff we know will fail. Stole my thoughts for no given reason, none at all. You know it's not the way I planned. No, it's not the way I want it. No, it's not the things I meant. Know that I'm not being honest. Not the way I wanted us to make sense. I just wanna be the one who loves you. I just wanna be the one. Face the heat and maybe make a promise and make it through all our flaws, 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 all our flaws. Hey, you better make it worth it. if I can't have you? I don't want you to have anyone. And if you don't want me, there's something wrong with them, right? Maybe I got problems that I don't tell anyone. Have I lost my perception? Feel like I wanna do something wrong now. Packing all your belongings. Say you wanna take some time. But if you say we'll meet again, why'd you have to take everything now? Baby, are you lying? Have you met someone? Tell me now. I better start crying. Make them feel bad before we leave town. 10, 9, counting down. Putting on a smile. 8, 7, 6, 5. You say goodbye. Lock the door for 3, 2, 1. And then I lose it. I'm delusional, delusional, you say. And then I lose it. I'm delusional, delusional, you say. Why hasn't he called me back? It's been 3 days. Stalking his Instagram, saying he's in a phase. So now you're telling everyone that we're drifting apart. Now I know that it was you who made me feel so messed up. Hanging out with new females, cute, but are they even real, man? Jealousy, I think it's jealousy, but hell with it, still a good melody. Or maybe I got problems that I don't tell anyone. Have I lost my perception? Feel like I wanna do something wrong now. 10, 9, counting down. Putting on a smile. 8, 7, 6, 5. You say goodbye. Lock the door for 3, 2, 1. And then I lose it. I'm delusional, delusional, you say. And then I lose it. Yeah, I'm delusional, delusional, you say. And then I lose it. I'm delusional, delusional, you say. And then I lose it. How long has it been since I kissed you? I don't wanna wait. How long has it been since you held me? I don't wanna wait. How long has it been since I felt like this about anything? I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait no more. How long do we have to put up with this lonely charade? As long as I know that I'm winning, I play this game. But I want you close, baby, right now. I know you feel the same. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait no more. Ooh, when you put your arms around me, we go flying into ecstasy. Ooh, I can feel our bodies trembling. Feel my adrenaline increasing. You make me feel that way. You have me in every way. You take me higher. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait no more. How long has it been since I felt you? take it away, feeling too good to me. Chilling all day, all in your space is where I wanna be. Here in this room, what did you do? I just can't get enough. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind. I just can't stop thinking about you. All that I crave when you're away, nights are sleepless. Do we need space? Yeah, maybe a break. Boy, you're my weakness. Give and we take, the love that we make, it's my favorite drug. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind. I just can't stop thinking about you. You got me feeling some type of way. You make me wanna stay in all day. You're the reason I can't get out my head. I just can't stop thinking about you. 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 I just can't stop thinking about you.
When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better, better. When I look at what I've done, now that we're apart, when I look at what I've won, I've come so far. I know I'm so much better off, and baby, you don't belong. I could feel it in my bones. There was something going on, that shade of doubt hanging around that old. 'Cause darling, there is nothing right when all you seem to do is lie. Those days are gone. I'm walking tall while you're alone. When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better, better. When I look at what I've done, now that we're apart, when I look at what I've won, I've come so far. I know I'm so much better Might be shaken but not stirred. Just a lesson that I've learned. And so it goes. Tables turn and you're on your own. When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better off. When I look at what I've done, now that we're apart, when I look at what I've won, I've come so far. I know I'm so much better off, and baby, you don't belong. When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better off. When I look at what I've done, now that we're apart, when I look at what I've won, I've come so far. I know I'm so much better off, and baby, you don't belong.
Oh, I'm slipping away, so don't let me go, nah, 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 nah. I'm all up in that love haze, so where do we go, nah, nah? Just let me know that I am safe here in your arms. I wanna stay, stay. I'm slipping away, so don't let me go now. The love is exceptional. It fills me up. It's out of control. one day I'm hoping that you will be mine. Turn my life around. Wow. So where do we go when everything feels like it just stays the same? Where do we go from here when everything is said and done? This is what we do. We get down to the beat, y'all. We get down to the beat, y'all. Let's get down. We get down to the beat, y'all. Yeah, it's like I'm stuck in this mystic cloud, waiting for something I can't get out. And I don't even care, no, I don't even care anymore. It's like we're losing all track of time. I just got one thing on my mind. Baby, one day I'm hoping that you will be mine. Turn my life around. Wow. Yeah. Where do we go when everything feels like it just stays the same? Where do we go from here when everything is said and done? Where do we go when everything feels like it just stays the same? Where do we go from here when everything is said and done? We're stalling all over. And let's get together now, so we can find a spark in the night. Yeah. Bring it down. Come on. Blow that. That's right. Through our hands. So many questions that I wanna ask, but I can't find the reasons why. You always find a small excuse to leave. What's your excuse to make me cry? My love was lost when you came and took it all. My mind says stop, but my heart is screaming out. Don't go, just leave, no stay with me. I'm incomplete. I got mixed emotions, can't make my mind up. Just leave, no stay with me. I'm incomplete. I got mixed emotions, can't make my mind up. How can I love you when you're not around? How can I let you let me down, down, down?
wasn't perfect, yeah, I know that now. When it came crashing down, all I know is that I need you around. When it comes crashing down, all I need is not to feel so much alone. So step inside my zone, baby, you can give me everything I want. Everything I want. You are all I need now. It's crazy, but it's true. You're all I need. You make my heart and spirit always dance and sing. You're captivating me. All I need is to know that I'm in your heart and never be apart. All I need is not to feel so much alone. So step inside my zone, baby, I can give you everything you want. Everything you want. You are all I need now. It's crazy, but it's true. You're all I need. And I know everything will be alright. Wanna go now. Take me to your paradise.
It's the end of the weekend, but I still wanna turn up. Yeah, I still wanna turn up. All I want is to go again, but you ain't picking your phone up. Why you messing my head up? Any night, any day, let me take you away. All I need is just saying yeah, 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 yeah. Better nights, better days, when you're here with me, babe. 'Cause you're all that I crave, so I wonder, where are you? Don't hide away from me when I need you most. We got love guaranteed, and I have to know.
You know, Maya Angelou has been my most steadfast counselor for my entire life. I discovered her probably 30 years ago when I was in college, and I lean into her work. You know how when you find those people that just are unsparing and honest in their work, but they also bring you joy and comfort. She's that for me. And I love everything she does except for that quote. That quote has pissed me off for decades. And I never understood this idea that you're free when you belong nowhere. And as a social scientist, I know that belonging, I know this for sure. Like if you ask me the one thing I know for sure, 200,000 pieces of data. I know in the absence of love and belonging, there's always suffering. That I know for sure. So this quote from her about belonging everywhere, which is really nowhere, is what sets us free, was so troubling to me. But then I started digging in, and I started trying to understand, what does it mean to belong? And I never thought of the concept of belonging. I thought belonging was like, we have a crew. And belonging is something you kind of negotiate with external groups of people, but it's not. What I found very quickly is the rest of that actual quote is part of an interview that she did, where she ended up with Bill Moyers, where she ends up saying, you know, he ends up pushing a little bit on it and saying, so are you saying that you belong nowhere and to no one? And she said, I belong to Maya. And what I found is that true belonging is a spiritual practice. And it's about the ability to find sacredness in both being a part of something, but also the courage to stand alone. And the people, for those of us who struggle to have the courage to stand alone, especially when we know that we're risking that sense of being a part of something because we disagree. Yes. Because we have a different opinion, because we love something different. That is the mark, that's the mark of true belonging, to be able to say, yes, I am a part of something bigger, but I also will stand alone when I need to. You belong everywhere and nowhere, and that is liberation. Because when I do a lot of leadership work, I talk about understanding your personal values, and my two personal values are faith and courage. And so they say, don't talk about faith, it's inappropriate, this is a corporation. And so I just got to the point where I'm like, look, I've sat across from thousands and thousands of people over the last 2 decades of my life, listening to the hardest things you can imagine. And the two things that everyone has in common when they're talking about those things are cussing and praying. If you don't want me to cuss and you don't want me to pray, that's awesome. Ask somebody else. Because what I'm not going to do is get up and you. And there are a million people in this space who are better than I am, who know different things than I do. Invite them. Right. If you need me to wear a suit, I totally get it. I'm not going to do that. When I speak in public, I don't get up there to talk to talk from my Brooks Brothers self to your Brooks Brothers self. I get up there, and when I walk on the stage, I'm going to talk about things that 90% of the people in the audience have never thought about, talked about, and are scared to listen to. And they need to see me as a person, and I'm just that person. There's this part from Braving the Wilderness that it really changed me. It's the practice that came from the book, and it is, don't walk through the world looking for evidence that you don't belong, because you will always find it. Don't walk through the world looking for evidence that you're not enough, because you'll always find it. Our worth and our belonging are not negotiated with other people. We carry those inside of our hearts. And so for me, I know who I am. I'm clear about that. And I'm not going to negotiate that with you. I will negotiate a contract with you. I will negotiate maybe even a topic with you, but I'm not going to negotiate who I am with you. Because then, and this is I think the heart of the book, then I may fit in for you, but I no longer belong to myself. And that is a betrayal I am not willing to do anymore. I spent the first 30 years of my life doing that. I'm not willing to betray myself anymore. I just can't do it. So Braving is all about trust. And so probably 3 or 4 years ago, in a lot of my leadership work, I probably, and this is something people don't know about me, I probably spend 90% of my time inside big organizations working with C-suite teams. That's what I do most of the time. And so in working with leaders, one of the things that kept coming up is trust building in teams, building trust in a culture. The thing that's hard about trust is if I work for you and you call me in and I'm like really upset because I got passed over for a promotion, and you say to me, look, Brene, you're doing great work, but there are some trust issues. The minute you say anything that I can perceive as I am no longer trustworthy or you don't trust me, we go completely limbic. We go completely out of listening with our prefrontal cortex to listening, to fight, flight, freeze, defend, because our trust is our integrity. It's who we are. So I kept wondering, when we talk about trust, what are we actually talking about? What could you call me into your office and say to me that would be more helpful, more impactful, and productive than we have trust issues or I don't trust you? So we dug into the data to figure out what is trust, what do we mean when we say trust? And what I found are there are 7 elements that we're talking about when we talk about trust. And these are observable and measurable. These are what we can talk about with each other. So BRAVING is the acronym we use. B is boundaries. You set boundaries. When you don't know what they are, you ask. You're clear about what's okay and not okay, which is, as you know, so hard for people. Boundaries are really hard. Reliability is the R. You do what you say and you say what you do. The big hard thing about reliability is you're not hustling for worthiness, so you're not completely overcommitting and not delivering. That's the reliability issue. A is accountability. You don't back channel and blame. You hold people accountable in a straightforward way. V, which I think is really interesting, is the vault. What people don't understand about the vault that's really interesting to me too is that you call me in and I'm saying, I don't understand why I got the position. You say, look, we've got some trust issues that we need to work through specifically. I want to talk about confidentiality in the vault. And I look at you like, Marie, I have never shared a single thing that you have told me in the 10 years we've known each other. And you look back at me and say, yes, but you come in here on a regular basis and share things with me that are not yours to share. It's the other side of confidentiality. It is not only do you not talk out of school between us, you don't come in here and say, hey, look, I know what's going on with John, blah, blah, or this is what's happening with, So, because when I do that, and I do that to get connection with you, I do that as a bid for connection. Let me tell you what's going on that you don't know about. Yeah. But when I walk out of the office, you trust me less because I'm using stories that are not mine as currency. So we've got the vault, then we go to I, integrity, which is choosing courage over comfort, practicing your values. And this is a big one, and I think we have this in common, and I love this about you. It's choosing what's right over what's fun, fast, and easy. We have a culture of fun, fast, and easy. We have a culture of people who don't do discomfort. I've never achieved a single thing in my career or life comfortably. And then we go to N for non-judgment. You can ask for help without feeling judged, and I can ask for help without judging myself. And then generosity, which I think is probably the biggest, hardest one for me sometimes, which is when something happens, I assume positive intent. So if things go sideways between us, I'm like, damn it, Marie, I'm so pissed off. I go and say, let me assume the best. Help me understand what happened, Marie. I thought we had a plan around this. And I give you a chance, a benefit of the doubt, before I launch into my anger. That's human nature. That's wiring. In the absence of data, we will always make up stories. And so I think for braving the wilderness, the whole idea of the wilderness being those times when we stand alone, and those times when we go out on a limb, the times we walk away from what we know, our ideological bunkers and our beliefs, braving is the tool to help us manage the wilderness. I'll leave you with this. There will be times when standing alone feels too hard, too scary, and we'll doubt our ability to make our way through the uncertainty. Someone somewhere will say, don't do it. You don't have what it takes to survive the wilderness. This is when you reach deep into your wild heart and remind yourself, I am the wilderness.